we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. I can copy talents. Part 1. Chapter 1. One cluttered bedroom, a wooden bed. My head hurts. Still alive. Etienne's chaotic thinking slowly cleared up, and the memories of the previous ones in his mind surfaced one by one. At the same time, a new wave of memories merges with his own soul. So I crossed over. He smiled bitterly. This body was not his, but a young man with the same name and surname as him. He came from the era of 2019, but now it is 2119, also known as the first 100 years. That is, he came to the era 100 years later. The era after 100 years is also known as the Age of Genki, also known as the Age of Talent. The news in Etienne's mind about the past 100 years was digested by him one by one. At the beginning of 2019, many spatial cracks appeared on the Earth, and countless fierce beasts poured out of the spatial cracks, and human beings fell from the top of the food chain at once, and survived under the ferocity of the fierce beasts. In the face of fierce beasts, humans tried to destroy them with thermal weapons, but a mysterious substance appeared between Jevon and Earth, which was called Yuan-Ki by later people, and this Yuan-Ki destroyed the structure of thermal weapons, making thermal weapons unable to exert their due effects, and even the nuclear bomb of the ultimate weapon became scrap metal. Mankind has suddenly entered the era of cold weapons, and weak human beings rely on cold weapons. Where are the opponents of fierce beasts? Fortunately, the fierce beasts that have just entered the Earth are all low-level fierce beasts, which gives humans a chance to survive. After the research of many scientists, human beings discovered that the new mysterious substances on the Earth can be used by humans, so a new profession has emerged: warriors. Exercise the physique, absorb the vitality, and break the limits of the human body, and be a martial artist. At the same time, the talent of humanity opens. A small number of people have talents, and the most common is the cultivation talent. The cultivation talent determines the achievement that a person can achieve in the end, and in addition to the cultivation talent, there are other talents, such as sword talent, flame talent, ice talent, and so on. Relying on talent and martial arts, humans are gradually able to compete with fierce beasts, but most of the area on the Earth is occupied by fierce beasts, and only a very small part of the area is occupied by humans, and one survival base has been established one after another. It is worth mentioning that the Earth today is far many times larger than before, and it seems that under the influence of the vitality, the Earth has expanded hundreds of times. Vitality, talent, beasts, what a wonderful world. Etienne took a deep breath and immediately smiled. Perhaps it would be good for him to be able to come to this era. But soon, his face became heavy. The space crack appeared, the vitality came, and a very small number of people on the Earth awakened their talents on the night of the arrival of the vitality, and the cultivation talent was born and did not need to be awakened, but other talents could be awakened the day after tomorrow. But for the Earthlings at that time, the awakening of talent was not a good thing, but a disaster, because there was no matching strong body, and the awakening of talent was to find death. According to records, at that time, many human beings were destroyed by the powerful power brought by the awakening of talent, and they were either dead or crippled. It seems that I was awakened because of my inexplicable talent, and the whole person was. It's exploded. Etienne was sure that he had absorbed countless Yuan-Ki at the time, and the whole person exploded, resulting in death. What kind of talent did I awaken at the time? I actually made my body explode. Although 100 years ago, human beings would suddenly awaken their talents because their bodies had not adapted to the vitality, but even if other people couldn't bear the power brought by the awakening of talents, at most they would swell to death or be crippled. It is conceivable that the talent I awakened must be extremely rebellious, but unfortunately I crossed over, and I can't know what kind of talent it is. Etienne was quite sorry. After sorting out the news of his previous life and this era, Yuan-Ki slowly looked at his current body. This body is a 15-year-old body, placed in the Yuan-Ki era, which is the period when it has just been cultivated. Before the age of 15, the body has not grown well, and it is not suitable for cultivation, unless some big families use some precious treasures to catalyze the growth of the body. They can cultivate in advance. It can be said that 15 years old is a golden age, and once you reach the age of 20, if you cultivate again, even if your talent is very high, your future achievements will be very limited. Fortunately, it's not an old man's body, otherwise I would have been miserable. No. Gideon's face suddenly changed. He finally remembered one thing from his memory, and that was the gift of this body. The talent of this body is very low, very low. Weak talents. In this era, the most important talent is the cultivation talent, and the cultivation talent from low to high is weak talent, secondary talent, primary talent, medium talent and high talent. It is said that there is a higher talent on top of the high talent, but that is not the secret that Yi Tian can know. As long as anyone is at least 15 years old, they can buy a talent stone to view their talents, only to view cultivation talents, and other talents can only be viewed with special attribute talent stones. The predecessor was that after reaching the age of 15, he was so excited that he bought a talent stone to check the talent in his room, but he found out that he was a weak talent, and he was so angry in despair that he was angry, and this was the cheapest Yi Tian who came over. Damn, weak talent, this is the most rubbish cultivation talent, and there is no hope of even becoming a martial artist. Yi Tian was also desperate. Martial apprentices and martial artists are the first two realms of cultivation, and martial apprentices are actually not the real realm, martial artists are the real first realm, and you can become a martial artist with the power of 1,000 katis. But if you want to become a martial artist, the minimum limit is the inferior talent. The inferior talent is a level higher than the weak talent, but in the end, his life is just barely the early stage of becoming a martial artist, but in general, the inferior talent at least has one hope. Once he becomes a martial artist, even if it is the early stage of a martial artist, he is considered a big man, above ordinary people. But it's embarrassing to be weak and talented. Even if you cultivate for a lifetime, you are still a martial artist. This is a talent limit. If only I could change my talent. Yi Tian comforted himself. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Brother, are you in there? A slightly immature girl's voice came from outside the door. Yi Tian knew that it was his sister Yu in this life, who was 13 years old this year. Yi Tian opened the door and saw a cute girl like a porcelain doll. Brother, how is your talent? Yu asked curiously. Talent is everyone's secret, unless it is a loved one. If others ask, it is a provocation. After all, no one wants their talent to be known by others, such as some highly talented people. Once others know the specific talent, it may attract assassination. In this world, such things have never happened. Therefore, no one should ask about other people's talents. However, Yi Tian naturally did not blame his sister. Xiao, my brother's talent is very good, and he can definitely become a great martial artist in the future. Yi Tian stared at Xiao and smiled slightly, but his laughter was full of bitterness. But the next moment, his pupils shrank, shocked. I saw a virtual image appear on his retina. Jiman, Yu cultivation talent, inferiorized talent, elementary, unawakened. Chapter 2. What's going on? Yi Tian was a little at a loss, and at first glance he thought it was an illusion, but in the end, he was extremely sure that everything in front of him was not an illusion. The data displayed on the retina is real, not hallucination. Goldfinger, no, this may be my hidden talent. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and thought. Yu is only 13 years old now, and he has not yet reached the age of cultivation, but the cultivation talent was born from the moment he was born. It is normal for Yu to have the cultivation talent at will. As for the cold ice talent, this is a talent other than the cultivation talent. It is very rare. There is no 1 in 10,000. If it awakens in the future, it will definitely crush the opponent at the same level, and it is even expected to fight beyond the level. It is said that after becoming a martial artist, you will be able to absorb the vitality and slowly awaken the other hidden talents, but there are too few people with other talents, and I didn't expect my sister to have a rare ice talent. But is my talent the ability to see other people's talents? Yi Tian felt that his talent was definitely not so simple. Soon, he was experimenting with something. When he met his sister, he found that the cultivation talent in the virtual screen showed a replicable behind it. In other words, he could replicate his sister's second-class cultivation talent. However, the ice talent has not been awakened, and Yi Tian cannot copy it. Do you want to copy? Faced with this choice, Lin Tian naturally did not. Although the inferior talent is better than his own weaker talent, it is also rubbish, and even if it is copied, it is useless. After sending his sister away, Yi Tian stayed alone in the room to check his talent. I can see my sister's talent, and I should be able to see my own talent, right? Yi Tian said darkly. So, Yi Tian focused on his own body. Soon, a situation about his talent appeared on the retina. Jiman, Yi Tian cultivation talent, weak. It is a very simple talent situation, which shows that Yi Tian has no other hidden talents except for weak cultivation talents. In the words of this era, he is just a standard waste material, just a little better than ordinary people without any talent. Now that the basic situation is clear, this magical ability of mine should be the inexplicable talent that caused me to explode and die in the first place, and it has crossed over with me. This talent should be called a copy talent, being able to copy other people's talents. As for whether to cover your own talents, or to merge with your own talents, this needs to be experimented. In addition, copying someone else's talent requires touching someone else, which is a bit of a hassle, but maybe there will be changes in the future. After sorting out these, Yi Tian had a plan, that is, to copy a genius's cultivation talent. Otherwise, relying on his own weak talent, he would never want to cultivate to the martial artist level in his life. If you don't become a martial artist, you won't have a good time in the future. Yi Tian's parents died at the hands of the beast a year ago, and now there are only him and his sister in this family, which is also the status quo of many families. After all, human beings are still struggling to survive in this era, and people die every moment. I don't know how many families are broken. The place where Yi Tian is staying now is a small base, called Linhei Base. There are a total of 300,000 people in the entire base, among which there are only about 1,000 martial artists, and martial artists have permissions that ordinary people can't enjoy. Yi Tian's dead parents were martial artists, but it was a pity that he died in the wild during a mission. But even if he died, the base would give the family a certain amount of mending treatment, such as receiving subsidies from the base before the age of 15, which could ensure his own life. But once you are over 15 years old, you lose the subsidy. Yi Tian has reached the age of 15, so he has lost the subsidy, and only his sister Yi Yu has the subsidy, but he can only support one person. The two of them were young and had no way to make money at all, and even in order to save money, he and his sister Yi Yu dropped out of school early. At the Linhei base, as long as you are 9 years old, you can go to school until you are 15 years old, but there are no elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools before the end of the world. The things that the class learns are Chinese and mathematics and some fierce beast knowledge, and he and Yi Yu have learned almost enough, and dropping out of school has little impact. My parents once left an inheritance, although it is not much, but it is enough for me to live for a few years. But in the future, if there is no martial arts level, if you want to make money, you can only work for other people. Part-time job. That's impossible. It's impossible to work in this life. Becoming a warrior is the only way out in this era. Go shopping on the streets. After Yi Tian made up his mind, he told his sister to let her stay at home with peace of mind, and went out alone. Street. People come and go, very lively. Most of them are ordinary people, some are martial artists, and only a few martial artists. These warriors exuded a powerful momentum, and if they got closer, they would even breathe a little short. Inferior talents. Inferior talents. Weak talents. Inferior talents. Yi Tian walked around and found that most of them were weak and inferior talents, and he didn't even see a few elementary talents, only a few martial artists. It seems that in the Linhei base, the primary talents are very good. Yi Tian frowned. But it's right to think about it. The Linhei base is just a small base, and the strongest person is just a great martial artist, and the second-level talent is cultivated to the limit is the initial stage of the martial artist, and the primary talent is a martial artist, and there is a little hope to become an elite martial artist, and the medium talent is an elite martial artist, and there is a little hope to become a great martial artist. The great martial artist at the Linhai base is already very old, and it is estimated that he is only a medium talent. Medium talent? At least find a medium talent to copy. I can't get close to those martial artists, otherwise if I touch them, maybe I will be killed by them. Even if a martial artist kills ordinary people, even if he violates the rules of the base, he will be fined some money at most, and there will be nothing at all, especially for me who has no background, and no one is in charge for me, so I can't risk copying the talent of martial artists. There are 300,000 people in the base. My copy talent can only check other people's talents within 3 meters. This distance is too small. If you check other people's talents one by one, the speed is too slow. The best way is to find someone fixedly, ask which martial artist has a fast cultivation speed, and then go to see how his talent is. As long as he has a medium or high talent, I will copy. I don't believe that the huge coastal base doesn't even have a medium talent. And the martial apprentices are basically concentrated in the major colleges. There are 5 major colleges in the Linhai base. As long as you are 15 years old, you can go to these colleges, except for the first college in Linhai, which requires primary talent or a certain relationship. The other colleges have no requirements, and you can go to it if you give money. The predecessor originally wanted a primary talent, and then go to the first academy, but now even if I have a primary talent, I don't dare to go to the first academy. The first academy requires the talent to be tested. If I let others know the talent, if the talent becomes higher in the future, it will definitely be cut into pieces and studied. Edian said helplessly. Now, he has no choice but to retire to study at other colleges. In fact, he must also go to the academy to study, otherwise he will not be able to learn the forging method, and the martial apprentice will not be able to absorb the vitality, so he can only practice the forging method to temper his body, so as to have the strength of 1,000 katis and become a martial artist. Chapter 3. The 5th Academy, the numero 3 Martial Arts Training Ground. If you want to become a martial artist, you must have talent. Most of you can't become a martial artist, but as long as you could become a martial artist, you are far more promising than ordinary people, and the chance of finding a job is far stronger than that of ordinary people, and to become a martial artist, you must practice the body forging method. A middle-aged man is giving a lecture to a group of trainees. The students below listen very carefully. They are all civilians. The only way to learn the body forging method is the academy. If you don't listen carefully, once you make a mistake, you will not be able to improve your strength, and you will even damage your body. Etienne was also among them. He had already entered the 5th Academy, and he had been studying here for 10 days. For 10 days, the middle-aged teacher will teach the forging method every day, and personally demonstrate the 18 movements of the forging method. Perhaps because of the crossing, Etienne's soul is stronger than ordinary people, and his memory is also very good, so he has mastered the 18 movements of the body forging method in just 10 days, ensuring that there will be no mistakes. As for other students, it is difficult to master the forging method thoroughly without a month or 2. Of course, hiring a coach privately is a different story, but the price of hiring a coach privately is not something that ordinary people can afford. The body forging method must be completely mastered before it can be formally cultivated. This is the first action. The middle-aged teacher showed the movements of the forging method one by one. An hour passed, the teaching ended, and the students left one by one. Etienne, how are you learning? I have mastered 13 movements, and I will soon be able to cultivate the body forging method. A little fat man stopped Etienne and said excitedly. The little fat man's name is Zhang Beio, and he is a classmate that Etienne met in 10 days in the academy, and the relationship is okay. I've only mastered 8 moves. Etienne said deliberately. He didn't want to say that he had mastered 18 moves, otherwise it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble, and he had just come to this era, so it was better to keep a low profile. Come on, I'm sure you can do it, and we will definitely be able to become powerful warriors in the future. Zhang Beio said. But Etienne saw a touch of helplessness and even despair in the depths of Zhang Beio's eyes. Perhaps Yi Tian smiled. He has watched Zhang Beio's talent by copying his talent, although it is better than him, but it is only a second-class talent. Such a talent is promising to become a martial artist, but I don't know how much time and resources it will take, and Zhang Beio is not a child of a big family, just an ordinary family, and he has no ability to let him continue to cultivate with peace of mind. Zhang Beio's ending is at most a martial apprentice, and then he finds a stable job and slowly grows old, or dies under a certain tide of fierce beasts in the future. Zhang Beio, who is the most talented person in our academy? Yi Tian asked in a low voice. He has only been in the academy for 10 days, and Zhang Beio has been here for more than a month, and Zhang Beio is familiar with himself and has a good relationship with many people, so he must know more news. The most talented? Zhang Beio didn't know what Yi Tian was doing when he inquired about this, but he still said, "Talent is very secret, and no one will reveal it, but it can be seen from the usual cultivation progress that our 5th Academy is not a big college in the Linhei base, and the really talented ones have gone to the 1st Academy, but our academy really has a genius." Who? Yi Tian asked curiously. Chen Dong. Zhang Beio said mysteriously. Chen Dong was also born in an ordinary family, his parents are ordinary people. He came to our 5th Academy a month ago. In just half a month, he became a martial apprentice, and then was accepted as an apprentice by our dean, and now that Chen Dong is no longer cultivating with other students, but is taught privately by the dean. Hugh? Yi Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. He was sure that Chen Dong's talent was definitely good, otherwise he would not have been accepted as an apprentice by the dean of the 5th Academy. You must know that the Academy of the 5th Academy is an elite martial artist at the peak realm, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary peak martial artists, and ordinary martial artists are even more like ants in the eyes of the dean. In the Linhei base, the dean of the 5th Academy must be a top big man, and the primary talent is definitely not valued by the dean, and the genius who can be valued by the dean is at least a medium talent. Because only those with medium talent will inevitably become an elite martial artist, and there is hope to become a great martial artist. How can I get in touch with Chen Dong? Yi Tian pondered. Just then, there was a commotion. Chen Dong is here. Oh my God, that Chen Dong, who was accepted as a disciple by the dean, actually appeared in our numero 3 martial arts training ground. Wasn't he privately taught by the dean? Why did he come to our martial arts training ground? A student looked at Chen Dong with envy or jealousy. After all, this is an era of talent, and Chen Dong is a figure that they can't reach in their lifetime. Yi Tian naturally noticed Chen Dong at this time and slowly approached. Without others noticing, he approached Chen Dong's position of 3 meters, and then instantly turned on the copying talent. Jiman, Chen Dong cultivation talent, medium. Sure enough, it's a medium talent. Yi Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart, his eyes flickered, and he secretly planned. Chen Dong, I heard that you have been accepted as an apprentice by the dean. What level of strength have you reached now? A student looked at Chen Dong with admiration and asked. I already have 200 pounds of strength. Chen Dong held his head high, triumphant. Hiss! There was an exclamation all around. To become a martial apprentice, you only need to have 100 katis of strength, and Chen Dong has not been a martial apprentice for a long time. He actually has 200 katis of strength. At this speed, wouldn't Chen Dong soon become a martial artist? Flaunt. Yi Tian finally knew why Chen Dong came here. Obviously Chen Dong couldn't help but come out to show off after he had just made a little cultivation achievement. It's the same nouveau riche mentality. Chen Dong, can you give me an autograph? Chen Dong, can I ask for an autograph? A student took out a pen and paper, hoping that Chen Dong could give a signature. Once he got the signature of the future martial artist, it would also be an honor. The only thing that Chen Dong would become an elite martial artist like the dean in the future. Such a signature might be able to sell the living expenses of ordinary people for a few months. Okay, I'll sign you autographs. Chen Dong was a little fluttering, and the comers were not afraid, and signed autographs for the other students one by one. Yi Tian also squeezed in, but he didn't go to ask for an autograph, but to copy the talent. Touched. The moment Yi Tian touched Yi Tian's left hand, he copied Chen Dong's cultivation talent, and then quickly withdrew his arm. The whole process didn't attract the attention of others at all. After all, in this case, it was too normal to run into Chen Dong. The medium cultivation talent has been successfully copied. Is it fused? Chapter 4. Is it fused? Yi Tian didn't dare to fuse at this time, because he didn't know what the reaction would be to fuse, and it was better to fuse in a place where no one was. The academy is a loose management, and I don't care about the students' stay at all. Even if I don't come to the academy, it's okay. In fact, once they learned the body forging method, the students basically cultivated on their own. After all, those teachers in the academy didn't have so much spare time to teach the staff to cultivate. This is the current situation of the 5th college, and it is very different if it is in the 1st college. Strictly speaking, the 1st academy is the real academy, and the other academies are just larger martial arts halls. Back home, my sister Yi Yu was reading books to learn martial arts knowledge. Those books were left by her parents. Yi Yu read them when she was fine, so as to prepare for practicing martial arts in 2 years. Yi Tian walked into the bedroom alone and locked the door. Fusion. Boom. An inexplicable force acted on Yi Tian's body, washing over his entire body. Pain. Boundless pain poured into my mind, and my whole body felt as if it was about to explode. Damn, I didn't expect the copied talent to be so painful to fuse. Yi Tian scolded secretly. But even if he knows that it is so painful, he will not hesitate to fuse. This is a talent that changes against the sky, like reincarnation. What is a little pain? Brother, what's wrong with you? Yi Yu seemed to sense the voice, and stood outside the door and asked softly. It's okay. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted. He didn't dare to let out a cry of pain, otherwise there was no way to explain it. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly, and after 10 minutes, the pain on Yi Tian's body gradually dissipated, and was replaced by a burst of comfort, just as cool as the things of men and women. Of course, Yi Tian did not forget the most important thing. He immediately checked his talent. Jiman, Yi Tian cultivation talent, medium talent. Seeing the information on the virtual screen, Yi Tian couldn't help but get excited. Finally, he is no longer a weak talent, which means that his talent has really changed, and it means that he has an infinite future. Martial artists, elite martial artists, and great martial artists are no longer his limit. As long as he continues to integrate new talents, he will definitely become an existence above the great martial artists in the future. 1 month, 1 more month before you can continue to copy the talent. This is the news that Yi Tian got from the copying talent. That is, after a month, he can copy another talent. Let's try the cultivation speed brought by the medium talent first. Yi Tian couldn't wait to try it. In fact, after initially mastering the 18 movements of the body forging method yesterday, he couldn't help but try it, but unfortunately the effect was very weak, and he only felt a little numb all over his body. If it wasn't for his strong soul, otherwise he really couldn't feel it. It was precisely because he didn't feel deep that he went to the class again today, wanting to know if he had made a mistake. But it's a pity that he didn't make a mistake at all, which means that his cultivation speed is slow to a certain extent, and if he doesn't cultivate for a long time, it won't have any effect at all. If he doesn't copy his talent, he can't hope to become a martial artist with his talent for a year of cultivation. First action. Second action. Yi Tian unfolded the movements of the forging method in the room. These movements looked very strange, but they were the best basic forging methods that human beings tried again and again. It takes half an hour to complete all the 18 movements, and only when the 18 movements are performed completely can there be the effect of forging the body. Soon, half an hour passed, and Yi Tian had perfected the 18 movements. When the 18th action was unleashed, a stream of heat suddenly emerged from Yi Tian's body, and this heat flow slowly flowed to all parts of his body, refining his body. This heat flow belongs to the potential of the human body, and the body forging method is to effectively develop the potential of the human body. However, overexploiting the potential of the human body will harm the body, so the body forging method can only be exercised at most 10 times a day, and can only be exercised at most 3 times at a time. which is the experience summarized by countless people. It is worthy of being a medium talent, far stronger than the effect of yesterday's weak talent cultivation. No wonder Chen Dong became a martial artist in just half a month, and he had the power of 200 katis in 1 month. Yi Tian was very satisfied with the medium talent, but he also knew that there were higher talents on top of the medium talent, and the speed of progress of those geniuses was something he couldn't imagine for the time being. So, he has to work hard and try harder. When the heat flow brought by the first forging method was almost exhausted, Yi Tian continued to start the second forging method. After the body forging method was performed 3 times in a row, Yi Tian's body was covered with sweat stains, and there were faint black impurities. Yi Tian went to take a bath first, and then ate more than a dozen steamed buns. Cultivating the body forging method is very energy consuming, so you must eat more to replenish your body's energy. A month later, a grove in the 5th Academy, which was close to evening at this time, was quietly deserted. Yi Tian is cultivating here, and this is also the place where he often comes to cultivate. Today's 10 times of forging the body method has been cultivated. Yi Tian put away his movements and walked to the numero 3 martial arts training ground. There are many stones on the martial arts training ground, and these stones are 100 katis, 200 katis, and even 300 katis. As long as you lift a 100 kg of stone above your head for 3 seconds, it means that you have 100 kg of strength, and if you lift 200 kg of stone, it represents 200 kg of strength, which is the easiest test method. As early as the 8th day of cultivating the body forging method, Yi Tian had the strength of 100 katis and stepped into the martial apprentice level. You should be able to lift 200 katis of stones today. Chen Dong has been taught by the dean, and his cultivation speed is very fast. But I'm not bad. My talent is a combination of medium talent and weak talent, theoretically a little stronger than Chen Dong. In addition to my month, I haven't wasted a little time at all, and I have practiced all 10 times a day of body training. The more I practice, the more painful it becomes, and ordinary people may not be able to practice 10 times a day, and a person with Chen Dong's temperament estimates that they will die if they contact it 7 or 8 times at most, so my progress is not necessarily slower than Chen Dong, maybe faster than Chen Dong. Yi Tian said darkly. After resting for a while, almost regaining his strength, he walked to the 200-pound stone. Up. With both arms, he lifted the stone from under his feet, and then lifted it up with all his might. When the 200-pound stone crossed the top of his head and lasted for 3 seconds, Yi Tian threw away the stone and lay on the ground with all his strength. He knew that he already had 200 pounds of strength. This is a good start. With my medium-talented qualifications, I may be able to become a martial artist in a year. Yi Tian clenched his fists and looked forward to it. After resting for more than 10 minutes, it was getting dark, and Yi Tian left the academy and headed in the direction of home. Walking down the street, shops are still open, and the entire base is dimly lit. In this era, there is no electricity, and it is said that some powerful bases are able to use yuan force instead of electricity, creating many magical devices that recreate the glory before the end of the world. But that's a big base, and a small base like the coastal base doesn't have this capability. All the houses used were oil lamps or candles, and in such a street, Yi Tian seemed to have returned to ancient times. Abrupt. A run for your life, the beast is coming. Fear and panic permeated the streets. Chapter 5. 5 Beast. Yi Tian was also stunned. He had never seen a fierce beast, but it was rumored that the fierce beasts were very terrifying. They could easily slaughter ordinary people, and the only ones who could deal with the fierce beasts were warriors. Outside the seaside base is a ring of walls, but sometimes the walls can't stop the fierce beasts, and occasionally the fierce beasts will rush into the base. There is only one ending for ordinary people when they encounter fierce beasts, and that is death. Come home. Yi Tian thought of his sister Yu. This place was not far from home, and the fragile walls were completely unable to resist the fierce beast. He was very worried about his sister. While running, Yi Tian vaguely saw a silver-white shadow at the end of the street shuttling continuously, and ordinary people died under the attack of the silver shadow. What a speed! Etienne was shocked. This speed has surpassed the reaction speed of the eyes. This is still to be seen from a distance. If it is close, I am afraid that the beast will be killed without even seeing the shadow. If I meet this beast, I will die. Etienne thought. He won't be stupid enough to think he's the protagonist, he won't die in any situation, and naturally he won't be stupid enough to fight with the beast. If you encounter an invincible situation, then flee as soon as possible. Etienne was not stupid, so he escaped. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow compared to the fierce beast, and the fierce beast seemed to be rushing in the direction of Etienne. Etienne knew that this fierce beast was not aimed at him, but if he touched a fierce beast, this fierce beast would definitely not mind stretching out its claws to kill him. Evil obstacles dare to kill people in the base. Several warriors rushed over under the leadership of a middle-aged man and quickly surrounded the beast. Great, it's the Wind Wolf Hunting Squad! Someone shouted. Wind Wolf Hunting Squad? Etienne knew the name of this hunting team. It was a well-known hunting team in his area. The captain of this team had a title called Wind Wolf. He was a master of the late stage of martial arts, and there were more than 10 early or mid-stage martial artists under his command. Seeing that the Wind Wolf hunting team was coming, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and even looked lively. Get out of the way, this beast is not simple. Captain Wind Wolf yelled at the people who were watching the excitement around him. Was shouted by the captain of the Wind Wolf, and many people reacted at this time. The fight between the warrior and the fierce beast level is not so easy to watch, and if you are not careful, you will die in the hands of the fierce beast, and even the warriors will not have time to rescue. Retreat! 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 Everyone retreated, and Etienne also retreated far away, but he did not leave. He also wanted to know what the combat power of the martial artist level looked like. Soon, the battle began. I saw that Captain Wind Wolf slashed at the fierce beast, and the sword light was very dazzling in the nightlight, and it was obviously very powerful. The stone slabs on the street were cut 3 meters long under the sword of Captain Wind Wolf. Unfortunately, the beast was too fast to dodge the blow. Such a powerful attack, even the hard street stone slab has been cut open. If it is cut on the body of a person, I am afraid that a person will be split in half in an instant. Is this the power of a warrior? Etienne was a little yearning. The warriors of the Wind Wolf hunting team all took out their weapons and fought with the fierce beasts, but their expressions were solemn. Suddenly, a warrior was slapped out by the fierce beast at once, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. Xiaobei. Captain Wind Wolf glanced worriedly, and instead of checking Xiaobei's injuries, he attacked the fierce beast. Although the fierce beast seriously injured one warrior, there were many warriors besieging it, and they were soon injured. Be careful, this brute is going to escape. Captain Wind Wolf shouted. Sure enough. Seeing that something was wrong, the beast turned into a silver light and rushed out of the encirclement, trying to flee into the distance. Just then, an arrow came from a distance and hit the beast. Then there was a thud, and the beast fell to the street, revealing its form. It's a silver marten. Etienne saw it clearly. This silver marten is 1 meter long, has sharp claws, and red eyes. This silver moon marten has been seriously injured by Zhao Yu's shooting. Everyone work hard, kill him, we don't have to go out to giant fierce beasts for a month. Captain Wind Wolf said excitedly. Obviously, this silver moon marten is worth a lot of money. The seriously injured silver moon marten was clearly no match for the Wind Wolf hunting squad, but the silver moon marten didn't seem to have given up hope yet. Suddenly, a silver glow erupted from its body, and the momentum of its entire body increased dramatically. Be careful, it stimulates the bloodline and is ready to explode. Captain Wind Wolf roared, alerting the other opponents. Boom! A famous warrior quickly retreated a little distance, lest he be killed by the silver moon marten. But suddenly, the silver marten rushed towards the crowd. The expressions of all the warriors changed drastically, and they understood the plan of the silver moon marten. You all disperse. Captain Wind Wolf shouted to the crowd in the distance. It's a pity that the speed of the silver moon marten is too fast, and under the explosion of blood, the speed is even higher. Where is this group of ordinary people able to dodge? In a breath, the Silver Martin rushed into the crowd. There are no moves, just a collision, and ordinary people are knocked into the air, and they don't know whether they are alive or dead. Abrupt. Another arrow was fired, and it was shot by Zhao Yu, a member of the Wind Wolf hunting team who was hiding in the shadows. Poof! The arrow entered the body of the Silver Martin, and passed through the wound of the Silver Martin. The Silver Martin, which was seriously injured and dying, died completely, and its vitality gradually dissipated. At this time, many people fled one after another, not daring to approach the Silver Martin. But a young man walked up to the Silver Martin and gently touched the skin of the Silver Martin. "Young man, you are so bold that you dare to touch a fierce beast." Captain Wind Wolf walked over and laughed. "The first time I saw the beast, I couldn't help but touch it curiously," the young man said embarrassedly. Captain Wind Wolf nodded with satisfaction. "Kid is good. I see that you are already a martial apprentice. You are already a martial artist at this age. Maybe you are expected to become a martial artist, and when you become a martial artist, I allow you to become a member of our team." "Thank you, Captain Wind Wolf," the young man said excitedly. The Wind Wolf hunting team didn't linger long, but carried away the corpses of the Silver Martin and left one by one. And the young man who was chatting with Captain Wind Wolf stood alone on the street and giggled, and when the others saw this scene, they all thought that the young man was stupid. How can a warrior break through so well? Captain Wind Wolf's words are just polite words. However, the young man laughed not because of Captain Wind Wolf's words. This young man is none other than Yi Tian. Haha, I didn't expect the second talent I copied to be copied from a fierce beast, Yi Tian said excitedly. Chapter 6. When the Silver Moon Martin died, it was less than 3 meters away from Yi Tian, and Yi Tian was very panicked at that time. Fortunately the Silver Moon Martin died, otherwise he would probably be killed by the Silver Moon Martin. In short, he was lucky. Seeing that the Silver Moon Martin was dead, he had a whim to launch the replication talent on the Silver Moon Martin and checked it. Beast, Silver Moon Martin Bloodline Talent, Inferior Speed Talent, Elementary. When he saw this talent, Yi Tian was really shocked. Fierce beasts mainly rely on bloodlines to evolve, just like human cultivation talents. If you don't have a strong bloodline, you can't become a powerful fierce beast. The Silver Moon Martin is only a second-class bloodline talent. According to the realm, the Silver Moon Martin is at most equivalent to the early stage of a martial artist, but it can easily hit a martial artist, and even the Wind Wolf Captain in the later stage of the martial artist feels tricky, relying on its other talent, speed talent. The Silver Moon Martin, which has the talent of speed, has become an incomparably terrifying fierce beast. Otherwise an ordinary low-level fierce beast is at the same level as a martial artist. Where can it withstand the siege of so many martial artists? At this time, once Yi Tian, who had already copied a speed talent, fused the speed talent, his speed in the future would far exceed that of the same level, and it would no longer be a dream to fight beyond the level. Go home. Yi Tian ran back in the direction of home. Back at home, Yi Tian had dinner with his sister, and then returned to the room alone, ready to try to fuse talents. Under normal circumstances, other talents other than cultivation talents need to be slowly awakened at the martial artist level, but my copy talent can break this rule, and it should be safe to fuse speed talents. Yi Tian said with a sigh. Whatever, fusion. Yi Tian bit a piece of cloth and began to fuse. Boom. The pain that was second only to the fusion of medium cultivation talent poured into his mind, and Yi Tian, who had already been mentally prepared, had to bear it completely. 10 minutes later, the pain disappeared and a refreshing sensation came over me. Yi Tian knew that he had successfully fused the speed talent. With a thought in his mind, he checked his talent. Jiman, Yi Tian cultivation talent, medium speed talent, elementary. Because he was too tired, and under the exhaustion of the fierce beast attack before, Yi Tian gradually fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Yi Tian couldn't wait to come to the Academy Grove. At this time, there was no one here. Try your hand at speed. Yi Tian immediately activated his speed talent, and his body moved, rushing into the distance like an afterimage. What a speed! Etienne was shocked. After testing again and again, he was finally sure that his speed had tripled. Just the elementary talent allowed him to have such a speed, which was almost comparable to the speed of an ordinary martial artist, and as his cultivation increased, his speed would naturally get faster and faster. Legend has it that humans with a variety of talents are the darlings of heaven and earth, and sure enough, I only have a primary speed talent. I'm afraid I can beat most of the martial artists, and if I continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can compete with the martial artists. Etienne was excited. But he also knows very well that the real foundation is cultivation, and if there is no strong cultivation support, no matter how much talent he has, it will be in vain, and it is difficult to compare with the real powerhouse. I still have a month to copy the new talent, and the goal of this month is to temper my body and impact 300 katis of strength. Etienne set a small goal for himself. With a goal, Etienne cultivated harder. Moreover, he also initially revealed to the other students that he was able to cultivate the body forging method. After all, many students at the same time as him were also able to cultivate, but he didn't attract much attention. In addition to cultivating, Etienne also checked the talents of the entire 5th Academy students, but there were basically no good talents, except for Chen Dong. The best talents were only elementary talents. Soon a month passed, and Etienne reached the small goal as he wished, and had the strength of 300 katis. The speed is still too slow. It would be nice if I could increase my cultivation speed faster. Etienne sighed. Walking on the way out of the academy, a voice came, Etienne, wait for me. Etienne looked back and found that it was Zhang Bao, so he stopped. Etienne, have you become a martial apprentice? Zhang Bao asked in a low voice. Yes. Etienne nodded. It is not difficult to become a martial artist. There is nothing to judge, as long as he does not reveal that he has the power of 300 katis. Etienne, do you want to improve your cultivation faster? Zhang Bao hurriedly asked. Do you have a way? Etienne was shocked. Have you ever heard of the blood of the beast? Zhang Bao said. Of course I did. Etienne nodded. His parents were also martial artists, so he naturally knew a lot of things that ordinary people didn't know from his parents. The blood of the beast contains powerful energy, and if it is taken when cultivating the body forging method, it can accelerate the tempering of the body. Unfortunately, his parents are gone, and there is no way to get the blood of the beast. Etienne, our talent is not too good. If we cultivate step by step, we can only hope to be promoted to the martial artist level when we are old, but with the blood of the fierce beast, it is different. Maybe when we are 20 years old, we are expected to step into the martial artist level, and even if we are limited by talent and cannot improve our cultivation, we can live a good life by relying on the strength of the martial artist. Zhang Bao said. That's right, but we can't get the blood of the beast. Etienne said helplessly. He also wants to get the blood of the beast, but he can't find a way. Etienne, we have a good relationship, I'll tell you. The 5 colleges of the Linhai base are ready to start a trial, and the high-level leaders of the Linhai base have opened up a small wild area in the wild, and the fierce beasts in it have all been killed, leaving only some fierce beasts, and the fierce beasts are the descendants of the fierce beasts, and the cultivation cannot reach the level of the fierce beasts, and even ordinary people with weapons can deal with the martial arts realm. Once you kill the beast, you can exchange the valuable things on the beast for the beast's blood, and I heard that the first place will also have a mid-level beast blood reward. Zhang Bao said and became envious. Intermediate fierce beast blood. Etienne was also moved. The intermediate level fierce beast is a powerful fierce beast that only elite martial artists can kill. Once he has the blood of the intermediate level fierce beast, he has the hope of becoming a martial artist in half a year. How do you know? Etienne frowned. He didn't receive any notice. Zhang Bao said triumphantly, I know an old student who has a strength of 500 katis. Listen to what he said, but this trial is a bit dangerous, so the academy did not notify the students who have just become martial apprentices. Etienne, the benefits of the beast blood, I know better than you. My talent is not good, but some time ago, My parents spent most of their savings to buy a low-level beast blood, and now I have become a martial artist with a low-level beast blood. Your talent is better than mine. Once you have the blood of the beast, the absorption effect is better, and the cultivation speed is faster. Let's sign up together and form a group trial. There is definitely hope to get a piece of fierce beast blood. Zhang Bao tempted. Zhang Bao, you didn't just invite me, right? Yi Tian asked. Of course, you're not the only one invited. We've just stepped into the martial arts. If we don't join forces, how can we compete with those powerful martial artists? I've already asked for 8 martial artists, and they've all agreed, so I'm waiting for you. Zhang Bao showed a look that was sure to be right with me. I'm sorry, I don't really want to form a group. Yi Tian refused. All right then. Zhang Bao showed regret and turned to leave. He was just asking. Yi Tian refused and refused. Anyway, Ye Xianke had just become a martial artist, so it was of little use. However, what Zhang Bao didn't expect was that Yi Tian didn't refuse to participate in the trial, but simply didn't want to form a group. The trial may be my chance. Yi Tian muttered. Chapter 7. 7 Trainee Yi Tian, do you really want to sign up for the trial? Although you can participate in the trial as long as you reach the level of a martial artist, it is best not to participate in a martial apprentice who does not have the strength of 500 katis, otherwise it is easy to die in the trial. Yu Chen, the teacher of the 5th Academy, looked at Yi Tian in front of him and dissuaded. A student like Yi Tian, he had seen several of them, and he always thought that he was lucky enough to get the blood of the fierce beast, but he didn't want to think about it. Even if there were no fierce beasts in that small wild area, some powerful beasts were enough to kill most of the martial disciples, and the students who had just become martial apprentices were like ants in front of the powerful beasts, unless they relied on numbers or powerful weapons. Teacher, I've already formed a group, and I should hope to get a good harvest by relying on the number of people. Yi Tian said this deliberately. Okay, it's your own business anyway, but if you sign up, you need to sign a life and death contract. Once the contract is signed, even if you die in Ono District, our 5th Academy will not make any compensation. Teacher Yu Cheng reminded. I know. Yi Tian signed the contract very calmly. 10 days later, come to the numero 5 martial arts training ground of the academy before 8 o'clock in the morning, and there will be a teacher to take you there. Teacher Yu Cheng advised. Yes, teacher. Yi Xianying said. Successfully registered, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. In the next 10 days, he didn't want to waste it. Although he was confident in his strength was still weak after all, and he still needed to make some preparations. For example, buying weapons and equipment. In this era, there is no control over weapons. Anyone can carry weapons at any time, and weapons are also divided into several levels. For example, weapons made of general steel are called ordinary weapons, and weapons made of some Yuan force materials are very suitable for the circulation of martial arts Yuan power. Such weapons are called Yuan soldiers. Yi Tian can't afford to buy Yuan Bing, and there is no need to buy Yuan Bing. The quality of ordinary Yuan Bing is about the same as that of ordinary weapons, but it has more Yuan force characteristics. After going to the weapon shop, Yi Tian bought a knife made of fine iron, as well as a bow and arrows, as well as some arrows. These weapons cost Yi Tian 5.000 yuan, and this is enough for him to spend a year. Originally, Yi Tian only had 20.000 yuan, but now there are only 15.000 yuan left, but it is necessary to buy these weapons. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Yi Tian didn't mention the trial to his sister Yi Yu, but just told his sister that the academy had organized an event, which would take 3 days and would come back in 3 days. Yi Yu naturally didn't think too much, otherwise, Yi Tian would never be allowed to go to the Ono district for trial. The 5th Academy, the numero 5 martial arts training ground. When Yi Tian came, he saw nearly 100 students, obviously not all of them. It is estimated that at least 150 students participated in the trial, if not more. It seems that the attraction of fierce beast blood is too strong, and it is hope for students who are not very talented. Yi Tian said secretly in his heart. Yi Tian, aren't you not coming?" Zhang Beo's voice came. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Bao and said lightly, "I didn't say I couldn't come, I just didn't want to form a team." "Could it be that you have found a master to take you?" Zhang Bao was shocked. Yi Tian didn't speak and remained silent, but Zhang Bao's eyes were envious, obviously thinking that Yi Tian had found a master, so he was unwilling to team up with them. Yi Tian didn't explain Zhang Bao's thoughts, and the misunderstanding was better. After waiting for about half an hour, the students were basically all here, and there were about 160 students in total. These 160 students are basically second-class talents, and they are basically very old, and there are even students in their 20s. There are very few young apprentices like Yi Tian. After all, young means low strength. With so many students, many people may not be able to come back, but in this era, they have no strength and will die at any time, such as the Silver Moon Ming incident some time ago. Many ordinary people were affected, and it can really be said that the disaster came from home. Only strength is everything. Let's get in the car when everyone is ready. A teacher shouted at the students. Soon, several buses similar to those in their previous lives appeared in front of many students. The first time all the students saw the car, they had only seen this kind of pre-apocalyptic car in the textbook. "Teacher, aren't the rules of Jivan and Earth changing now? Isn't it impossible to use the car 100 years ago?" This is the latest research of the bus, with Yuan Li as the power, is the technology that the high-level leaders of the Linhei base exchanged from a large base. It has just been opened, only martial artists are eligible to buy cars. I believe that soon you will be able to see all kinds of cars on the street. A car powered by Yuan Li. A group of students suddenly realized. Some of them had also heard of such Yuan Li equipment, but they didn't expect the Linhei base to have it too. A group of trainees got on the bus, and the bus drove towards the outside of the base. An hour later, the bus crossed a city gate and headed out into the wilderness. Entering the field, many students were a little panicked. There are many fierce beasts in the wild, and these warriors have no power to resist in the face of fierce beasts. Don't worry, not long ago, the bigwigs of the Linhei base cleaned up this field, and there will be no fierce beasts within a radius of 3 miles, and our destination is a small field area 1 mile away. The teacher at the head said with a smile. Hearing what the teacher said, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, there are more than 10 teachers in several cars to protect them, and each teacher is a martial artist, so safety can be guaranteed. It didn't take long for a valley to emerge onto view. This valley is our destination. The teacher introduced. There are quite a few buses at the entrance to the valley, which are the cars of other colleges. It's a student of the 5th Academy. Haha, this garbage academy also sent people. Don't you want to wipe out the whole army? The students of the 5th Academy have probably never seen blood, right? Where is it like our 1st Academy? The teachers all capture fierce beasts and even weak fierce beasts for us to practice. Our combat effectiveness is not comparable to the students of the 5th Academy. I guess they may cry when they see fierce beasts. Although the students of the 5th Academy are not good, the dean of the 5th Academy is a big man in the Linhei base. Let's be less sarcastic. If we offend the dean of the 5th Academy, we will have no good fruit to eat. These taunting students are naturally all students of the 1st Academy. As for the students of the other academies are not much better than the 5th Academy. Where are they qualified to taunt? Damn, these 1st Academy students are too arrogant. Many of the students of the 5th Academy said angrily. But they only dared to talk about it, but they didn't dare to really find the students of the 1st Academy to theorize, and they also knew the gap between themselves and the other party. After getting off the bus, Yi Tian's eyes were burning and staring at the students of the 1st Academy. The talents of the students in the 1st Academy are at least primary. Maybe they will meet students with medium talents. My copy talent can already be copied again. This time maybe I can copy a good talent. Chapter 8. The students of the 5 major academies had arrived, and they had gathered at the entrance of the valley, waiting for the trial to begin. Yi Tian walked around, seemingly wondering, but in fact, he secretly used the copying talent to check the talents of others, and his main target was the students of the 1st Academy. Elementary cultivation talent. elementary cultivation talent. Elementary cultivation talent. Etienne walked around and found that most of the students in the first academy were elementary talents. There are not many students in the first college, only about 30. There are only 5 people left. Etienne looked at the 5 people and walked over slowly. When Etienne was close to 3 meters, he used his talents on them one by one and looked at them. Good guys, all of them are medium cultivation talents. Etienne was surprised. Obviously, these 5 people are the seed students of the first academy, and their cultivation may have reached the peak realm of martial artists, and they are only one step away from martial artists. Copying a medium cultivation talent doesn't help my current strength, at most it makes my medium talent a little better, but this can't help me in the trial. If I can copy a talent that can assist in combat, it will be of great use. Etienne said darkly. It's a pity that after walking around, I only found a few weak or inferior attribute talents, but all of them were in an unawakened state and couldn't be copied at all. Suddenly, a young man with a knife on his back walked up to the 5 medium-sized cultivation talent students of the first academy. Moshe Obari, I want to challenge you. The young man held the knife, and pointed the horizontal knife at the student of Moshe Obari. This boy. Etienne looked at the young man with some surprise. This young man is a student of the second academy, and he dares to challenge the middle cultivation talent genius of the first student. He is very bold. I wonder what kind of talent he has. Etienne was a little curious. He didn't check on the students of the second academy much, so he didn't think it was necessary, but this young man dared to challenge a genius with medium cultivation talent, and he must have some means. So, Etienne walked over. The young man was indifferent to Etienne's actions, and only stared at Moshe Obari. Li Youngxing, I heard that you are called the #1 sword genius of the second academy, but no matter how strong the sword technique is, it can't make up for the gap in strength. I now have the power of 990 katis, and you are only 200 katis of strength. You lost last time, do you want to lose again? Moshe Obari mocked. HMPH, I'm already 300 pounds now. Li Youngxing hurriedly said. Is there a difference between 200 katis and 300 katis in front of the strength of 990 katis? Moshe Obari said disdainfully. The other 4 medium-level cultivation geniuses also looked at Li Youngxing with contempt. They knew Li Youngxing's situation very well. Even if they cultivated for a lifetime, they were at most in the early stage of a martial artist, and they were not qualified to compare with them at all. How could such waste material be worthy of being valued by them? You? Li Youngxing was a little unconvinced, and was about to force his move. You are not allowed to do it here, and the violator will lose the qualification for the trial. The voice came from the mouth of a teacher. Li Youngxing looked at the teacher with fear, put away the knife, and didn't dare to provoke any more. This trial was an opportunity for him, and he didn't want to lose it because of impulse, so he turned and left. This friend, I admire your sword skills very much. Can we make friends? Etienne walked over with a sincere look on his face and stretched out his right hand of friendship. You are. Li Youngxing was a little confused, but he still subconsciously shook hands with Etienne. My name is Etienne. Etienne said. After chattering a lot, he turned around and left, leaving only Li Youngxing with a confused face. Etienne, who was walking away, was thinking of the scene he had just seen. Jiman, Li Youngxing cultivation talent, inferior knife talent, medium the key sword talent is as innate as the cultivation talent, so it can be copied. Therefore, Etienne gave his chance to copy to the talent of sword skills. If he didn't copy, in case Li Youngxing died in this trial, he would not have a chance to copy. Therefore, he did not hesitate to copy the medium sword talent. Walking behind Aston, seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, Etienne immediately began to fuse the medium sword talent. Boom! Sharp pain came, and the whole body was transformed by a force. 10 minutes later, the pain was gone. With a thought, Etienne checked his talent. Jiman, Etienne cultivation talent, medium speed talent, elementary knife talent, medium knife technique. Yi Tian picked up his knife and suddenly felt different. In the past, the knife seemed to be dead in his hand, but now it feels like the knife is alive. With a slight wave, an inexplicable feeling came to his heart, and he seemed to know how to cut this knife to exert the greatest lethality. This is the terrible nature of the medium sword talent. Even if there is no speed talent, with the increase of the medium sword talent, I am enough to fight with some martial apprentices with the strength of 400 or 500 katis, but unfortunately I don't have time to learn the real sword skills. Yi Tian felt that if he learned the cheats of the sword technique, he would definitely be able to increase his combat power a lot. However, he was very satisfied with the medium sword talent, and felt that this copy was very cost-effective. Wiping his sweat, Yi Tian returned to the crowd. It didn't take long for the trial to begin. For this trial, everyone was very serious, and so was Yi Tian. The first place is 3 medium-grade beast blood plus 100.000 yuan, the second place is 1 intermediate beast blood plus 100.000 yuan, and the third place is 3 low-level beast blood plus 50.000 yuan. The reward for the 4th to 10th places is a low-level beast blood. The ranking is based on points. Each beast only needs to cut off the designated part to bring back an exchange for points. The trial time is 3 days, and these 3 days need to stay in the small field area. For a group of martial artists, this trial was undoubtedly a challenge. All the martial apprentices enter the trial field in turn. A teacher said. Boom. The students of the first academy were the first to enter the valley and gradually disappeared into the trial, followed by the students of the second academy, then the students of the third academy, and finally the students of the fifth academy. I can't see anyone anymore. Yi Xianke entered the trial wilderness area, and through the trees and the uneven terrain, he soon couldn't see the other students. Although the trial field area is only a small field area that has been carved out, the area is also very huge, not smaller than the coastal base. And Yi Tian soon encountered the first beast. Chapter 9. 9 Beasts Spotted Snake. Yi Tian stared at a 2-meter-long giant snake 5 meters away in front of him. This kind of snake is not strong. Ordinary apprentices can deal with it, as long as they are not entangled by the spotted snake. Once they are entangled, even a martial artist with the strength of 400 or 500 katis will not be able to break free. Q. The spotted snake swooped over and launched an attack on Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't dodge. It was too easy to dodge the spotted snake with his speed talent, but it was not necessary. Boom. With a flash of the knife, the body of the spotted snake froze, fell to the ground, and died after struggling for a while. If you look closely, you can find that the 7 inches of the spotted snake have been cut, which was cut by Yi Tian's knife. Too weak. Yi Tian shook his head. Immediately, he took a pair of eyes from the spotted snake, which was one of the items required by the trial, proving that he had killed a spotted snake, which could be exchanged for 1 point. The spotted snake is the most fierce beast in this small wild area. It is said that there was a fierce beast giant snake in this small wild area before, and these fierce beast spotted snakes are the bloodline descendants of the fierce beast giant snake. One day several elite warriors joined forces to kill this fierce beast giant snake, and then cleaned up the other fierce beasts in this small wild area, and made this a small wild area. This gossip was revealed by the teacher on the road, and the authenticity is unknown. In the blink of an eye, most of the day has passed, and the night is about to fall. I didn't get much today. Yi Tian opened the burden and counted it carefully, and the various beast materials were only equivalent to 23 points. For the average student, these points are very good, but they are far from being able to compete for the top 3, and it is even difficult to get into the top 10. The night is very dangerous, because it is difficult for human eyes to detect some beasts under the influence of the night, so it is best not to hunt beasts at night, otherwise it is easy to be hunted by beasts. There are basically only fierce spotted snakes on the trees, but as long as you are careful and pay attention to your surroundings, you are not easy to be attacked by spotted snakes. Even if the spotted snake came, Lin Tian's reaction and speed were enough to deal with it. Nothing was said all night. The next morning, after Yi Tian roasted a rabbit and ate it, he continued to hunt the beast. At this time, He went deeper into the Ono area, because only in the deeper part of the Ono area can there be more powerful beasts, and hunting one is equivalent to 5 or 6 points, which is far easier to earn more points than the periphery. Help! Who's going to save us? The sparse cry for help came into Yi Tian's ears. At the same time, there were bursts of wolf roars. Someone encountered a pack of wolves. Yi Tian said darkly. After thinking about it for a moment, he galloped in the direction of the wolves. It's not that he wants to save these people, but that a beast like a wolf is worth a lot of points, especially a beast like a toothed wolf, which is worth 10 points, which is far more cost-effective than hunting ordinary beasts. After a while, Yi Tian came to an open place. Not far away, there were about a dozen toothed wolves besieging 7 or 8 students, and there were still a few corpses lying on the ground. Zhang Bao. Yi Tian saw one of them. It was Zhang Bao, who had a good relationship with him. However, at this time, Zhang Bao was very embarrassed. There was blood on his body, his face was very pale, and he kept waving an empty bow, obviously at the end of his rope. Regarding what happened to Zhang Bao and others, Yi Tian felt very normal. After all, Zhang Bao and the others are too weak. Even if there are more than a dozen people in a group, what if they really encounter a stronger beast? This number of people is just a food delivery. Yi Tian had long known that this group of people had no hope of obtaining the blood of the fierce beast, but he didn't say it explicitly. After all, everyone had that little desire in their hearts. Holding the bow, Yi Tian aimed at a toothed wolf and shot an arrow. Poof! The arrow went into the body of a toothed wolf, but unfortunately it missed the vital point, but it also injured the toothed wolf. Hugh! Dot! The toothed wolves found Yi Tian and rushed towards Yi Tian. Zhang Bao and the others not far away also saw Yi Tian who was walking, and they originally ignited a glimmer of hope, but after seeing it clearly, they were full of despair. Zhang Bao knew Yi Tian and knew Yi Tian's strength, so he just entered the martial arts like him. Yi Tian, run quickly, these toothed wolves are not something you can deal with. Zhang Bao shouted. This fat man is not bad, he doesn't want to bother me. Yi Tian's heart warmed, and he really wanted to save them. If Yi Tian exploded with all his strength, he would be able to kill these toothed wolves in a short period of time, but in that case, it would undoubtedly expose many problems. It's better to keep it a little. Yi Tian said darkly. The strength of the toothed wolf is very strong, not weaker than a martial artist with a strength of 400 or 500 katis. If it is tough, Yi Tian will undoubtedly suffer a loss. As a result, Yi Tian gave full play to the sharpness of his sword technique and a little speed. He maintained 1.5 times his speed to wrestle with these fanged wolves, and with his medium knife talent, he was able to accurately time and deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. Poof! The blade slashed through the neck of a toothed wolf, killing him with a single blow. No matter how the toothed wolves attacked Yi Tian seemed to have the ability to predict, and he was always able to dodge. And every time he stabs out, he will inevitably take the life of a toothed wolf. After a while, there were already more than a dozen toothed wolf bodies lying on the ground, and Yi Tian's body was also stained with some blood, which was the blood of toothed wolves. Are you all right? Yi Tian put away the knife and looked at Zhang Bao and the others. No, thing. Zhang Bao's pupils widened, swallowed saliva in his throat, and stammered. I killed these toothed wolves, I took away the wolf teeth, don't you mind? Yi Tian asked in a deep voice. Don't mind. A group of people shook their heads. How dare they mind? Such a fierce toothed wolf pack was killed by Yi Tian alone, their lives were saved by Yi Tian. Even if they were brainless, they would not say the request of sharing wolf teeth. The wolf's tooth is the only proof to judge the toothed wolf. Of course, Yi Tian didn't need to take away all the wolf teeth, he only needed to remove the 2 largest front teeth of the toothed wolf. More than a dozen wolf teeth collected together, a large bag. Fortunately, Yi Tian's strength is 300 katis, and this little thing is nothing to carry on his body. I'll give you a piece of advice, it's better to go out as soon as possible. With your strength, it's difficult to get the reward of the fierce beast blood. Don't lose your life, there is only one life, and the fierce beast blood will still have a chance to get it in the future. Yi Tian persuaded him. After speaking, Yi Tian prepared to leave. At this time, Zhang Beo's expression changed for a moment, and said, Yi Tian, with your strength and the wolf teeth obtained this time, it shouldn't be a problem to get a fierce beast blood, but you should want a good ranking. I have a message, I don't know if I should tell you. Say? Yi Tian said curiously. A pseudo-fierce beast spotted snake has appeared in Ono district, and the students of the first academy have gone to chant that spotted snake, and that spotted snake is worth 500 points. Zhang gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know if it was good or bad to reveal the news to Yi Tian, but he said it anyway. What, pseudo-ferocious beast spotted snake? Yi Tian was completely shocked. What's more, he was attracted to that 500 points. If you get the eyes of the pseudo-fierce beast spotted snake, the first place in the trial is stable. Chapter 10. 10 Is the message true? Yi Tian asked. Really? Zhang Bao affirmed. We took a look from a distance before. The students of the first academy teamed up to deal with a 10-meter-long spotted snake, but unfortunately failed. Now there must be more students to besiege the spotted snake. Which direction? Yi Tian asked. Southeast. Zhang Bao pointed in one direction. Hugh? Yi Tian ran quickly, and soon disappeared without a trace. At this time, Zhang Bao looked at Yi Tian's disappearing back and sighed. Originally, I thought that Yi Tian was about the same strength as me, but I didn't expect him to jihad so deeply. With Yi Tian's talent, it is certain that he will become a martial artist in the future. Maybe there is hope to step into the elite martial artist. It's false to say that you don't envy, but it's useless to envy. This is an era that pays attention to talent. He only has second-class talent, and he can only reach the early stage of martial arts if he dies for a lifetime. Let's go back. Zhang Bao said helplessly. Go back, stop hunting beasts, said one of the trainees. If we don't chant and kill, even if we join forces with our strength, there is no hope of obtaining the blood of the fierce beast. In fact, I should have thought of it a long time ago. The so-called trial is just a chance given to the top students by the 5 major academies. They just want to create some martial artists as soon as possible. As for the lives of our weak martial artists, do you think those big men will care? No matter how many martial disciples die, they will not feel distressed. Zhang Bao smiled bitterly. The other students didn't speak, apparently acquiescing. This world is cruel, and for warriors, the lives of ordinary people and martial artists are really nothing. This trial is said to be a test for all apprentices, but in fact, it is still a test for those top apprentices, or a trial. 7 or 8 people looked so lonely that they walked towards the outside of the small field without looking back. After running for a distance, Yi Tian stopped. Now, he carries a lot of things on his back, although these things are not very heavy, but they affect the battle, and it is impossible for him to carry these materials on his back to fight all the time. Under normal circumstances, there are 2 ways. One is to go back to the entrance of the valley and exchange these materials for points, but this will be too time-consuming. The second option is to jihad the material and take it out when you return. Let's bury it first. Yi Tian quickly dug a pit in the ground, buried all the materials, and then did some covering. Ono is huge, and the chances of being discovered by others are too low, and ordinary beasts will not be interested in these materials. Everything was ready, and Yi Tian accelerated in the southeast direction. Boom! In the distance, the sound of battle was heard, and the sound alone knew how fierce the battle was. Could it be that the pseudo-ferocious beast spotted snake has been besieged again? Yi Tian guessed. Although the pseudo-fierce beast is powerful, this time there are also many strong people at the peak of martial arts. If they really fight, this pseudo-fierce beast is simply not enough for these students to surround and kill. I hope it gets through. Yi Tian was secretly looking forward to it. 30 seconds later, Yi Tian arrived, but the situation was different from what he expected. It's... Yi Tian's pupils shrank. In the field, more than a dozen warriors were besieging an injured spotted snake, which was not 10 meters as Zhang Bao said before, but reached the level of 12 meters. Fierce beast, this spotted snake has reached the level of a fierce beast, but it is the weakest type of fierce beast. Etienne judged. Fierce beasts are not divided into strength according to body size. This spotted snake is also a very large category among fierce beasts, but the means are single, the strength is not very large, and the strength is weaker than ordinary fierce beasts. But how could this spotted snake become a ferocious beast? Not only Etienne was strange, but the other students were also very strange. But at this time, no one thought too much, because what they wanted most was to jaunt this fierce beast spotted snake. The pseudo-fierce beast spotted snake is only worth 500 points, but the fierce beast spotted snake is different, at least worth 1,000 points. Moreover, this is a fierce beast. Once hunted, the blood of the fierce beast in the body is enough for many students to absorb and refine. It can be said that this fierce beast spotted snake is full of treasures. Fortunately, this spotted snake has just been promoted to a fierce beast, and its strength is not much stronger than the peak of martial arts. Otherwise, these martial apprentice students would not dare to besiege a fierce beast. But even so, the apprentices were constantly injured and withdrew from the battle one by one. Etienne didn't make a move, and kept observing secretly. About 10 minutes passed, and there were only 5 apprentices left in the field, and these 5 apprentices were the 5 genius students with medium cultivation talents in the first academy, but they were also covered with lottery, and their injuries were not light. But the more seriously injured was the fierce beast spotted snake, which was shot with a lot of arrows, knife wounds and sword wounds, and even a sword mark on the center of the eyebrows, which was very miserable. Abrupt. The ferocious beast spotted snake stimulated the power of the bloodline, and urged the huge tail to sweep fiercely, knocking the 5 apprentices out at once. The next moment, the beast spotted snake fled into the distance. The fierce beast spotted snake that has stimulated the bloodline already has the speed of a normal fierce beast, and unless it is a martial artist, it will not be able to catch up with this fierce beast at all. The apprentices tried to catch up, but found that they were far from being able to catch up. Damn, let this beast run away again, everyone chase, this beast is very seriously injured and can't run too far. Moshe Obi said angrily. However, what everyone didn't know was that a figure was secretly chasing after them. Haha, God help me, after I activate my speed talent, it is enough to catch up with this fierce beast spotted snake. Etienne said excitedly. Following the fierce beast spotted snake all the way, after turning around, the fierce beast spotted snake dragged its seriously injured body into a cave. Etienne hesitated for a moment and entered the cave. With his speed, even if he encounters some danger, it is enough to retreat. The cave is deep and stretches all the way down. I don't know how long I walked, Etienne finally came to a cave, and the fierce beast spotted snake was also here. However, at this time, the fierce beast spotted snake was already dying, but it was still crawling towards the cave. Without saying a word, Etienne exerted his speed talent, holding a fine iron knife and slashing at the body of the fierce beast spotted snake. Even though his strength was weak, he quickly slew the fierce beast spotted snake. Collect the blood of the beast. Etienne did not forget this important matter. He hurriedly took out the kettle on his waist, and stabbed the heart of the beast spotted snake open, and the blood of the beast flowed into the kettle little by little. This fierce beast spotted snake has just been promoted to a fierce beast, and most of the blood in its body is still fierce beast blood, only the blood in the heart is the real pure fierce beast blood, so Etienne only collects the heart blood of the heart, and there is no need to collect the blood from other places. Soon, a kettle was filled, and the blood in the heart of the beast zebra was drained. It's equivalent to 5 low-level fierce beast blood, and this time it's a big profit. Etienne was excited. Chapter 11. The most valuable thing on the body of the fierce beast spotted snake is the blood of the fierce beast. As for the snake skin, although it is also worth thousands of yuan, Etienne can't take it away alone, and it is very troublesome to cut the skin. Moshe Obi and the others estimated that they would soon find this place, and it was impossible for him to stay here for too long. The beast spotted snake kept crawling over there before it died. Could it be that there is something good over there to treat its injuries? Etienne looked over. That's... his expression changed. Not far away, a stalactite hung upside down at the top of the cave, and a drop of liquid substance dripped onto a stone trough, which had accumulated a small layer. This liquid substance emitted a faint white light, and at a glance it was not an ordinary thing. What 100-year-old stone stalactites and 1,000-year-old stone stalactites are often mentioned in novels, is this thing. Gideon guessed. However, he didn't know much about such treasures, and he just guessed based on the content of the novels in his previous life. But in any case, this thing must be a good thing. Thereupon, Gideon took out the last kettle, poured out all the remaining water in it, came to the stalactite, and put the remaining stalactite, let's call it that, into the kettle one by one. The stalactite is not much, and it is estimated that it has been eaten a lot by the fierce beast spotted snake, so it only contains a small half of the kettle. Looking at the stalactites and the stalactites slowly accumulating on it, Gideon had a plan in his heart. At this rate, at most 1 drop of stalactone a day, I can't wait, but I can't cheat other students, I can only destroy. Gideon said ruthlessly. So, he pointed the iron knife at the stalactite and slashed down, and soon cut off the entire stalactite, and then did some means to cover up the place. Stalactites can be born here, and there may be more precious treasures in the rock layer, but the rock layer is too strong for me to open now, and I will explore it later. Gideon said regretfully. After almost erasing his traces, and then gouging out the eyes of the fierce beast-spotted snake, Gideon left the cave. Less than 10 minutes after Gideon left, a group of students chased after him all the way along the bloodstains of the fierce beast-spotted snake. When they arrived at the cave, they were dumbfounded. "The beast is dead," a warrior exclaimed. "Damn, someone gouged out the eyes of the beast 1 step ahead, that's 1.000 points. Moshe Obi said angrily. The other students were also extremely angry, they had been busy for so long, all of them were injured, and many students had died, but now they were taken first. Oh no, the blood of the beast's heart has also been taken away, and only ordinary beast blood remains. Another martial artist shouted. Fierce beast blood, spotted snake eyes. The 2 most important things were all taken away, and although the entire fierce beast corpse was still worth some money, Moshe Obi and the others didn't care about a fierce beast corpse at all, turned around and left. However, this fierce beast corpse was very valuable to those ordinary martial artists, and they divided it one by one. There are many caves in Ono district, and Etienne quickly found a small cave, killed the beasts in the cave, and occupied the cave. Now, he has obtained the eyes of the fierce beast-spotted snake, which is worth 1.000 points, and for the remaining day and a half, he doesn't need to judge the beast at all, because he has won the first place steadily. But he didn't want to waste time either, and he was going to practice here. With so much beast blood, I don't know how much it can increase my strength. Etienne was looking forward to it. He took a sip of the blood of the fierce beast, and immediately used the forging method to cultivate. Boom! The blood of the fierce beast turned into a stream of energy, and along with the action of the forging method, it began to refine Etienne's body, accelerating the increase in strength. Soon, the 18 actions were completed, and the energy of the beast's blood was basically exhausted. Etienne carefully sensed the changes in his body, and was immediately overjoyed. Nearly 4 times the cultivation speed, this is just low-level fierce beast blood. If it is an intermediate-level fierce beast blood to assist cultivation, wouldn't the effect be even more rebellious? No wonder many people are not talented, but they become martial artists at the age of 20 or 30, and even elite martial artists, they should rely on a large amount of fierce beast blood. Etienne guessed. After drinking another sip of the fierce beast blood, Etienne continued to cultivate. He is a medium cultivation talent, so the absorption effect of fierce beast blood is far beyond that of ordinary people. If it is a primary cultivation talent, it is not bad to be able to increase the cultivation speed by 2 times. With the blood of the fierce beast, Etienne's growth speed far surpassed that of others. In the blink of an eye, a few hours passed. At this time, Etienne found that he had already performed the body forging method 10 times, but it seemed to be. My body is not so tired, could it be that I can still perform the body forging method again? Think about it, do it. Etienne practiced the body forging method again, and found that he had really cultivated it easily, and there was absolutely no damage to his body. I understand. The reason why ordinary people can only practice the body forging method 10 times is because the energy of the human body is limited, and transitional cultivation is to overdraw the potential in the body, but with the blood of the fierce beast, it is different. The blood of the fierce beast replaces the energy of the body, so you can practice the forging method many times. 10 times is far from the limit. I can even practice 20 times, or even 30 times. Etienne said excitedly. Maybe this secret is not a secret to the martial artists, but no one has revealed it to the martial artists, mainly because it is difficult for the martial artists to obtain the blood of the fierce beast, and the fierce beast blood required by the martial artists for their own cultivation is not enough, so it is naturally impossible to make this secret public, otherwise countless martial disciples will go crazy. Even in a large family, it is simply unrealistic to supply a large amount of fierce beast blood to a martial artist. This amount of fierce beast blood is enough for me to cultivate for 2 days. Maybe by the end of the trial, I will be able to increase my strength to 400 katis. Etienne clenched his fists and said secretly, "Continue to practice." And when Etienne was cultivating, the outside world was in chaos. In order to get more points, many martial artists snatched each other for a better ranking, but these martial artists did not dare to kill, otherwise the punishment would be very serious, and no one knew whether there were hidden martial artists in secret. But even so, the weak warriors were unlucky, and the hard-earned materials were snatched away one by one. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day trial was coming to an end. At this time, a famous warrior walked out of the Ono area. Chapter 12. 12 Zhang He, 10 points. Li Yu, 15 points. Bao Lei, 23 points. Zhu Hai, 0 points. The teacher who calculated the points looked at Zhu Hai, who was injured, and obviously guessed the reason. Zhu Hai must have been robbed of the materials and beaten severely, so he got 0 points. However, for such a thing, he is completely unsympathetic, and he deserves to be robbed without strength. Li Yangxing, 195 points. When Li Yangxing's points broke out, the students of the second academy were proud. After all, Li Yangxing was from their second academy, which was the pride of the second academy. Cut, it's only 195 points, and with such a result, you deserve to challenge me. Moshe Obi walked out of the small field area and looked at Li Yangxing with a sneer. Immediately, he took out his harvest one by one, 3 large bags. The scoring teacher carefully calculated Moshe Obi's harvest and reported a shocking score. Moshe Obi, 427 points. So many. Li Yangxing's face changed, and he immediately said coldly, "You must be robbing someone else." "That's what I'm capable of." Moshe Obi sneered. Li Yangxing's face turned red, and he didn't know how to refute it. Wow, 427 points, Moshe Obi should be the first. Among the 5 geniuses of the first academy, Moshe Obi's strength is the strongest, and even the number 1 martial artist in our Linhei base is not too much. There should be no one who has obtained more points than him. You don't know yet, there was a fierce beast spotted snake in the Ono area, and that spotted snake was besieged and seriously injured by many warriors, but in the end it was picked up cheaply, and that spotted snake is worth 1,000 points. Who got the beast spotted snake's eyeballs? The beast's eyeballs alone are enough to get the first place. This is good luck. Although luck is good, but this is snatched in the hands of many martial artists. Moshe Obi and the others are crazy. If that person really dares to exchange the eyes of the fierce beast and the spotted snake for points, his identity will be exposed, and he will definitely offend Moshe Obi and others. TSK, the first reward is 3 intermediate beast blood and 100.000 yuan. If you offend Moshe Obi, you will be offended, and Moshe Obi will dare to do it in the Linhei base. I don't dare to do it, but Moshe Obi is a member of the Mo family in the Linhei base, and casually making some trouble for that person is enough to make that person regret it. Moshe Obi didn't care about the other people's conversations, his eyes kept on the entrance. HMPH, I don't believe that you are willing to give up the title of number 1. Once I know your identity, you will wait for death. Moshe Obeid's eyes showed a fierce light, and he said secretly. Just as the allotted time was about to end, a teenager walked out of the Ono area with a large bag and a small bag on his back. The boy is Yi Tian. Teacher, this is my gain, please do the math. Yi Tian handed the big bag and the small bag to the teacher, who calculated the points, and said with a smile. The scoring teacher opened the bag, carefully calculated, and said, a total of 163 points. That's not a small number of points, and it's almost in the top 10. Teacher, I still have a copy of the material in my hand. Yi Tian took out the eyes of the fierce beast spotted snake. As soon as the eyes of the fierce beast spotted snake appeared, a faint beast power emanated from the eyeballs. The eyes of the fierce beast spotted snake were actually obtained by you. The scoring teacher looked at Yi Tian in surprise. This material counts as 1,000 points, and your total score is 1,163 points. Q, Su, P, Swoop, SSSA series of cold eyes swept towards Yi Tian. Who are you who dare to rob our beast-spotted snake eyeballs? Moshe Obeid asked coldly. Moshe Obeid's younger brother leaned in and whispered, Boss, he seems to be a student of the 5th Academy. 5th Academy? When Moshe Obeid heard this, he was even more annoyed. The students of the 5th Academy were just scum in his eyes, and they'd dared to take away the eyes of the fierce beast-spotted snake and the blood of the fierce beast from his hands, which was tantamount to slapping him in the face, and it was also a slap in the face of the 1st Academy. Although he doesn't necessarily need the blood of an intermediate beast in his identity, after all, he can step into the martial arts level at any time, and when the time comes, his status in the family will be higher, and there are many ways to obtain the blood of the beast. But he lost face, which he couldn't bear. It's funny to snatch your fierce beast-spotted snake eyeballs. The fierce beasts in the small field area are not your family. I can chant nature when I see it, and the nature I chant is mine. Yi Tian said. He is not afraid of offending Moshe Obeid. As long as he obtains the blood of an intermediate fierce beast, with his talent, he can definitely be promoted to the martial artist level in a short period of time, and he can continue to copy his talent, and his future achievements are far from being comparable to Moshe Obeid. Besides, at the Linhai base, Moshe Obeid would give him some small means at most, but if Moshe Obeid dared to go too far, he would let Moshe Obeid know what regret was. Moshe Obeid also knew that it was useless to say more, so he glared at Yi Tian fiercely, and dropped a sentence, Boy, you wait and see. The others also looked at Yi Tian unpleasantly, but they didn't say anything, because they knew that Moshe Obeid would deal with Yi Tian, so they just waited quietly. The trial is over. Yi Tian got 3 copies of mid-level fierce beast blood and 100.000 UN as he wished. At this time, it was the 3rd day of the end of the trial. In the past 3 days, Yi Tian did not take the blood of the intermediate fierce beast, but consolidated the foundation and completely refined the remaining low-level fierce beast blood in his body. The blood of the fierce beast-spotted snake has been completely depleted, and in exchange for a significant increase in strength. According to calculations, Yi Tian's current strength is about 420 katis, which can be regarded as a mid-level martial artist. But that's not enough. I don't know how many times the increase brought by the blood of the intermediate fierce beast. Yi Tian looked at the mid-level fierce beast blood in the small bottle and muttered. He didn't dare to swallow this medium-grade fierce beast blood in one gulp, but only took a small sip. Boom. The power brought by the blood of the middle-level fierce beast is extremely violent, far more terrifying than the blood of the low-level fierce beast, but the benefits are also far stronger than the blood of the low-level fierce beast. Yi Tian endured the severe pain, and had to perform the forging method over and over again. The concept of time had completely lost in his mind, and his body seemed to instinctively perform the forging method. Finally, Yi Tian felt that the energy of the blood of the intermediate fierce beast was almost exhausted, so he slowly stopped. I actually practiced the body forging method 8 times just now. Yi Tian felt very surprised. Cultivating the body forging method 8 times in one breath, this was something he didn't dare to try in the past, otherwise his body would definitely be broken, but he completed it with the assistance of the blood of the intermediate fierce beast, and he was full of energy. he sensed the change in strength and calculated the amplification effect of the mid-level fierce beast's blood. 8-fold cultivation increase. Gideon judged. If he had been able to use the intermediate-level fierce beast blood to cultivate, he would even be able to be promoted to the martial artist level within a month. The auxiliary cultivation effect of the intermediate-level fierce beast blood is terrifying. Chapter 13. 13.3 Intermediate beast blood should allow me to cultivate for 5 days, which is enough to increase my strength to 600 katis, or even more. Etienne roughly estimated. The strength of 600 katis plus the speed talent and the medium sword talent are enough for his combat power to crush any martial artist, and even compared to the newly promoted martial artist, it will not be much weaker. By the way, I don't know what the effect of the stalactite I got is yet. I need to check it out as soon as possible. Etienne also hoped that the stalactite could greatly improve his cultivation, and maybe he could be promoted to a martial artist early. In the last 100 years, I don't know how many strange treasures have been born, so naturally someone has sorted out the treasure book, which is to prevent some warriors from entering the wild and missing the treasures. And such a treasure illustrated book is not expensive, you can buy it for 1,000 yuan. If it was in the past, Etienne would not have been able to buy it, but now he is not short of money. In addition to 3 copies of Beast Blood, the reward for the first place is 100.000 yuan. So, Etienne went to the store and bought a relatively complete treasure book. Back at home, Etienne turned page by page, and finally found a record about stalactite after turning most of the pages. The Earth's core liquid, the stone of the Li line, absorbs the vitality of Jevon on Earth for 100 years, and it has the effect of improving cultivation talent, and it is only effective below medium cultivation talent. There is a small probability that the birthplace Yuan stone has a small probability of the birthplace elemental stone, which has a talent enhancement effect on martial artists below the advanced cultivation talent. Looking at this introduction, Etienne was short of breath. Oh my god, it turned out to be a treasure that can improve cultivation talent, once it is sold, let alone 100.000, even if it is millions, tens of millions of people will buy it, right? Etienne muttered. But in the blink of an eye, he extinguished the thought. If he did sell the liquid from the center of the earth, he was sure that he would die the next day. At this time, he also understood why the spotted snake was able to break the racial barrier and be promoted to the level of a fierce beast. At that time, he also glanced at the bloodline talent of the spotted snake. Its bloodline talent had reached a medium talent, and it seemed to be two species with other spotted snakes, and now it seemed that it was the Earth's core fluid that improved its bloodline talent, otherwise that spotted snake would not want to be promoted to the level of a fierce beast in his life. It's a pity that the effect of the Earth's heart liquid on improving cultivation is too low, and I don't worry about talent at all. Even if this thing is useful to me, I don't need to take it, and it is useless for me with medium cultivation talent. It's useless to me, and you can't sell it. What are you doing with it? Etienne said with some loss. Suddenly, he thought of his sister Yu. By the way, my sister seems to be only a second-class talent. If she gives these geocentric fluids, wouldn't she be able to raise her talent to a primary or even intermediate talent? Etienne thought. Eat at noon. Etienne looked at his sister and said, "Sister, this is a good thing, you drink it." He immediately took out the geocentric liquid and put it in front of Yu. What is this? Yu was a little curious. She wasn't worried that her brother would harm her, but she was just worried about whether this thing would taste good. Great tonic good. Etienne said seriously. He didn't tell his sister about the effect of the geocentric fluid. After all, her sister hadn't been exposed to cultivation yet, so she didn't know what her talent was, and if she said it, it would cause a lot of trouble. "Brother, aren't you drinking?" Yu looked at his brother with big eyes. "I've drunk it, it's for you." Etienne touched Yu's head and said affectionately, "Well, then I'll drink it." Yu drank the geocentric liquid one by one. The amount of geocentric fluid was not much, and it was quickly drunk by Yu. "What do you feel?" Etienne hurriedly asked. After all, he had never drunk the geocentric fluid, and he didn't know the specific effect of the hydrocentric fluid, but the treasure book said that anyone who drank the geocentric fluid would be fine, because the effect of the geocentric fluid was very mild. I feel warm and comfortable. Yu said what he felt. Sister, this thing is very precious, don't tell anyone else, it's good if you know it. Tian solemnly admonished. He was afraid that Yu would leak his mouth when he was playing with other partners outside, and if someone guessed it, then they would be in danger. Brother, I won't say it. Yu nodded. The two continued to eat. While eating, Tian used his copying talent to observe Yu's talent all the time. About 3 minutes passed, and Yu's talent rarely changed. Jimin, Yu cultivation talent, elementary ice talent, elementary, unawakened. After eating lunch, about another hour passed, and Tian found that Yu's talent had changed again. Jimin, Yu cultivation talent, medium ice talent, elementary, unawakened. And until the next day, Yu's talent has never changed. Obviously medium is the limit, because the geocentric liquid only has an effect on medium talents and below, and Yu has been promoted to medium talent, it is impossible to continue to improve. My sister is already a medium talent, and with the ice talent, it will not be a problem to become a top martial artist in the Linhai base in the future. Tian was pleased. After having money, Tian sent his sister to the school. After all, her sister is only 13 years old, and if she stays at home all day, she will get sick, and in the school, she can not only learn more knowledge, but also play with more partners. This is the day that her sister should have. At first, my sister didn't agree, because she knew the situation in her family, but when Tian took out 100.000 yuan, she agreed. Regarding the origin of this money, Tian said that he participated in a competition in the academy and won the first place, and 100.000 yuan was a reward. Actually, this is not a deception. After all, a trial is also a competition. My sister went to school, and Tian was relieved to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. At this time, the blood of the intermediate level fierce beast had already been exhausted by Tian. And a month of cultivation allowed Tian's strength to break through again, reaching a strength of 800 katis. The strength of 800 katis is already considered a high-level martial artist, and it is not far from the realm of impacting the martial artist. In terms of real combat effectiveness, Tian is almost comparable to a martial artist. It's a pity that without the blood of the fierce beast, his progress has become slow, and his strength is not enough to giant the fierce beast in the wild, so he can only slowly spend time improving his strength. Mo family. Moshe Obari is out of customs. Since the end of the trial, he has been in retreat to cultivate and impact the martial artist realm, and now he has entered the martial artist level as he wished. The entire Mo family is celebrating this great event. Just when the outside world was talking about Moshe Obari was discussing something with his old servant. Elderly, how is the investigation going? Moshe Obari stared at the old servant Lihai and asked. Chapter 14. Lihai is a martial artist, but he is only a junior martial artist, and now he is 60 years old, and he has been at this level for the rest of his life, and he is the servant arranged for him by Moshe Obari's father, and he has been doing things for him. Young master, I have already investigated clearly, that Tian is just an ordinary family. His parents used to be martial artists, but they died in the wild more than a year ago, and now only Tian and his sister are left. Lihai reported truthfully. If it weren't for my retreat to impact the martial artist, where would he have lived for a month? HMPH, find someone and kill him. Moshe Obari said with murderous intent. Lihai's face changed. Young master, if someone kills people at the base, if someone finds out, even if our Mo family is powerful, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome. If I find out, I'm really in trouble, but what if I can't find out? Moshe Obari sneered. Can't find out? Lihai suddenly thought of someone. Young master, do you want to ask the shadow to make a move? But if you want to ask the shadow to make a move, the price is not cheap, at least 1 million. 1 million to kill a warrior, this is too unworth it in Lihai's opinion. and Moshe Obai has only been promoted to the martial artist level, and the family funds that can be mobilized are not much, and they are only more than 1 million at most. That kid's talent should be good. He has reached the realm of martial apprentices at such a young age, and he is not a beginner martial artist. His talent should be a primary talent, but it should not be a medium talent. But even so, with the assistance of the intermediate level Fierce Beast Blood and the blood of the Fierce Beast Spotted Snake, he may be able to be promoted to the martial arts realm in a year or two. The price of killing a martial artist is not the same as killing a martial artist. I want to strangle him when he is not growing up. Do you understand? 1 million is indeed a lot of money for me now, but in another year or two, what is 1 million? Moshe Obai analyzed. Young master, I understand. I'm going to contact the shadows. Lahai said. After saying that, he retreated. In the room, Moshe Obai muttered to himself, although the shadow is only a second-class talent, and he can't progress after becoming a martial artist in the early stage, he is an extremely rare multi-talent martial artist. He has a shadow talent, and he can guide in the shadows. Even if it is an elite martial artist, it is difficult to observe the existence of the shadow. It is an extremely terrifying existence among the martial artists. Even I may not be able to avoid the deadly assassination of the shadow. Let him assassinate Yi Tian. Yi Tian will die. Immediately, he put this matter aside for the time being and began to cultivate as a martial artist. A day later. As usual, after Yi Tian finished cultivating in the academy's grove, he was ready to go back. However, just as he was about to leave the grove, his expression changed slightly, and his pupils were a little more shocked. He looked vaguely at the bottom of a tree 3 meters away. This tree was not small. There was nothing under the shadow of the tree. It was empty. However, Yi Tian knew that there was a person here. Jiman, Li Kun cultivation talent, inferior shadow talent, elementary. The ability to copy has become Yi Tian's instinctive talent. He can probe everything around 3 meters at any time, and when someone or animal approaches him, he will know. It's also a way for him to protect himself. This person named Li Kun should have used the shadow talent to guide his body, so I can't see it with the naked eye, and he can awaken the talent. There is no doubt that his strength is a martial artist, but the talent is only a second-class talent, and the strength is obviously in the early stage of the weakest martial artist. In just an instant, Yi Tian figured out Li Kun's situation. It's evening now, the night is about to fall, the students of the academy are basically gone, and he is the only one in this grove now, and the purpose of Li Kun's hiding here is self-evident. Are you here to assassinate me? Yi Tian said secretly in his heart. He didn't know Li Kun. It was obvious that someone had hired Li Kun to assassinate him, and he didn't have to guess who it was. Moshe Obai. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He just thought that Moshe Obai would use a little trick to give him a little trouble, but he didn't expect Moshe Obai to dare to hire someone to assassinate him. If I live, Moshe Obai, you will die. Yi Tian swears. The current situation is not very favorable to Yi Tian, but it is also an opportunity for Yi Tian. His copying talent can be copied again, but he hasn't thought about copying anything, and now a great talent has run in front of him. The shadow talent is definitely a relatively rebellious talent for a weak martial artist, and once he has the shadow talent, many things that cannot be done can be done. If you want the shadow talent, you must first kill Li Kun. Yi Tian said calmly. He walked slowly, and in the dark he felt a killing force about to envelop him. He knew that Li Kun was about to make a move. However, just when Li Kun was about to make a move, Yi Tian took the lid. Q. Speed talent activated. Yi Tian, who has a strength of 800 katis, is not slow in the first place, and after the increase in speed talent, his speed has surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, and it is not much worse than even the middle stage of martial artists. Li Kun originally thought that it would be easy to kill a martial artist, so he didn't care too much about Yi Tian, and was immediately stopped by Yi Tian's speed. Die! Yi Tian held the fine iron knife and slashed fiercely. Tear and pull. The iron knife sliced through an object, and a streak of blood flew out. Boy, you're looking for death. Li Kun appeared from the shadow state, and at this time, a wound appeared on his right arm, and the injury was relatively serious. If Yi Tian's strength was stronger, his arm would be cut off by Yi Tian. His right hand was injured, and Li Kun attacked Yi Tian with a knife in his left hand. Although this would greatly reduce his combat power, he felt that he could still kill a martial artist. But soon, he was confused. Yi Tian's speed was too fast, much faster than him, and his sword skills were extremely sharp. Even if he had been immersed in the knife for more than 20 years, his kung fu was not as good as Yi Tian's. Yi Tian relied on speed and knife skills to gradually suppress Li Kun, and Li Kun's right hand was injured and was still bleeding, which caused Li Kun's state to get worse and worse. Suddenly, Yi Tian seized an opportunity and slashed at Li Kun's chest, directly seriously injuring Li Kun. "Boy, you wait." Li Kun's figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared. However, Yi Tian did not stop, and continued to slash towards the empty place. Boom! Under the blow, a figure was slashed away. It was Li Kun. "Damn, you actually saw through my shadow talent, it can't be." Li Kun was obviously a little incredulous. In the Linhei base, let alone a martial artist, even an elite martial artist can't see through his natural ability. Only a great martial artist can release his mental power, and he can see his figure. Relying on the talent of shadows, he has become an existence that many martial artists in the Linhei base dare not provoke. Where can he think of dealing with a martial artist today but so embarrassed? Yi Tian didn't speak, only responded to Li Kun with a knife. Soon, Li Kun couldn't hold on anymore, and was cut half of his neck by Yi Tian with a knife, and tied completely. Chapter 15. Fortunately, the corpse is intact, otherwise there would be no way to replicate the talent. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As for the restriction of copying talents, he has already experimented in the Ono area. Once the corpse is too ruthless, there will be no way to watch the talent, and naturally there will be no way to copy the talent. Copy the shadow talent." Yi Tian's heart moved, and he began to copy. In an instant, the shadow talent was successfully copied. Instead of going home, he began to fuse the talent on the spot. Fusion of primary shadow talents was not too painful for Yi Tian. After all, his physical strength was far from comparable to before, and with the fusion of multiple talents, his immunity to pain increased. Therefore, there is only some slight pain in the body, and there are some sweat stains left on the body, but nothing else. 10 minutes passed, and the shadow talent was successfully fused. At this time, Yi Tian's talent situation changed. Jiumen, Yi Tian cultivation talent, medium speed talent, elementary knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary 4 talents. Yi Tian was very satisfied with the current talent situation. He didn't know the situation of other bases, but he was sure that in the Linhei base, no one had more talent than him. At the Linhei base, he is absolutely invincible at the same level. There should be something good on this Li Kun, right? Yi Tian carefully examined Li Kun's body. Li Kun's knife is good. It is a black knife. There is a blood groove in the middle. There is no gap on this black knife, but his own knife has been very damaged after this battle. Presumably, this black knife should be a very sharp Yuan soldier weapon, and it can be used as a weapon. Yi Tian was so happy that he put away Li Kun's black knife and searched Li Kun's clothes again. Soon, all the things on Li Kun's body were searched by Yi Tian. A cheat book, 3 gold cards, 5 white cards, and some bits and pieces of banknotes. Seeing these gains, Yi Tian was excited, even more excited than copying the shadow talent. Because a gold card represents 1 million yuan, and a white card represents 10.000 yuan, there are more than 3 million yuan here. The gold card is equivalent to the bank card in the previous life. The Linhei base does not have the technology to manufacture gold cards. It is said that some large bases made it, and the bank in the Linhei base is opened by the large base, and these gold cards can be withdrawn even if they go to the big base. Yi Tian said darkly. With more than 3 million yuan all of a sudden, Yi Tian's worth suddenly skyrocketed many times. Coupled with the shadow talent, he felt that he could definitely grow up in a short period of time, even to the point that the Mo family could ignore it. There's still a problem to solve right now, Mo Xiaobai. Yi Tian flashed a trace of killing intent. Now, he is endlessly fighting with Moshe Obai. Even if he doesn't retaliate against Moshe Obai, once Lee Kun doesn't go back for a long time, and he never dies, Moshe Obai must know that Lee Kun missed, and the next attack may be a late martial artist or even an elite martial artist. So, he must kill Moshe Obai as soon as possible and relieve himself of trouble. Of course, it is impossible for him to kill Moshe Obai in his own identity. In that case, he will definitely be retaliated by the Mo family. I thought of it. Yi Tian looked at Lee Kun's body and smiled slightly. Now, he has the talent of shadows, and he has Lee Kun's black knife. He can definitely pretend to be Lee Kun. Dispose of Lee Kun's body first. Yi Tian hurriedly found a vacant place, buried Lee Kun, and buried it deeply, and then covered up the traces. Even if the body is exposed in the future, it will be a long time later, and there will be no problems for the time being. At this time, the night was already dark, and Yi Tian hurriedly returned home. After going back, Yi Tian did not rest, but familiarized himself with the shadow talent. The shadow talent is actually not so rebellious, and it is impossible to be in a shadow state all the time. Being in the shadow state requires energy, and it must be in a shadowed place, and once the light shines through, the body is exposed. Secondly, it is impossible to attack in the shadow state, and once it is attacked, it will be exposed, nor can it be attacked, and once it is attacked, the shadow state will also be forced. The shadow talent is suitable for hiding and assassinating, and can dodge enemies at critical moments, so it is not suitable for frontal combat. And a cheat book. Yi Tian took out Lee Kun's secret book, looked at it carefully, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. This is a book of knife cheats, Shadow Knife. The Shadow Knife has only one move, called Shadow Kill, which is a quick knife that is as fast as lightning. But what really excited Yi Tian was the narration about the Dao of the Dao. Although he had a medium sword technique cheat, he knew very little about the Dao of the Dao. The way of the knife is divided into 3 levels: shape, potential, and meaning. Although ordinary people can use the knife, but only can master the shape, but can never master the potential. If you want to master the potential, you must have the talent of the knife. In addition, the shadow knife is a bronze-level sword skill, which can be said to be a very powerful sword skill, and once it is practiced, its combat power will increase a lot, which is enough to fight beyond the level. According to the above, sword skills are divided into 4 levels: black iron, bronze, silver and gold, and ordinary people who practice black iron level sword skills may be able to cultivate a vein type, but if they don't have a knife talent, there is no way to cultivate black iron level sword skills, let alone bronze level sword skills. Although Lee Kun has bronze level sword skills, it's a pity that he doesn't have a knife talent, otherwise I would have died today. Yi Tian said happily. Let Moshe Obai live for a few days first. I will cultivate the shadow knife first. Once the shadow knife is introduced, even if it is the day I make a move. Yi Tian decided. With a medium sword talent, he has an unimaginable perception of sword skills, and in just 3 days, the bronze-level sword skill shadow knife, which ordinary people can't practice in a lifetime, has been practiced by Yi Tian to the entry level. In addition, Yi Tian's knife path has also improved slightly, and it can be regarded as a knife-shaped dashing realm, and it is not very far from the knife momentum. Late at night. Mo's family, Moshe Obai's residence. At this time, Moshe Obai was very annoyed, and 3 full days passed, and no news came from the shadow. Standing beside Moshe Obai, Li Hai could clearly perceive the anger of the young master. Elderly, what kind of bullshit shadow can't be that running away with my money, right? There has been no news for 3 days. Could it be that he can't find a chance to attack a martial artist as a martial artist? Moshe Obai said coldly. Young master, although the shadow is greedy for money and needs to pay in advance every time, his reputation has always been very good. Maybe he took on another task at the same time, and he hasn't had time to do it yet, right? It's better to be like this, otherwise I'll let the shadow know how terrible a Mo family is. Moshe Obai forcibly suppressed his anger and waved his hand to let Li Hai go down. Li Hai left Moshe Obai's residence and walked out. The night was very dark, and a murderous aura enveloped Mo Mansion in the dark. Lehigh felt a palpitation, and immediately smiled. "I guess I'm too worried. Who dares to make a move on me in the Mo family?" Just as he was about to leave, a figure flashed next to him, and a black knife slashed at him. The knife was so fast that even if Lehigh's mind was fast, he only saw a black knife and lost consciousness. In the moment of losing consciousness, he thought of a man, Shadow. Why did the Shadow kill me? This was Lehigh's last thought. Chapter 16. 16 After killing Lehigh, Etienne's figure disappeared into darkness again. "There's movement." Moshe Obi heard a voice outside in the room. It was the sound of falling to the ground. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, he still shouted, "Lehigh, what's going on outside?" "Nothing to do." "Something's wrong." Moshe Obi Dark Road. Lehigh had just gone out, and with the ears of a warrior, he could hear his voice even from a distance of 100 meters, but now Lehigh didn't respond. Something was definitely wrong. A sense of crisis was born, and Moshe Obi was inexplicably afraid. Can't go out, absolutely can't go out. Moshe Obi had a feeling that if he went out, he might be dead. "Someone!" Moshe Obi shouted. Although he didn't know if it would work, he definitely didn't want to sit still. Although there are not many martial artists of the Mo family, as long as they attract attention, the strong men of the Mo family will come one by one, and even elite martial artists will not want to escape from the Mo family at that time. Outside. Etienne hid in the darkness in a shadow state, heard Moshe Obi shout, and realized that it was unrealistic for him to wait for Moshe Obi to come out. Moshe Obi is too careful, and his courage is too small. It seems that he can only be killed. Etienne said darkly. Immediately, he disarmed the shadow talent, activated the speed talent, and rushed towards Moshe Obi's room at 3 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Etienne broke in. "It's you." Moshe Obi saw Etienne and was immediately stunned. Immediately, he saw the black knife in Etienne's hand, and his expression changed greatly. "The Shadow's black shadow knife, you killed the Shadow?" At this time, he finally knew why the Shadow had not responded for 3 days. It turned out that the Shadow had died in Etienne's hands. "Sure enough, you sent someone to kill me." Etienne was only 90% sure that it was definitely Moshe Obi's work before, but now he is finally 100% sure. "You don't have the breath of Yuan Li on your body. A martial artist may be able to kill a waste martial artist like Lehigh by assassination, but it is almost impossible for you to kill me. As long as it takes another minute, the master of my Mo family arrives, and you are dead." Moshe Obi forcibly calmed down. In fact, he panicked inside. The Shadow is a terrible killer that is enough to make the martial artists shocked, and it was actually damaged in Etienne's hands. Even if Etienne is a martial artist, his strength is stronger than many martial artists. 1 minute? No, you can't hold on for 10 seconds. Etienne moved. Shadow kill. The black knife turned into a black light and slashed towards Moshe Obi like lightning. This is a knife slashed under the increase of speed talent, which is enough to kill the martial artist in an instant at the beginning. Moshe Obi was a genius after all. His combat power was much stronger than that of his peers, and he was not slow to react, trying to use the long sword in his hand to block Etienne's black shadow knife. It's a pity that he underestimated Etienne, and he also underestimated the bronze-level sword skills. In a flash of the knife, Moshe Obi's right hand fell off his arm, and he was cut off with one move. Before Moshe Obi could shout, the second move of shadow killing came, and this knife was aimed directly at Moshe Obi's neck. No. Moshe Obi screamed in despair in his heart, trying his best to dodge, but the miracle did not come. A large head flew out of the body and landed in the distance, its wide eyes full of disbelief. After killing Moshe Obi, Etienne didn't even have time to pack up the loot, so he hurriedly rushed out of the room, came to the shadows and turned on the shadow state, and quickly fled towards the outside of the Mo family. With the cover of the night, Etienne walked along the shadows all the way. Even if he passed by the Mo family's side, no one found him. But Etienne didn't dare to stay at all. He didn't know if the Yi family had a great martial artist. On the bright side, there are not many great warriors in the coastal base, but in fact, they are. Ever since he knew that there were many moderately talented martial artists in the Linhai base, he knew that there must be more than just a few great martial artists in the Linhai base, and there were definitely more great martial artists. Perhaps, these great martial artists are the whole cards of various big families, and they will not make a move easily, but if a moderately talented genius dies, if there is a great martial artist in the Mo family, they will definitely be angry. Once you encounter a great martial artist, 100 Yi Tian will die. Not long after Yi Tian left the Yi family, Mo Xiaobei's residents gathered many high-level members of the Mo family. A middle-aged woman saw Mo Xiaobei's head and exclaimed sadly, "Son," and passed out. As for the rest of the Mo family, they also had a gloomy face. "Who killed my son?" a muscular warrior roared. The aura on his body burst out all at once, causing the surrounding martial artists and even ordinary martial artists to retreat one after another, not daring to approach. This is an elite martial artist, and he is a mid-elite martial artist, and he is only one step away from the late elite stage. He is Mo Xiaobei's father, the 10 elders of the Mo family, Mo En. 10 elders, calm down," an old man hurriedly said. Mo En's eyes were bleeding and tearful, obviously angry to the extreme. "I only have such a son, and his talent has reached the middle. Even I am only a beginner top talent, and it took countless costs to reach the middle stage of the elite martial artist, but I can no longer improve. My son has the hope of stepping into the realm of a great martial artist. He is my hope, and it is also the hope of our Mo family, but now he is dead, and he is still dead in the Mo family. How can you let me calm down?" That's when it happened. A powerful momentum came from not far away, and all the Mo family disciples bowed their heads one after another, revealing a respectful expression, and even Mo En calmed down a little. They knew that this was the only great martial artist of the Mo family, and the Mo Changqing ancestor was here. "Old ancestor, Xiaobei is dead." Morn fell to his knees, looking at the ancestor with tears on his face. "I got it." Mo Changqing was also angry, but the matter had come to this point, and there was only one way to find the murderer to avenge Mo Xiaobei. I saw Mo Changqing come to the scene, first glanced at Li Hai's corpse, and then glanced at Mo Xiaobei's corpse. Li Hai was assassinated by a sneak attack. As for Mo Xiaobei, he was broken into the room and forcibly killed with 2 knives. This person's strength should be the early stage of a martial artist, using a knife as a weapon, and being good at concealment, otherwise there is no way to enter the Mo family, and Li Hai at the martial artist level has no way to detect the existence of this person. This is definitely not an ordinary means of concealment. Mo Changqing judged. Shadow. Morn thought of a person, revealing an extremely strong killing intent. It should be the Shadow. Mo Changqing nodded. Only a martial artist with special talents like the Shadow can kill Li Hai in seconds, and even kill Xiaobei. The Shadow is a killer, and under normal circumstances, he will not attack the children of the big family, unless someone dispatches a reward that the Shadow cannot refuse. In an instant, the high-ranking members of the Mo family targeted several big families that were hostile to the Mo family. Mo Xiaobei is medium talent. This is not a big secret. Once there are sufficient resources, the Mo family may be able to give birth to a second great martial artist in the next 10 years, and then the Mo family's power will inevitably expand. This must not be what some families are willing to see. It is not impossible to send a Shadow to assassinate Mo Xiaobei. Check. We must find out which family did it, and reward the Shadow at all costs. I want to make the Shadow regret it for the rest of my life. Chapter 17. The Mo family locked the murderer onto Shadow and several other big families, but they didn't expect that it was a martial artist who did it. Therefore, no matter how much the Mo family investigated, it was in vain, because they couldn't find anything at all. The Shadow is dead. How do they find the Shadow? It can be said that as long as Yi Tian does not deliberately reveal the Black Shadow knife and Shadow talent, it is impossible for the Mo family to find him. In the next few days, Yi Tian practiced the body forging method every day, pretending not to know anything, and temporarily avoided the limelight, but the Linhai base caused an uproar because of Mo Xiaobei's death. The death of a medium-level cultivation talent genius made the Mo family completely crazy, and there were fights with several families, and many people died secretly, and finally the dispute was stopped with the intervention of the Lin family, the strongest family in the Linhai base. With the passage of time, the Mo family has not been able to find the shadow, thinking that the shadow has escaped from the Linhai base, so they can only admit it, but the reward for the shadow has not been withdrawn. As long as the shadow appears, it will face the Mo family's crazy revenge. 10 days later, the Linhai base was calm, and Yi Tian was ready to leave the Linhai base and enter the vast wild to hunt fierce beasts. Only enough fierce beast blood is enough for him to cultivate to the martial artist level in a short period of time, and even if he reaches the martial artist level, if he wants to quickly improve his strength, he also needs the assistance of fierce beast blood. But once he is in the wild, he can't come back for a day or two, so he has to explain it to his sister. Yi Tian casually made up a reason, saying that the academy took a group of outstanding apprentices to carry out closed cultivation and would not come back in a short time, and his sister didn't understand it, so she naturally believed it easily. This time, Yi Tian brought 2 knives, a black shadow knife to use when no one was around, and a fine iron knife he had just bought to use when there were people, as well as some daily necessities. When everything was ready, Yi Tian walked towards the outside of the base. East City Gate. A group of soldiers are patrolling. These soldiers are basically martial apprentices, and only the squad leader is a martial artist. After all, the warrior is high, it is impossible to use the warrior to guard the door. In fact, there are many warrior soldiers in the base. After all, once the fierce beast attacks the base, there is not enough manpower to stop the fierce beast at all, only to recruit a large number of martial soldiers. Soldier is also one of the most promising professions in the coastal base. Of course, the risk is also high, and I don't know how many soldiers die at the hands of fierce beasts every year. Yi Tian walked through the city gate and walked out, while a soldier looked at Yi Tian's back and shook his head. Another martial artist who wants to get rich overnight. Do you think that the wild is in the base? In less than a day, this kid will die. Obviously, he regarded Yi Tian as the kind of martial artist who risked his life to make money. In fact, there are many such martial artists. Once they are lucky enough to find a fierce beast corpse in the wild, once they bring it back, at least they don't have to work hard for several years. Under the huge profits, there are naturally martial artists who take risks. It is basically safe within a kilometer or 2 outside the base, because if there are fierce beasts entering the base range, they will have been killed by the warriors long ago. Unless it is when the beast tide comes, there will be a lot of fierce beasts here. If you want to hunt the beast, you can only go farther. And Yi Tian's destination is a place where fierce beasts live, Xia Qingshan. It is said that 100 years ago, Xia Qingshan was just a small mountain range, but the earth expanded hundreds of times, and Xia Qingshan has also become a huge mountain range, with ancient trees in the mountain range towering and fierce beasts densely, as if it has become a paradise for fierce beasts. It is rumored that there are high-level fierce beasts in the depths of Xia Qingshan, and even the existence of high-level fierce beasts and above. I don't know if it's true. Yi Tian thought as he hurried. High-level fierce beasts are terrifying beings that only great martial artists can deal with, and once they encounter them, even elite martial artists will find it difficult to escape. Yi Tian's target was naturally not the depths of Xia King Mountain. He only wanted to secretly hunt a few fierce beasts on the periphery. However, less than 10 minutes after leaving the base, before reaching Xia Qingshan, he encountered a fierce beast. Ironclad bull. Yi Tian looked at the 3-meter-long huge ironclad ox in front of him with a solemn expression. The iron-armored cow is not a rookie beast like the fierce beast spotted snake. This is a real low-level fierce beast. Whether it is strength or defense, it is far beyond the fierce beast spotted snake. Even if the average martial artist encounters the iron-armored bull in the early stage, he can't help it. Normally, only a few warriors would be able to besiege and kill this ironclad bull. Yi Tian held a fine iron knife in his hand, activated his speed talent, and slashed at the neck of the ironclad ox with a single blow of shadow killing. Exclamation point! Thump! The fine iron knife seemed to have hit the steel, and the neck of the ironclad ox was only a white mark, and the skin was not even broken at all. The quality of this fine iron knife is too poor, and my strength is only 800 katis, so I can't break through the defense of the ironclad bull at all. Yi Tian was helpless. Immediately, he took out the shadow knife. The black shadow knife is much sharper than the iron knife, at least it can break through the defenses of the iron armored bull, and there is no one around, and he is not afraid of revealing his identity. Kill. Etienne turned into after images and attacked the iron-clad bull again and again at an incredible speed. The iron-armored bull had the intention of trampling Etienne to death, but speed was one of its major flaws. Its speed was much slower than Etienne, and it couldn't attack Etienne at all. After countless attacks that lasted for a minute, the iron-clad bull finally fell to the ground. Collect the blood of the beast. Etienne took out the kettle and collected a lot of fierce beast blood before he stopped. As for the rest of the fierce beast blood, he didn't ask for it. It's not that I don't want to collect it, but I can't bring it. However, he still cut 10 catties of ironclad beef, and it is said that the meat of ironclad beef is of good quality and tastes very good. Keep moving. An hour later, Etienne arrived at Zyra-Kingshan. Along the way, he was not without danger. Several times he encountered small beasts, and once encountered a very powerful beast, and he sensed the powerful pressure of the beast from afar. These times, he found a dark place and entered the shadow state in time to escape with his life, otherwise he would have died at the hands of the beast. And he really recognized the danger in the wild, and it can be said that if there is no team acting together in the wild, the chance of a single person falling is more than 50%. Even if it's a hunting squad, if you don't speak well, you'll be wiped out. This is still that there are not too many fierce beasts near the base, and farther away, there are constantly more and more fierce beasts, more powerful and terrifying. Even if the martial artists of the entire Linhai base go together, they are also delivering food. Etienne had heard his parents mention before that the Linhai base was just in a bad corner. There were no resources nearby, and even the powerful beasts were unwilling to come here, otherwise the Linhai base would have been destroyed long ago. When he came to Zyra-Kingshan, Etienne was not in a hurry to jaunt the fierce beast. Right now, he had already obtained the blood of a very low-level fierce beast, and he was going to cultivate for a few days before hunting the fierce beast. So, he searched around, and finally found a small hidden cave, and stayed for the time being. Chapter 18. This cave should be the lair of a certain fierce beast, but judging from the situation in the cave, it has been a long time since a fierce beast has entered here, and it is estimated that the fierce beast is very likely to have died early, and it should be safe to cultivate in this cave for the time being. Etienne judged. So, he was relieved to start cultivating. After drinking a large mouthful of low-level fierce beast blood, Etienne cultivated the body forging method. With sufficient low-level fierce beast blood, Etienne cultivated in the cave for 5 days, and his strength also broke through again, with a strength of 900 catties. However, after reaching the strength of 900 catties, it is a little difficult to increase the strength, and the effect of low-level fierce beast blood is weakening. For such a situation, Etienne already knew. His situation is relatively good, although it is slow, but he is still improving, and the martial apprentices with low talent are even difficult to advance after 900 catties, and they need to spend more time and energy to increase their strength little by little, and finally break the bottleneck. After exhausting the blood of the fierce beast, Etienne hunted the fierce beast in Zyra-Kingshan, and every time he killed a fierce beast, he returned to the cave to cultivate. As for the usual food, all of them are replaced by fierce beast meat, and the nutrition and energy of fierce beast meat are far from being comparable to ordinary food, and it has also increased Etienne's strength to a certain extent. Jaunt, cultivate, and jaunt. And just like that, a month passed. Cave. Etienne ended today's cultivation and sensed the strength of his body. It's close to 1.000 catties of strength, but since yesterday, my strength has not improved. Presumably I have reached the critical point of martial arts, in a bottleneck state. Once the bottleneck is broken, I can be promoted to the martial artist level. Etienne muttered. As for how to hit the bottleneck, he didn't think about it, but began to practice the sword technique. In the past month, he has occasionally practiced sword techniques, although he has a little cultivation time, but after all, he has a medium sword talent, so his progress is not slow. Now, his bronze-level sword technique shadow killing has been cultivated to the peak level of Xiachen, but it is very difficult to cultivate to the realm of Dachin. According to the cheats, the Dao realm of the sword is not up to the level of the sword potential. It is difficult to practice a bronze level sword skill to the Daching realm. My Dao realm is already a complete knife shape, and I am only one step away from the sword momentum, so let's comprehend the sword momentum next. Yi Tian decided. The knife posture is to release one's own perception of the knife, forming a unique potential, and only if you have enough understanding of the knife technique can you comprehend the knife potential. Yi Tian didn't know how to perceive the knife momentum, so he kept practicing the knife. Knife after knife, constantly comprehend the mystery contained in the knife method, drink the blood of the fierce beast when tired, and practice the forging method. That's it, another half a month has passed. This day, Yi Tian had a feeling in his heart, and countless insights about the knife came to his heart, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Gradually, his momentum changed, like a knife, pressing the air around him, making the air around him sticky. Boom! The knife momentum exploded, and the invisible knife key slammed into the surrounding stone walls, and countless stone powders fell off the stone walls. The knife is done. Yi Tian smiled slightly. Suddenly, he felt some kind of shackle in his body break. Is it? Yi Tian thought of a possibility, so he hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of fierce beast blood and began to cultivate the body forging method. Streams of fierce beast blood energy filled the whole body, refining all parts of the body. What was different from the past was that Yi Tian clearly sensed that powerful power was emerging everywhere in his body, accelerating the refining of his physical body, making his body stronger and stronger. He knew that he had broken through and was being promoted from a martial artist to a martial artist level. I don't know how long it has been, but the metamorphosis of the body is over. How? Yi Tian exhaled a breath of turbidity, and immediately clenched his fists, sensing the powerful power contained in his body, and was immediately overjoyed. It's much stronger than before, and the strength has definitely broken the limit of 1.000 katis, and it's indeed a martial artist. Yi Tian was promoted to a martial artist, and the purpose of coming to the field this time was completed. However, he didn't think about going back now. He was going to go back after cultivating the shadow killing to the Daching realm. Comprehending the sword momentum, Yi Tian had a deeper understanding of the sword technique, and it only took 3 days for him to completely comprehend the shadow killing to the Daching realm, and the shadow killing speed of the Daching realm was extremely fast. I am afraid that even if the martial artist does not pay attention to it in the later stage, it will be difficult to avoid his move. In terms of strength, I estimate that I can compete with the middle stage of the martial artist, but it is still a lot worse than the late stage of the martial artist. The strength of the late stage of the martial artist is too strong, and there is a yuan force to protect the body. Even if the shadow killing is powerful, it is useless to break through the opponent's defense. Yi Tian said darkly. In addition, Yi Tian found that the body forging method could no longer help him increase his strength. It is said that a martial artist can absorb yuan qi to improve his strength, but he does not know how to refine yuan qi. Therefore, he must return to the Linhei base to continue to improve his strength. It's time to go back. Yi Tian packed up his things, wrapped up the beast materials he had obtained during this time, walked out of the cave, and walked in the direction of the Linhei base. Linhei base, the gate of the East City. He didn't come back for a month. Yi Tian's clothes were all tattered, his face was dirty, and his body even exuded a strange smell, but the soldiers guarding the door didn't dare to underestimate Yi Tian, and they all cast envious and respectful looks. They knew that Yi Tian was a martial artist, and he was also a martial artist who had been in the wild for a long time, and such a martial artist was the most difficult to mess with. After entering the Linhei base, Yi Tian did not go home, but found a hotel nearby to live in, took a bath, changed clothes, and then returned home. When he returned home and saw Yu who was studying, he was really relieved. He was really afraid that he hadn't come back for a month, and Yu had an accident at home, but fortunately, everything was normal. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tian went out. He was going to the martial arts black market. The black market of warriors is located underground, and it is a place frequented by warriors, and it is also an area of activity for warriors. Martial artists and ordinary people are not qualified to enter the black market of martial artists, only martial artists can enter. Yi Tian had heard of the martial arts black market a long time ago, but he had never entered it, and he was very curious about everything in the black market. Now, he has finally stepped into the martial arts level, so he naturally wants to take a look. What's more, he's going to buy some of the things he needs on the warrior black market. Chapter 19. An entrance to the black market. Yi Tian looked at the two martial artists guarding at the door, and walked straight over. The two martial artists took a closer look at Yi Tian and found that Yi Tian was a little unfamiliar, but they sensed that Yi Tian's body belonged to the aura of a martial artist, so they didn't stop Yi Tian. Entering through the entrance, a stone staircase follows downward. Soon, Yi Tian came to the real underground black market. The area of the black market is very large, at least the size of a large square. There are many shops here, and many warriors are walking around. Yi Tian found a shop to buy the beast materials and sold the beast materials he hunted, selling a total of 200.000 yuan, which was also a small gain. Wujet. Yi Tian came to the door of this shop and took a closer look at the store. In terms of size, this store is undoubtedly the largest in the black market. Walking into the martial pavilion, a female clerk of a martial apprentice walked up to Yi Tian and said respectfully, "Lord Martial Artist, is there anything I need to buy? Our martial pavilion sells all kinds of items, and most of the items can be purchased in our martial pavilion. Do you have a secret book for martial artist cultivation in your martial pavilion?" Yi Tian asked. The female clerk smiled and said, "Is the martial master talking about the Yuan-Li forging body method? But a martial pavilion only has the low-level Yuan-Li forging body method, and the higher forging body method is only available in the big base." Yuan-Li forging body method. Yi Tian heard this name for the first time, and it couldn't be blamed that he didn't know, mainly because the high-level leaders of the Linhai base were too strict with the knowledge management of martial artists, and it was difficult for martial artists and ordinary people to get access to this kind of knowledge, and the academy would not impart too much martial arts knowledge. Obviously this was a kind of rule that the high-level leaders of the Linhai base were silent. "Do you have a list of items in your martial pavilion? I want to see it before I buy it." Yi Tian thought for a while. "Yes." The female clerk nodded and hurriedly retrieved a list of items. There are many items recorded in this list of items, not only the Yuan Force forging body method, but also the blood of fierce beasts, healing potions, weapons, secret arts, and rare treasures, etc. Some precious treasures are worth millions of dollars alone. Originally, Yi Tian thought that he was very rich, but after seeing these items, he realized that his money was not much at all. At most it was only enough for his cultivation at the martial artist level. A low-level Yuan Force forging body method, a martial artist profile, 3 intermediate fierce beast blood, a fierce beast map, and 3 bottles of King Yuan liquid. Yishian. The female clerk calculated 50.000 yuan for the low-level Yuan-Li forging body method, 10.000 yuan for the martial artist information, 500.000 yuan for 3 intermediate fierce beast blood, 20.000 yuan for the fierce beast map, and 1 million yuan for 3 bottles of King Yuan liquid, a total of 1.58 million yuan. Spent 1.58 million yuan at once. Even Yi Tian was a little distressed, but fortunately, he got the property of Shadow Li Kun, and he was worth a lot of money, otherwise he really couldn't afford such a purchase. After paying the money, Yi Tian got these things in his hands. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, the female clerk spoke, "Lord Martial Artist, the director of our martial pavilion wants to see you. I wonder if your excellency will have time?" "The director of the martial pavilion wants to see me." Yi Tian frowned slightly, a little reluctant to go, but after thinking about it carefully, it was better to go and see each other. He was actually curious about what the director of the martial pavilion was looking for him to do under the leadership of the female clerk. Yi Tian came to the second floor of a martial arts pavilion. Here, he met with the director of the martial pavilion. "Girl." Yi Tian was a little surprised. He originally thought that the director of the Wu Pavilion was a middle-aged man or an old man, but he didn't expect it to be a girl, and she was not very old, about 18 or 19 years old at most. Subconsciously, he checked the talent of the director of the Martial Pavilion. Seeing this, he was shocked in his heart. Jimin, Yuling cultivation talent, high swordsmanship talent, medium speed talent, inferior genius. Really genius. This is the real genius that Yidian has seen since he crossed over. Moshe Obi and the others are simply scum compared to Yuling. It turned out to be a high-level talent, and he also had a medium-level swordsmanship talent and a second-class speed talent, plus the age and origin of the other party. I'm afraid he was already an elite martial artist. Etienne thought. Immediately, he became excited. Medium sword talent, he doesn't care very much, because he already has a medium sword talent. Even if he copies the medium sword talent, it is difficult to increase his strength, but the inferior speed talent and the advanced cultivation talent, he wants to copy. The inferior speed talent can make his elementary speed talent stronger, and the advanced cultivation talent can transform his talent into an advanced cultivation talent. My copying talent can be copied again, but now I can only copy one. Although the second-grade speed talent is useful, it is not too useful. It is better to copy the advanced cultivation talent. After all, after today, I may not have the opportunity to contact Yuling again. So, Etienne showed an innocent smile and stretched out his slightly immature right hand. Hello, my name is Etienne. Yuling hesitated a little, but he still stretched out his right hand like a beautiful jade, shook it lightly with Etienne, and immediately withdrew it. But what Yuling didn't know was that the moment Etienne touched Yuling's right hand, he copied Yuling's advanced cultivation talent. It worked. Etienne was overjoyed, and his heart simply smiled. Hello, I'm Yuling, the head of the Martial Pavilion. Yuling introduced herself, and immediately let the female clerk leave with a look. Director Yu, what are you looking for from me? Etienne asked straight to the point. Yuling sat down, stared at Etienne, and asked, Etienne, you should have just been promoted to a martial artist, right? It's true that I've just been promoted to a martial artist. As for the origin of the Martial Pavilion, I don't know, but it must be a big force in the Linhei base. Etienne said. No. Yuling shook his head. Our Wuj is not the force of the Linhei base. Although the Linhei base is only a small force, it is difficult to contact other bases, but some large bases have still established branches in the Linhei base. Because the geographical location of the Linhei base is special, those bases are also worried about the accident of the Linhei base. For those large bases, the Linhei base is a gateway, so even if the Linhei base is weak, people will be stationed here, and Wuj is from the big base. From the big base. Etienne showed a look of understanding. No wonder the Martial Pavilion was able to sell so many treasures. And he had already guessed Yuling's identity. He must have come from the big base, and his identity was very noble. It's just that Yuling came to the Linhei base to do something. It's just a small base. Director, you called me here too? Etienne asked even more suspiciously. Are you willing to join the Martial Pavilion? I see that you are only 16 or 17 years old at most, and you have already been promoted to the level of a martial artist, and more importantly, you are not from a few big families in the Linhei base, which is even more valuable, so I want to invite you to join the Martial Pavilion. Yuling said truthfully. Director Yu, I don't want to join any forces for the time being. Etienne refused without thinking about it. Chapter 20. Just kidding, joining the Martial Pavilion will only do him harm, not good. If Etienne was just a medium or high cultivation talent, he would definitely join the Martial Pavilion, because the Martial Pavilion was huge and had countless resources, and he could definitely get the best cultivation here. But he can continue to improve his talents, and he will even become the most talented person on the planet. Joining the Martial Pavilion is bound to test talent. If the talent continues to improve in the future, how can this be explained? Isn't it possible to keep explaining that he has obtained a treasure that can improve his talent? It's okay to flicker once, but no one will believe it every time. Even if Wu Jie values him again, he will covet the secrets on his body, and then the copy talent will be exposed. Etienne knew his situation very well. He would not join any forces, otherwise there would be constant trouble. However, in the future, he can establish his own power. You actually refused. Yu Ling was shocked. Do you know how huge our martial pavilion is? Just sending a strong person is enough to annihilate the entire Linhei base. She couldn't understand why Yi Dian gave up such a great opportunity. You must know that even in the big base, there are countless geniuses who want to join the martial pavilion, but they have no chance. I really don't want to join any forces. Yi Dian said again. Forget it. Yu Ling no longer insisted on letting Yi Tian join the martial pavilion. After the two chatted for a few words, Yi Tian left. After Yi Tian left, an old man came over from the next room. Miss, why did you invite a martial artist from a small base? No matter how young this person is, what genius can they be in a small Linhei base? At most it is only a medium cultivation talent, and a genius with a medium cultivation talent is not a genius at all in a large base, unless it is a medium cultivation genius with a special talent. That is what our martial pavilion needs. The old man asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I just think it's good to be able to meet such a young martial artist in a small place like the Linhei base. I was going to recruit him as an attendant, but I didn't expect him to even be unwilling to join the martial pavilion, so naturally he didn't want to be my attendant. Yu Ling said lightly. For Yu Ling and the old man, Yi Tian was just an insignificant person. But this time for Yi Tian, it was no less than a small chance. Yi Tian was destined to stay in the Linhei base for a long time, thinking that he would not be able to copy the advanced cultivation talent for a long time, but now he met the genius of the large base and successfully copied the advanced cultivation talent. Originally, Yi Tian still felt that it would take him a lot of time to advance to the elite martial artist level, but after having advanced cultivation talent, he felt that he could be promoted to the elite martial artist level in a year or two at most. Back home, Yi Yu went to school, and Yi Tian was the only one in the family, and he didn't care about anything, so he directly started to fuse. Boom. The sharp pain that I had not seen for a long time came to my mind, and my whole body seemed to be torn apart. 10 minutes passed. Yi Tian felt a shock all over his body, and breathed a long sigh of relief. With a thought, he observed his talent. Jiman, Yi Tian cultivation talent, high-speed talent, elementary knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary. My advanced cultivation talent is my own medium cultivation talent that is fused with Yu Ling's advanced cultivation talent. In terms of talent, my talent is stronger than Yu Ling. Yi Dian said darkly. Then, he took out the Yuanli forging body method, looked at it carefully, and read the martial artist information again. After a long time, Yi Tian finally had a general understanding of the cultivation of martial artists. In fact, the real name of the forging method practiced by martial artists is called the basic forging method, and martial artists also need to temper their bodies, and for martial artists, the body is the foundation of everything. The Yuan force forging body method cultivated by a martial artist is different from the basic body forging method. The basic body forging method is to develop the physical potential and temper the body, while the Yuan force forging body method of a martial artist is to absorb the Yuan ki of Jevan and earth and refine it into Yuan force and store it in the Danshan, and then temper the physical body with the help of the Yuan force forging body method. The skin is tempered in the early stage of the warrior, the muscles are tempered in the middle stage of the warrior, and the bones are tempered in the later stage of the warrior. Once the refining of skin, flesh, and bones is completed, it has reached the peak realm of the martial artist, and the martial artist at this time has the power of 10,000 katis, and after using the Yuan force, the peak of the martial artist can exert twice the strength, which is equivalent to the power of 20,000 katis. According to the martial artist's information, 10.000 Jin is the limit of a martial artist, 100.000 Jin is the limit of an elite martial artist. As for the limit of a great martial artist, it is not mentioned, but even 100.000 Jin is too terrifying. Yi Dian gasped. At this time, he really realized the strength of the martial artist, far more powerful than he imagined. He is still very weak now, only has a strength of more than 1.000 katis, and he has not yet begun to cultivate the Yuan force forging body method, and has not formed Yuan force, so he is not a real martial artist in the early stage. Start cultivating. Etienne followed the 9 movements on the Yuan Force Forging Body method and began to absorb the Yuan Qi between Heaven and Earth. Boom! Streams of Yuan Qi poured into Etienne's body from all around along the pores, and under the action of the Yuan Force Forging Body method, they turned into wisps of Yuan Force and entered Etienne's Danshan. Subsequently, Yuan Li rushed out of the Danshan again, spread to the skin, and began to refine the skin. Suddenly, a tingling sensation came from the skin, and there was a trace of pain. Etienne knew that this was refining the skin, and only by refining the skin to be very strong could it be enough to physically resist the weapon. While refining his skin, Etienne could also clearly sense that his strength was increasing, far more obvious than when he was a martial artist. Even if a person with poor talent becomes a martial artist, it is difficult to absorb the vitality when cultivating the Yuan Force Forging Body method. For example, a martial artist with a primary cultivation talent can absorb a wisp of vitality in half a day, and the speed of improving cultivation is like a turtle speed, and people with inferior cultivation talents are even more unable to absorb the vitality. They will lose their way forward after becoming a martial artist, even if they use the blood of the intermediate fierce beast. It is difficult to absorb the blood of the intermediate fierce beast to improve their strength, but I can absorb so much vitality with a high cultivation talent. The difference in talent is too obvious. Etienne pondered while cultivating. After cultivating for a while, Etienne tried to use the blood of an intermediate fierce beast to assist in cultivation. The intermediate level fierce beast blood contains powerful blood energy, which can better refine the skin of the flesh, so using the intermediate level fierce beast blood to assist in cultivation is far faster than cultivating the Yuan Force Forging Body method alone. And the absorption effect of his mid-level fierce beast blood with a high cultivation talent far exceeded that of a mid-level cultivation talent. Soon, he tested it out. The threefold amplification effect can increase the cultivation speed by 3 times at the martial artist level, which is already very good. Etienne was very satisfied. Chapter 21. After only cultivating for a few days, Etienne was a little distressed. It's not that the progress is slow, but the movements of the martial artist's cultivation are too big, although there are only 9 movements, but the martial artist's every move can shake the air, and the room at home is too small, and if you are not careful, you will break the things in the house. It's time to move. This location is already on the edge of the base. Once a fierce beast breaks into the base, this place will inevitably be attacked first. It's too dangerous to live here. I'm not afraid, but my sister hasn't cultivated yet, so naturally she has no means to resist. In the future, I will definitely go into the wild often, and I am afraid that I will not be able to protect my sister, so I will have to move into the small villa area in the center of the base. Etienne decided. The small villa area in the center of the base is very safe. Unless the base is breached, it is unlikely to be affected, but the houses there are also super expensive, and any small villa costs 10 million yuan, which ordinary families simply cannot afford. Etienne still has more than 2 million yuan on him, plus his status as a martial artist can take out a loan, and the bank of the base can lend to him, which is enough to buy a small villa. Eat at noon. Etienne discussed with Yu Xiao, I'm going to move into the small villa area in the center of the base. I took a look. The central garden is a good community. Yu's eyes widened. He walked over and touched Etienne's forehead. Brother, you don't have a fever. A small villa in the central garden is at least 10 million. That's not a place we can live. Where did you learn this, little girl? Etienne flicked lightly at Yu's little head, and then said with a smile, your brother is rich now. As he spoke, Etienne put the 2 gold cards on the table. Here is 2 million, plus your brother. I am a martial artist now, I can take out a loan. Etienne held his head high and said proudly. Ah, brother, you are a warrior now. Yu was so shocked that he covered his mouth, looking incredulous. She remembered that her brother had only been cultivating for half a year, and he had become a martial artist so quickly, and the speed was too fast. Well, I just broke through, but you can't tell anyone else. After all, your brother is such a genius. What if other people are jealous and not good for our family? Etienne hurriedly said. Brother, I promise not to say it. Eyu's little head kept nodding, her eyes were full of joy, she felt very proud to have such a talented brother. In the next few days, Etienne went to go through the purchase procedures. In this era, there are no troublesome procedures such as handling real estate certificates, only a contract needs to be signed, and the small villas are all decorated, but the so-called decoration is very simple in Etienne's opinion, similar to the ancient style of small courtyards, and there is no modern villa as Etienne imagined. Maybe those big bases can make modern villas, but the coastal base doesn't have this ability, mainly because the cost is too great. The only thing that made Etienne a little relieved was that the area of the small villa was quite large, a small courtyard of 50 square meters, 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 toilets, and the total area of the entire villa reached 400 square meters. This is still a small villa in the coastal base, because the coastal base is not short of area. When the base was built very large, and the entire base is only hundreds of thousands of people, and there are few people to create such a situation. After the villa was bought, Etienne began to move. There are not many things at home, and in just half a day, he and his sister officially settled in the small villa in the central garden. However, this villa does not really belong to Etienne. Once Etienne falls, or is unable to repay the loan, this small villa will be repossessed. Therefore, Etienne wanted to repay the loan as soon as possible. But the loan of 8 million yuan is not a small amount. Even if a martial artist wants to make so much money, it will take a long time. If it is an ordinary martial artist, it will take 10 years or even decades to repay. But Etienne felt that he didn't need so much time, and with the speed at which he hunted the fierce beasts, it would definitely not take too long to repay these debts. For most of the next half-month, Etienne went into the wild every day to hunt fierce beasts, and he chose small fierce beasts, and after hunting them, he immediately brought them back to the base. Hunting one a day, the average value of one is 200.000 yuan, and in just half a month, he earned as much as 3 million. Such a crazy hunt for fierce beasts, this is something that other martial artists dare not do, not because of their strength, but because they are too dangerous. Who dares to guarantee that they will come back alive and safe every time? Most martial artists still don't fight like this. After all, once they encounter a powerful beast, it's too late to escape. But Etienne's speed was very fast. He surpassed the late stage of the martial artist in terms of speed in the early stage of the martial artist, coupled with the advantage of the shadow talent, which made him dare to hunt fierce beasts so crazy. After frantically hunting the fierce beasts, Etienne was going to repair for a period of time, and he would not leave the base, but instead cultivate with all his strength and increase some strength. In the blink of an eye, another half a month has passed. With sufficient fierce beast blood, coupled with the advantage of advanced cultivation talent, Etienne's strength has increased a lot again, and he already has a strength of 2.000 katis, and his skin has been tempered to be very tough, which is enough to block ordinary fine iron weapons. In the words of the previous life, it is enough to resist bullets in the body. It's a pity that there are no bullets in this era. On this day, Etienne came to the black market again. He didn't come to sell beast materials, but to buy things. Wu Pavilion. I want to buy a map of the Lake of Death, Etienne said. The Lake of Death is located in a lake 10 kilometers away from the coastal base, and there are many fierce beasts around it. The reason why this lake is called this is because there are many terrifying aquatic beasts in the Lake of Death, and it is difficult for even elite warriors to survive, hence the name Lake of Death. The reason why Etienne wanted to go to the Lake of Death was because he valued a kind of raw water beast, the lighthouse jellyfish. Before the Genki era, the lighthouse jellyfish was a miniature sea creature, but with the advent of the Genki era, the lighthouse jellyfish underwent a metamorphosis, no longer living in the ocean, and no longer subject to environmental constraints, and the survivability increased greatly. It can be said that the lighthouse jellyfish is an earth creature, not a fierce beast species from the cracks in space, but the strength of the lighthouse jellyfish is also extremely strong. Their size has become many times larger, the size of a human palm, and this creature is difficult to kill. Even if it is a warrior, it is difficult to extinguish the lighthouse jellyfish, and the tentacles of the lighthouse jellyfish can penetrate the body of the warrior. It is said that even elite warriors must flee when they see a group of lighthouse jellyfish, or they will surely die. When he saw the lighthouse jellyfish, Etienne valued the ability of the lighthouse jellyfish. He felt that the lighthouse jellyfish must have a talent for healing and recovery. Once he copied it, his survival ability would definitely improve by several grades. Going to the Lake of Death is a bit of an adventure, but the rewards of the adventure are worth it. Chapter 22. There are 10.000 and 100.000 maps of the Lake of Death, so which one does the warrior Sama need? The female clerk asked seriously. Is there any difference? Etienne asked. The 10.000 pieces only have a general terrain and simple information, while the 100.000 map has the most detailed information, and even the species and weaknesses of many aquatic beasts in the Lake of Death are introduced. The clerk replied. Give me a map of 100.000 pieces. Etienne said. A mere 100.000 yuan is nothing to him, and it is naturally good to know a little more about the Lake of Death, so that many dangers can be avoided. After paying 100.000 yuan, Etienne got the map of the Lake of Death, and immediately bought some healing medicine. The 3 bottles of King Yuan liquid purchased before are the best among the healing liquids, and now 1 bottle has been used, and there is no need to buy this level of healing liquid, but you can buy a little more medicine that can treat minor injuries. After all, it is too wasteful to use up King Yuan liquid for a small injury. After the things were purchased, Etienne told Yu and left the Linhai base. 10 kilometers is not easy to walk. Etienne was careful. It took him more than half a day to come to the Lake of Death. Boom. Not far away, the sound of battle was heard. Someone. Etienne was a little surprised. The Lake of Death is a relatively dangerous place, and it is far away from the coastal base, so even elite warriors don't need to travel so far to giant fierce beasts. How can a warrior appear here? Be careful. Etienne said darkly. Warriors can coexist peacefully in the coastal base, but not necessarily in the wild, and it is not uncommon for each other to fight each other for resources. He walked slowly, barely making a sound, and walked towards the Lake of Death. The topography of the Lake of Death is somewhat peculiar, surrounded by mountains, with a huge lake in the middle, but the surrounding mountains are not very high, and can only be described as small slopes. And for Etienne, the only advantage is that there are more trees on the hillside and a lot of dark places, so it is suitable for him to use the shadow talent to jar at his figure. Soon, the figures of a group of people appeared in Etienne's sight. He hid in the darkness, watching closely. It's her. Etienne saw a shadow, and it was Yuling who he saw in the martial pavilion. Yuling and the others were fighting with a group of fierce beasts not far from the Lake of Death, and the battle was very fierce. Giant crocodile beast. Etienne saw the appearance of the fierce beast clearly, and was stunned for a moment. These giant crocodile beasts were 10 meters away, obviously intermediate-level fierce beasts, and the giant crocodile led by one was so large that it was 20 meters tall, and his body moved as if it was shaking by an earthquake. High-level fierce beasts. Etienne was 100% sure that the leader of the giant crocodile must be a high-level fierce beast, equivalent to the level of a great martial artist among martial artists. The one who fights with a high-level fierce beast is an old man, who can fight with a high-level fierce beast without winning or losing, and his cultivation must have reached the level of a great martial artist. 10 elite martial artists plus 1 great martial artist, and these martial artists are vaguely surrounding Yuling. They should be Yuling's guards. It's strange, what is such a powerful team doing in the Lake of Death? Could it be that the Lake of Death has what Yuling needs? Etienne pondered. He continued to look and did not show up. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the Lake of Death, a middle-aged warrior, with his feet on the surface of the lake, showing no signs of sinking at all, and the clothes on his body were all dry. About the gift of water. Etienne guessed. Such a talent is very convenient in the water, but Etienne has no interest in copying. What he wants to copy most at the moment is the talent of the lighthouse jellyfish. Miss, it's here, let's go. The middle-aged warrior shouted in panic. The middle-aged martial artist's speed was very fast, and he came to the shore in a blink of an eye, and hurriedly handed over a thing to Yuling. Because the speed was too fast, Etienne was far away, and he didn't see what it was, but it was obviously a great treasure. Maybe it was the reason why Yuling and the others came here. Suddenly, the lake of death surged, and a huge crocodile rushed out of the lake. Its huge body was like an ancient dragon crocodile, and the coercion spread to a radius of thousands of meters, and even Etienne felt the air become viscous. I'll go, what kind of monster did they provoke? This is an existence above a high-level fierce beast, right? Etienne said in horror. At this time, he finally understood. That high-level fierce beast giant crocodile is not a leader at all, just a squad leader, and the giant crocodile that appears now is the real leader. Miss, it's a top-level fierce beast, let's stop it, you leave first. The old man's expression changed drastically. Let's go. Yuling gritted his teeth and said. It's too late. The old man despaired. They didn't expect this situation at all. This was just a remote area, but there was a top-level fierce beast. This is a powerful fierce beast that only a grandmaster can deal with. He is just a great martial artist, plus the middle-aged man at the level of a great martial artist. There are only 2 great martial artists in total. Where can he resist the top fierce beasts? Boom. An elite martial artist did not hesitate to rush towards the top fierce beast giant crocodile, and launched a suicide attack one after another. And the old man pushed Yuling far away, and immediately formed the last barrier with the middle-aged man. Yuling glanced at it and knew that he had no way to save the others, so he had to leave, otherwise they would all die here. But Yuling wanted to go, and the other giant crocodiles didn't want Yuling to go. One by one, the giant crocodiles chased after Yuling, but Yuling didn't dare to stop at all, desperately fleeing. Such a fast speed, such a powerful strength. Yuling's cultivation should be the pinnacle of an elite martial artist, and he can easily kill me in seconds. Etienne judged. No matter how powerful Yuling was, it was difficult to beat such a group of giant crocodiles, and her guards couldn't stop the top-level fierce beasts at all, so she didn't have much time to buy. So, Yuling was desperate. Boom. A momentum belonging to a great martial artist erupted from Yuling's body. She used a secret technique and forcibly made her strength reach that of a great martial artist. This is only a temporary ascension. Once the arcane time has passed, she will definitely fall into a state of weakness, and at that point she will be dead. Die! Yuling pierced the head of a giant crocodile with a sword, and kicked a giant crocodile away, and his combat effectiveness was outstanding. But there were too many giant crocodiles, and soon she was knocked away by a giant crocodile and suffered injuries on her body. Chase all the way, run all the way. Soon, Yuling was heavily injured, and the number of giant crocodiles that came after him was also scarce. I don't know how far she fled. There was no giant crocodile behind Yuling, but her injuries were already very serious. Suddenly, Yuling's expression changed. It's not good, it's time for the secret technique. Then she despaired. This is the wilderness, she has not yet reached a safe area, and when the time for the secret art comes, she will inevitably be visibly weak and unconscious, and then a random beast will be enough to kill her. Before she could think of a solution, her consciousness fell unconscious, and she fell to the ground. At the moment when she was unconscious, she seemed to see a figure appear beside her. Chapter 23. 23 I'm not dead. Yuling slowly woke up from her coma. Her first thought was doubt. According to the previous situation, she was almost dead. Now she is still conscious, which means that she was rescued. Could it be that there are still any of my guards alive? Yuling said subconsciously. But in an instant, she rejected the idea. In the face of top-level beasts, it is impossible for her guards to be alive. When she opened her eyes, she noticed that there was some darkness around her, but her keen sense made her know that there was someone next to her. You're awake. A slightly immature voice came. Although Yuling couldn't see this person's face clearly, he could also know who this person was from his voice. Etienne, you saved me. She tried to stand up, but her body was too weak to sit up reluctantly. That's right, I just saw you fall to the ground, and I brought you to this little cave. Etienne said. Thank you for saving me," Yu Ling said gratefully. "It's nothing, it's just a coincidence." Yi Tian smiled slightly. In fact, he also thought about not saving Yu Ling, and even got the treasures and money on Yu Ling's body, but that would undoubtedly go against his heart. Moreover, Yu Ling's nature was not bad, as could be seen from his refusal to join the martial pavilion, and the other party did not have any overreaction. If it was a person like Moshe Obadi, not only would he not be saved, but he would fall into the well. Abrupt. A soft light emanated from Yu Ling's hand. It was a stone, but it was like a light bulb, illuminating the dark cave. "It's dot." Yi Tian was a little surprised. He carried Yu Ling all the way to the cave, but he didn't find this stone at all. If there was, he felt that he could feel it. This is a light stone, which can store light, which is very rare. Even if it is a large base, only a few people have it. Yu Ling didn't judge it and explained. She was not afraid that Yi Tian would be greedy for a piece of light stone. After all, this thing was just rare, but it was not valuable. If Yi Tian wanted it, she wouldn't mind giving him a piece. Yu Ling put the light stone on a stone beside him, and immediately a bottle of healing liquid appeared in his hand. Drinking the healing liquid in one gulp, Yu Ling quietly waited for the healing liquid to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, Yi Tian was sure that Yu Ling had suddenly taken out this bottle of healing liquid, and it was impossible to create something out of nothing. In other words, Yu Ling must have the legendary storage equipment on his body. In addition, Yu Ling's healing liquid grade was very high, much higher than his Kingyuan liquid. His Kingyuan liquid also gave her a bottle of Kingyuan liquid when Yu Ling was unconscious, but it only relieved her injuries. But Yu Ling's healing liquid made her skin injuries recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeming to perceive Yi Tian's gaze, Yu Ling said with a smile, "You haven't seen the storage bag. This thing is made from the space pocket on the space kangaroo and then slightly refined by the space talent martial artist, and it can be refined and used by the martial artist." "What is a space kangaroo?" Yi Tian asked curiously. With Yu Ling's narration, Yi Tian finally knew the origin of the space kangaroo, which was a high-level fierce beast, very fast, extremely powerful, and very intelligent. It was a high-level fierce beast that was difficult to jaunt. The pocket on the space kangaroo has the attribute of space, which can store many things, which is called the space pocket. Once a space kangaroo is hunted, it can allow the space talent martial artist to refine the space pocket, thus forming a storage bag. Of course, it is not only the space pocket that can be refined into a storage bag. Everything with space attributes can be used, but the space pocket of the space kangaroo is the most practical and the easiest material to find. "I've seen it." Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh secretly. It's no wonder that he doesn't know. After all, he is only from a small base like the Linhei base, and he naturally can't be compared with Yu Ling from a big base. For the next 2 days, Yi Tian stayed with Yu Ling. After all, Yu Ling's injuries had not recovered, and it was not good for him to leave alone to find the lighthouse jellyfish. Although he wasted a little time, he was not without gain. He learned a lot of knowledge from Yu Ling's mouth. For example, the realm above the great warriors. In the coastal base, the great martial artist is the strongest. There are only 1 or 2 on the surface, and the hidden great martial artist is no more than double digits at most. But in the big base, the great martial artist can only be regarded as a middle-level martial artist, and the realm above the great martial artist is called a grandmaster-level martial artist. A grandmaster-level martial artist can sweep away a group of great martial artists, and the lifespan of a grandmaster-level martial artist is far beyond that of ordinary people, with as many as 200 years old. When Yi Tian knew that a grandmaster-level powerhouse could live to be 200 years old, he was immediately stunned. As a result, he had one more goal, to impact the grandmaster-level realm. It's a pity that it's too difficult to become a grandmaster. Even people with advanced cultivation talents only have less than a 10% chance of becoming a grandmaster, and only those with top cultivation talents have a 10% chance of becoming a grandmaster. Yi Tian, I'm going back to the big base. After Yu Ling's injuries were almost healed, he said. Then you pay attention to safety all the way. Yi Tian said. Before leaving, Yu Ling threw Yi Tian a package. I think you should be able to use the things in here, so I'll give it to you. Before Yi Tian could refuse, Yuling left, and the speed was so fast that Yi Tian didn't have time to react. Seeing this, Yi Tian could only smile helplessly. He opened the package and found that it contained a cheat book, 10 bottles of beast blood, and 10 gold cards. I'll go, the intermediate Yuan force forging body method, 10 bottles of high-grade fierce beast blood, and 10 gold cards equivalent to 10 million yuan, this gift is too heavy. Yi Tian was really taken aback. Among them, the most precious one still belongs to the intermediate Yuan force forging body method. He doesn't know if the big family of the Linhei base has it, but ordinary martial artists can't get it, and no amount of money can buy it. The intermediate Yuan force forging body method, plus 10 bottles of high-grade fierce beast blood, within 3 months, I am sure that I will be promoted to the elite martial artist level. Yi Tian was extremely confident. Originally, he was going to go to the Lake of Death to look for the lighthouse jellyfish immediately, but now he changed his mind. He was going to wait for himself to be promoted to the elite martial artist level before going to the Lake of Death, which would be safer. In fact, it is not suitable to go to the Lake of Death now, because Yuling and the others have made such a big move in the Lake of Death. Maybe those fierce beasts are always staring at foreign martial artists, and going at this time is tantamount to looking for death. 3 months may be enough time to calm down the Lake of Death, and that's when it's the best option. So, Yi Tian prepared to return to the Linhei base. Chapter 24. There were no accidents along the way, and Yi Tian returned to the Linhei base safely. The day after he came back, Yi Tian went to the black market and bought many copies of intermediate grey beast blood, almost spending 10 million yuan. If you take out 10 million inches exchange for a loan, you can easily pay it off, but Yi Tian still chooses to buy mid-level fierce beast blood. Although he had 10 bottles of high-grade fierce beast blood, if he had been cultivating with high-grade fierce beast blood, he would not last for 3 months at all, and occasionally using high-grade fierce beast blood to cultivate, and other times using intermediate fierce beast blood to assist in cultivation, this was the most effective way to cultivate. Villa, small yard. Yi Tian stood there and began to cultivate the intermediate Yuan force forging body method. The intermediate Yuan force forging body method only had 9 movements, but each action was far more mysterious and complex than the low-level Yuan force forging body method. I saw that the intermediate Yuan force forging body method was unleashed, and the incomparably rich Yuan Qi poured into Yi Tian's body, and the refining speed was much stronger than that of the low-level Yuan force forging body method. 3 times better than the low-level Yuan force forging body method. Yi Tian was shocked. This is just a simple cultivation of the intermediate Yuan force forging body method. If you use the blood of the fierce beast to assist in cultivation, the effect will be faster, because the intermediate Yuan force forging body method can make more effective use of the blood of the fierce beast. Try the effects of high-grade beast blood first. Yi Tian couldn't help but take a sip. Boom. Powerful energy burst out from the body, and the whole body seemed to be torn apart. Underestimating the energy of the blood of high-level fierce beasts, Yi Tian secretly said that it was not good. So, he immediately began to cultivate the intermediate Yuan force forging method, cultivated over and over again, and finally absorbed this high-level fierce beast blood energy. Fortunately, there is an intermediate Yuan force forging body method, otherwise it would not be possible to absorb the energy of the high-level fierce beast blood at all. Yuling should have known this a long time ago, so he would give me the intermediate Yuan force forging body method together with the high-level fierce beast blood. Yi Tian thought. He carefully estimated that the high-grade fierce beast blood could increase his cultivation speed by 6 times for the current one, and if he counted the intermediate Yuan force forging body method, it would be 18 times. And his talent is a high-level cultivation talent, which is at least 3 times better than the intermediate cultivation talent. If you calculate it this way, compared to the ordinary intermediate cultivation talent geniuses in the Linhei base, my cultivation speed is 54 times faster. Yi Tian exclaimed. However, a genius with an intermediate cultivation talent could also obtain an intermediate level of fierce beast blood to assist in cultivation, and at least he could increase his speed by 2 or 3 times, but even so, his cultivation speed was 20 times stronger than that of other intermediate cultivation talents. he cultivated for 1 month, which was equivalent to nearly 2 years of cultivation for other medium-level cultivation talents. It's a pity that there are only 10 bottles of high-grade fierce beast blood. Etienne thought a little greedily. With sufficient resources and no outsiders to disturb him, Etienne practiced with all his might. Soon, 3 months passed. Finally reached the elite martial artist level. Etienne said excitedly. His skin, muscles, and bones have been tempered to a very strong level, and his strength has also broken the limit of 10.000 catis, which can be regarded as a beginner in the elite martial arts level, but it is not yet the early stage of a real elite martial artist. If you want to become an elite martial artist, you must temper your blood. Elite martial arts is a process of refining blood, and only when the blood is refined to a strong enough level can the flesh be replenished and support the flesh body to evolve to a higher level. Cultivation is an evolutionary process. And Etienne has not yet begun to quench the blood, and the process of refining the blood is very troublesome, that is, to remove the impurities in the blood again and again, and refine the remaining blood. This process requires a lot of blood. If the nutrition can't keep up, the blood will even be exhausted with cultivation, then the person will naturally die. And the best way to replenish blood is to use the blood of the fierce beast and nourish the blood with blood, so this process needs to consume a large amount of fierce beast blood, although the high-grade fierce beast blood is better, but Etienne has long since lost the high-grade fierce beast blood, and even if there is not so much. There are not many martial artists in the Linhai base, but the fierce beast blood is so tense, because the elite martial artists occupy more than 90% of the fierce beast blood, and the amount of fierce beast blood they consume every day is enough to make ordinary martial artists stunned. In addition, in 3 months, he did not waste the opportunity to copy the talent, and secretly copied a few medium cultivation talents and fused them into his identity, but unfortunately he did not let the advanced cultivation talent transform, but he could feel that his advanced cultivation talent was already at a peak level. Maybe as long as he fused a high cultivation talent, his talent might be able to transform into a top cultivation talent. It took another 3 days. Etienne initially refined his blood, stepped into the early stage of elite martial arts, and with 13.000 catis of strength, he was ready to go to the Lake of Death again. For the talent of the lighthouse jellyfish, he is bound to win. Coming to the Lake of Death again, Etienne was a little nervous. His cultivation was indeed many times stronger than that of 3 months, and even his sword momentum had stepped into the realm of Xia Cheng, and his shadow-killing cultivation had reached the peak of Dacheng, but he still did not dare to underestimate the danger of the Lake of Death. There are top-level beasts in this place, and once you provoke a top-level beast, you will die. At this time, it was evening. Etienne did not enter the Lake of Death, but quietly waited for the arrival of the night. When the night comes, it will be very dark under the surface of the lake, just enough for him to use the shadow talent. The shadow talent can't jihad from the high-level fierce beasts with spiritual power, but it can jihad from the low-level fierce beasts and intermediate fierce beasts. It's much safer to move at night than during the day. The night came quickly, and the entire Lake of Death became eerie and terrifying, and with the fierce beast aura that permeated this area, ordinary people might not even be able to walk here. Yishian Qiang endured the discomfort in his heart and entered the Lake of Death. Shadow talent. Etienne instantly melted into the night, slowly swimming under the surface of the lake. As an elite warrior, he is enough to be underwater for an hour without exhaling. He must find the lighthouse jellyfish within an hour, or he must go ashore, or it will be too dangerous. It's really dark and dark underwater, but fortunately I have a talent for copying. Otherwise I wouldn't have found a lighthouse jellyfish. Etienne said darkly. Soon, under the talent of copying, he sensed the first aquatic beast. Species, Tiger Clawfish Bloodline Talent, Medium. Chapter 25. 25 The Tiger Clawfish is an intermediate fierce beast, and its strength is not weak. Etienne did not care about this Tiger Clawfish, but went around and continued to look for the existence of the lighthouse jellyfish. With the copying talent, no aquatic beast can escape his detection, and since becoming an elite martial artist, the detection range of the copying talent has increased from 3 meters to 10 meters. Within 10 meters, you can detect the talent of all living things. Time passed slowly. Etienne detected many aquatic fierce beasts. The most dangerous one was when he encountered a high-level fierce beast. Fortunately, it was detected at a distance of 10 meters, and the high-level fierce beast did not use spiritual power to probe, so it was dodged by Etienne in time. Half an hour later, Etienne finally found the lighthouse jellyfish, and it was a small group of lighthouse jellyfish. Species: lighthouse jellyfish, bloodline talent, elementary healing talent, top. It turned out to be a top-notch healing talent. Etienne was really shocked. He thought that the talent of the lighthouse jellyfish was just a medium or high talent, but he didn't expect it to be a top talent. He had never encountered a top-level talent, but he didn't expect to encounter it from a lighthouse jellyfish today. Copy, be sure to copy it, Etienne said excitedly. The strength of the lighthouse jellyfish was not strong, and it was difficult to detect Etienne's existence, so Etienne slowly approached a lighthouse jellyfish. The moment Etienne's right hand touched a lighthouse jellyfish, he copied the lighthouse jellyfish's top healing talent. The next moment, Etienne stayed away from the lighthouse jellyfish, so as not to cause the siege of the lighthouse jellyfish. A lighthouse jellyfish is not scary. The key is that a group of lighthouse jellyfish is too scary, and this is the Lake of Death. He doesn't want to cause the siege of the beasts of the Lake of Death, so even if he has a shadow talent, he doesn't want to escape from the Lake of Death. Soon, Etienne came out of the Lake of Death. The moment he stood on the shore, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gotta leave now. Etienne hurriedly stayed away from the Lake of Death and ran towards a small cave where he had lived before. After entering the cave, Etienne immediately began to fuse the top-level healing talent. Boom! An unimaginable metamorphosis began. If you can go deep into the cells of Etienne, you can observe that Etienne's cells are undergoing the deepest transformation, and each cell has undergone a huge transformation, as if it is evolving. The pain brought by this transformation completely exceeded any previous time, but Etienne was very excited, just like the so-called pain and jumpiness. I don't know how long it has been. Etienne finally felt refreshed. Standing up, Etienne took a look at his talent. German, Etienne cultivation talent, high-speed talent, elementary knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top. Try the effects of the top healing talent. Etienne took out a knife and cut a cut on his arm. Then, a miraculous scene happened, and in less than a second, the wound was healed. Hiss! Etienne gasped. The effect of the top healing talent was too amazing. With such a healing talent, as long as it is not a fatal injury, it is almost difficult to be killed, and his life-saving ability has instantly increased by several notches. However, Etienne would not think that he was really immortal. No matter how unnatural the healing ability is, it also needs to consume energy, and if the body's energy is exhausted, the healing ability will be invalid. If you really encounter an enemy that you can't fight against, at most you can delay for a while longer, and the final result will be death. Therefore, strength is the most important thing. After resting in the cave for the night, early the next morning, Etienne rushed back to the Linhai base. In the next half-month, Etienne began to jaunt fierce beasts frantically, and he also bought a small truck, which was the latest production of Yuan car, which cost him a total of 1 million yuan. With a pickup truck, he was able to jaunt some more beasts every day and bring them back, and his ability to make money greatly increased. Coupled with the healing talent, it was almost difficult for him to be killed by an intermediate-level fierce beast, and high-level fierce beasts were not so easy to encounter, so Etienne paid off the loan within half a month, and also saved 5 million yuan and a large amount of intermediate-level fierce beast blood. With the resources, Etienne was ready to cultivate for a period of time and improve his strength. The cultivation of elite martial artists is to quench the blood, and the physical body also has strict requirements, and the Yuan Force Forging body method will naturally refine the physical body while refining the blood, and the two are complementary to each other. With a strength of more than 10.000 katis, he is a beginner elite martial artist, and the limit of an elite martial artist is 100.000 katis. Etienne is now less than 20.000 jin of strength, and there is still a big gap from the peak of elite martial artists, but Etienne has many talents, which is enough to compete with elite martial artists above 50.000 Jin and be able to save his life under the hands of elite peak martial artists. But that's not enough. What Etienne wanted was to be able to compete with the peak of elite martial artists, and even to be able to compete with great martial artists. It's a pity that his talents are basically support talents, and there are no direct attack talents. Next time, be sure to choose an offensive talent to copy. Etienne decided. The martial artist of the coastal base, he is not hopeful, his target is a fierce beast. There are many more fierce beasts with talent than martial artists. Once a certain fierce beast is locked, it is not difficult to find. It is better than looking for a needle in a haystack among humans. Of course, a fierce beast with an offensive talent is far more terrifying than other fierce beasts, and if you want to copy the talent from such a fierce beast, you must have strong strength. As a result, Etienne cultivated frantically in the next half-month. Because he had a top-level healing talent, he was not afraid of the physical damage caused by transitional cultivation, so his cultivation speed soared suddenly. In just half a month, after exhausting countless intermediate-level fierce beast blood, Etienne finally increased his strength to the level of 30.000 catties, which was an achievement that other high-level cultivation talent geniuses could not achieve in a few months. This day, Etienne looked for a suitable fierce beast from the newly purchased relatively complete beast atlas. Mighty Bear, an intermediate-level fierce beast, twice as powerful as an ordinary fierce beast, is suspected to have a talent for strength. Etienne glanced at it and shook his head. Mighty Bear may indeed have a strength talent, but the strength talent level is definitely not high. At most it is a second-class strength talent, not the best target. Flame Bird, an intermediate-level fierce beast, has a flame talent, and can easily burn an ordinary intermediate-level fierce beast. After Etienne finished reading it, he shook his head again. The Flame Bird's flame talent is not very strong, at most the primary flame talent. Such a talent has enhanced his strength, but the increase is not too much, and there is no way for him to compete with the peak powerhouse of the elite martial artist. Hey, this beast is good. Etienne's gaze locked on a fierce beast, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 26. 26 Divine Power Ants. Etienne took a closer look at the introduction of the Divine Power Ant. In fact, the Divine Power Ant is only a low-level fierce beast, but it is a very terrifying fierce beast. Their strength is comparable to that of an intermediate fierce beast, and it usually appears in groups. As soon as it appears, there are thousands of them. Even if the great warrior encounters the Divine Power Ant, he will be besieged to death. Divine Power Ants definitely have a very strong talent for strength. I knew in my previous life that the power of ants is very great. Divine Power Ants are fierce beasts. Naturally they also have this ability, and this ability is talent. If I can copy the talent of Divine Power Ants, I will definitely be able to immediately increase my combat effectiveness. Etienne's heart moved. However, he is also very aware of the terrifying nature of the Divine Power Ant. Once a fierce beast forms a group, it is a very terrifying fierce beast, not to mention a group of fierce beasts with special talents. If it weren't for the limitations of the Divine Power Ants by the bloodline talent, the Divine Power Ants would have become a nightmare for humans long ago. There are no Divine Power Ants near the Linhai base, otherwise the Linhai base would have been finished long ago. If you want to copy the ability of the Divine Power Ants, you can only go to more distant places, but then it will be too dangerous. Etienne frowned deeply. Suddenly, Etienne thought of a way he doesn't necessarily have to look for the existence of the Divine Ant. If he can obtain the complete corpse of the Divine Ant, he can also obtain the talent of strength from the corpse of the Divine Ant. Black Market. Takekaku Shop. Everything is sold here, and naturally the corpses of fierce beasts are also sold, but they generally sell the meat of fierce beasts, but rarely sell complete fierce beast corpses, especially the fierce beasts that are more difficult to judge such as Divine Power Ants. Etienne came here just to try his luck. After all, he didn't know where there were Divine Power Ants at all. If a person went to a distant place to look for Divine Power Ants, the possibility of falling was too high. The same female clerk came to receive Etienne. "Warrior-sama, what do you need to buy?" The female clerk was very enthusiastic. I want to buy a complete divine power ant corpse. I don't know if there is anything here in the Marshall Pavilion?" Yi Tian asked. "Divine ants?" The female clerk was surprised. "This fierce beast has never been sold, because the warriors can't run away when they encounter the divine power ants. Where will they jaunt it?" "Warrior Sama, I'll ask," the female clerk hurriedly said. Soon, the female clerk came back and said apologetically, "Lord Martial Artist, I'm really sorry, our Martial Pavilion really doesn't have divine power ants." Yi Tian showed a look of disappointment, but he had already expected this situation, and immediately said, "Then do you have any news about the divine power ant in your Martial Pavilion, or help purchase the corpse of the divine power ant? I am willing to pay a high price." At this moment, a martial artist from the Martial Pavilion walked over. "This guest, I'm Chen He, the deacon of the Wu Pavilion, and you want to buy the corpse of the divine power ant?" asked Deacon Chen He. "Yes." Yi Tian nodded. Chen He smiled slightly. "I do know a piece of news about the divine power ant, but I don't know if you are interested." "Oh, what kind of news? As long as I can get the complete corpse of the divine power ant, I'm very interested," Yi Tian said with a look of interest. "The Linhei base is ready to open up trade channels with a medium-sized base. The distance between the two bases is 100 kilometers, and there happens to be a divine ant nest in the middle. The two bases are ready to send some warriors to clean up the fierce beasts on the 100-kilometer journey, and the main force is the warrior of the medium-sized base, although the danger is there, but the reward is very rich. If you are willing to join this operation, it is only a simple matter to get the complete corpse of a divine ant at that time," Chen He explained. "Open up trade channels." Yi Tian was shocked. "You must know that it is the ferocious beasts that really dominate the earth in this era, and human beings are just surviving on the territory of the ferocious beasts, and now a small base and a medium-sized base dare to clean up the ferocious beasts. This is too bold. Aren't they afraid of bringing out a terrifying beast, and won't they suffer heavy losses when the time comes? The problem I can think of, the high level of the two bases can naturally also think of it. It is estimated that this area is relatively remote, and there are no powerful beasts, so the two bases have the courage to do so," Yi Tian thought. But he remembered the Lake of Death, where there were top-level beasts. Maybe there was more than one. If the two bases dared to cleanse the Lake of Death, it would definitely be a heavy death. "I'm willing to participate in this cleanup plan," Yi Tian agreed. His idea was very simple. No matter whether the plan of the two bases could succeed or not, it would not hinder his plan. As long as he participates in the plan to clean up the fierce beasts, he will be able to know the location of the divine power ant swarm, and even be able to fish in troubled waters and copy the talent of the divine ants. Such a good thing, why wouldn't he do it? This is a token. Go to the Lin family in 3 days, and then arrange tasks according to strength. Chen He threw Yi Tian a token, said a few words, and left. It seems that Wu Jie is also involved in this plan, otherwise this deacon would not be so attentive, Yi Tian said darkly. He also knew the difficulty of this mission. Although the medium-sized base was the main force, but the strength of the Linhei base was too weak. Maybe many martial artists would die this time, but it was definitely not him who died. In terms of life-saving means, he is even comparable to a great martial artist. And once he obtains the power talent of the divine power ant, he may become an existence that can compete with the great martial artist. 3 days passed in a flash. This day, Yi Tian came to the area where the Lin family was located. The Lin family is the overlord of the Linhei base, and a family like the Mo family is more than a step weaker than the Lin family. Before he became a martial artist, Yi Tian thought that the Lin family only had one great martial artist, but now he already knew the background of the Lin family. 5 great martial artists, one of them is still the peak of the great martial artist, and his strength has reached 900.000 katis, which is enough to easily kill ordinary great martial artists in seconds. With this great martial artist sitting in the Lin family, the other families do not have any intention of rebellion at all. When Yi Tian came to the designated place, he saw that many martial artists had gathered here, and there were at least 100 of them, among which there were many elite martial artists, but as for the great martial artists, he didn't see one. "Hey, I saw a few acquaintances. Yi Tian was surprised. Chapter 27. 27 The few acquaintances Yi Tian saw were several martial artists of the Wind Wolf hunting squad, and the primary speed talent he obtained was still obtained from the Silver Moon Marten hunted by the Wind Wolf hunting squad. Speaking of which, he also inherited a love from the Wind Wolf hunting squad. And the speed talent helped him a lot in the early stage. If he didn't have the speed talent, maybe he would have died at the hands of Shadow Li Kun. In this mission, if you can help the Wind Wolf hunting squad, let's help. Yi Tian said to himself in his heart. Yi Tian recognized the Wind Wolf, but the Wind Wolf didn't recognize Yi Xianlei. After all, Yi Tian has changed too much compared to the beginning. First of all, his temperament. After a period of cultivation and killing again and again, he has a killing aura on his body, which makes his face look a little mature. It is precisely because of this that although he is only 16 years old, he looks like he is 18 or 19 years old, much more mature than he was at the beginning. In addition, he was only about 1.7 meters at that time, but now he has grown violently, has reached 1.8 meters, and his figure is stronger. Wind Wolf had only seen Yi Tian, and Yi Tian was just a martial artist at that time. Where would Wind Wolf and the others remember a little martial artist? They had long forgotten Yi Tian in the back of their minds. Yi Tian didn't stare at the Wind Wolf and the others, but stood alone in a corner, quietly waiting for the arrival of the person in charge. However, there are a few people who want to make friends with Yi Tian. After all, Yi Tian is too young. He has become a martial artist at such a young age. His talent must be very high, and he is expected to become an elite martial artist in the future. If they knew that Yi Tian was already an elite martial artist, they would definitely be shocked. In fact, if you are not at the level of a great martial artist, it is difficult to see the cultivation of other people. You can only see it in the battle or in the breath, and Yi Tian has always restrained her breath. How can these people who are the strongest but elite martial artists see Yi Tian's cultivation? It's not that Yi Tian doesn't want to show the cultivation of elite martial artists, but now is not the time. When he has copied the strength and talent of the divine power ants, it will not be too late to expose it, and he will not need to scruple too much at that time. For the friendship of these warriors, Yi Tian was perfunctory. Lin Mingzi is here. The crowd rioted. Lin Mingzi. When Yi Tian heard this name, information about Lin Mingzi appeared in his mind. Lin Mingzi is the son of the current head of the Lin family, only in his 30s, but he is already an elite martial artist peak cultivator, and he is not far from a great martial artist, and Lin Mingzi is a medium cultivation talent. He is qualified to be promoted to a great martial artist, but he can only reach the early stage of a great martial artist in his lifetime. However, even if it is the early stage of the great martial artist, it is enough to crisscross the coastal base, because except for the peak great martial artist of the Lin family, the other great martial artists are only in the early stage of the great martial artist. According to Yi Tian's guess, the peak martial artist of the Lin family should be a high-level cultivation talent, but unfortunately he failed to break through to the realm of the Grandmaster, and that great martial artist is already very old, and it is estimated that he will not be able to break through in his lifetime. Everyone, be quiet. A martial artist with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood not far away, shouting at everyone. He was Lin Mingzi. Everyone can come here must be willing to participate in the plan to clean up the beasts. This plan has unimaginable benefits for our coastal base. The coastal base is too small after all. The resources are limited. Once a trade route is opened, if you trade with a medium-sized base, you can even go to the medium-sized base in the future to buy some treasures that the coastal base does not have, so this plan is very important. Of course, this plan is also dangerous, but the harvest is definitely comparable to any of your hunts. I can guarantee here that the things you have obtained on this trip are completely your own, and if you can't take away the fierce beasts you hunted, our Lin family will send half of them to you afterwards. Of course, these are what you should have obtained, and our Lin family has also prepared gifts, and each of the martial artists can get 20 intermediate fierce beast blood and 2 million yuan. Elite martial artists can get 3 high-grade fierce beast blood and 10 million yuan. Lin Mingzi's words completely made the warriors present boil. In addition to the harvest to yourself, you can also get additional rewards. Where to find such a good thing? As for the corpses of the fierce beasts that they couldn't take away, they could only get half of them. They didn't have any opinions at all. After all, some of the corpses of fierce beasts were too big, and many times they were thrown away, which was a pure waste, and the Lin family promised to bring them back and give them half of them, which was already too conscientious. Yi Tian looked at the excited martial artists around him and shook his head secretly. These people think about everything too well. The reward is indeed very good, but they also have to come back alive. If they die, they won't get a dime, and the Lin family won't suffer no matter how they calculate. Pulling up a group of thugs for free, you can also harvest a lot of resources, and the Lin family played beautifully. There are almost 200 martial artists gathered here, plus the martial artists of the major families. It is estimated that no less than 1,000 martial artists will be dispatched for this plan. Ye Xiansun said. The entire Linhei base was only a few thousand warriors, and a small half of them were dispatched at once. Immediately, Lin Mingzhi asked someone to take out a pillar of instruments to test strength. This pillar is also Yuan Force equipment. Attacking the pillar with a fist will show the size of the strength, obviously a good thing from other bases. A famous martial artist goes up to test his strength, and then groups them according to the level of cultivation. Yi Tian lowered his profile a little, and did not show the strength of an elite martial artist, but showed the strength of a martial artist in the later stage. But even so, it also caused a huge sensation, and they all exclaimed that Yi Tian's strength was so strong and his talent was so high that even Lin Mingzhi had the heart to solicit him, but he was rejected by Yi Tian. However, Lin Mingzhi didn't care too much. He just thought that Yi Tian was a medium cultivation talent, and a medium cultivation talent was not in the eyes of the Lin family. After all the martial arts strength tests are completed, the grouping begins, with elite martial artists in one group and elite martial artists in one group, and martial artists in one group with martial artists. Different combinations need to complete different tasks. The martial arts group only needs to clean up some low-level fierce beasts, while the elite martial arts group needs to clean up the intermediate fierce beasts. Captain Wind Wolf, let's form a team, how about it? Yi Tian walked up to the Wind Wolf and said. A group of 10 people, and the Wind Wolf hunting team only came with 8 people, and there were still 2 people missing. Little brother, you really want to team up with us? We are the only one in our team, the late stage of martial arts. You are so talented, it is better to participate in those powerful combinations that are completely composed of late-stage martial artists. The Wind Wolf hesitated for a moment and spoke. I think Captain Wind Wolf is a good person and has a good reputation, so I'm willing to join your group. If you don't want to, then I didn't say it. Yi Tian said lightly. Then welcome the little brother to our group. The Wind Wolf stretched out his right hand and welcomed with a smile. Chapter 28. After Yi Tian joined the Wind Wolf's group, another martial artist joined in the middle of the stage, and a team of 10 people was formed. After about half an hour, everyone was divided into lines. The Wind Wolf was elected as the leader of the group, and Yi Tian had no opinion. Our mission is to clean up the beasts in this area, said Wind Wolf, pointing to an area with a map that had just been sent. Yi Tian looked over, and that area was not close to the Linhei base, about 30 kilometers away. Captain, this is a bit far, we've never been this far before. One of the team members frowned. There's no way, this time the mission line spans 100 kilometers, and I have already made such preparations to participate in this plan to clean up the beasts. The others nodded helplessly. After making a simple battle plan, everyone was ready to go to their destination. The field is changing too fast, and the plan can never keep up with the change, so they didn't discuss it too much. Although the car was very good and could load a lot of things, the flexibility of the car was still too poor, and the road was uneven, and many places were not suitable for the car to move forward. Therefore, it is best to travel light and on foot. On the road. First complete the assigned task with the Wind Wolf, and then go to the place where the divine power ants are to fish in troubled waters. Yi Tian secretly planned. Later, through chatting with the Wind Wolf, he also knew the real name of the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf is called Zhang Fen. The Wind Wolf is the name of the hunting team, and then he was called his title over time. Wind Wolf's talent is not high, it is just a primary cultivation talent, and it is already very remarkable to be able to cultivate to the late stage of a martial artist, although it is said that he can cultivate to the level of an elite martial artist at most in a lifetime, but it is too difficult to become an elite martial artist. Etienne felt that it was not difficult to become an elite martial artist. That was because his talent was too high. It was a high-level cultivation talent, but the Wind Wolf was only a primary cultivation talent, and the bottleneck of a martial artist and an elite martial artist was like a moat to him. But after all, there was hope to break it, but the success rate was less than 30%, and it required the consumption of countless resources. Because of this, Wind Wolf took on this mission, hoping to gain a lot in this mission, and also hoped to break the bottleneck in the battle. Warriors have grown up in battle, and although this mission is a little more dangerous, it is not an opportunity. In the face of such an opportunity, it is naturally impossible for a Wind Wolf who has been fighting all year round to let it go. Little brother Etienne, you are not yet 20, you are already in the late stage of martial arts at such a young age, and your talent is very high. Why do you still want to participate in such a dangerous mission? Tempering. Etienne said 2 words simply. In an instant, the Wind Wolf admired. You must know that the genius warriors of the big family of the Linhai base don't dare to go to the field alone at all, and occasionally go to the field only under the protection of many elite martial artists. In comparison, Etienne is undoubtedly a real martial artist. The Wind Wolf asked himself, if he had a relatively high talent, he might not dare to enter the wild without permission, but chose to join a big force and cultivate with peace of mind under the cultivation of the big force. The 30-kilometer road was very long, and everyone did not dare to accelerate with all their strength in the wilderness, so it took most of the day to reach the destination. Ladies and gentlemen, although we are fierce beasts cleaning up this area, if we really encounter intermediate fierce beasts, we still ask for help. Wind Wolf reminded. Requesting support is a power of each group, and the captain of each group has a liaison device in his hand, which is a you-only device, but the scope of contact is not very wide, and it can only be contacted within a range of 10 kilometers. Everyone agreed with the Wind Wolf's statement. They also knew that they and the others couldn't deal with the mid-level fierce beasts, and if they really encountered it, they would definitely ask the elite martial artists to help. Etienne shook his head secretly. He knew that the liaison he had done was just comfort. With such a long line, the fierce beasts don't know how many. The number of warriors must be insufficient. It is very difficult to get through this road, and it is impossible not to lose a lot. Therefore, even if Wind Wolf contacted other elite martial arts squads, there would definitely be no one to support. Many people know this truth, but if it really happens to them, there is still a glimmer of hope for them. There are 3 straw wolves in front. They are low-level fierce beasts. Let's go kill them. The Wind Wolf pointed to the 3 low-level fierce beasts 300 meters away, and said, The Grass Wolf is a weak beast among the low-level fierce beasts, and even a newly promoted martial artist can fight a fierce beast. Soon, the 3 straw wolves were instantly killed by everyone. Wind Wolf and the others did not collect the materials on the Grass Wolf, because there was nothing too valuable on the Grass Wolf, and the entire Grass Wolf corpse was only worth hundreds of thousands. The size of the Grass Wolf is like a calf, and it is not easy to carry it all, so it naturally has to give up. The crowd continued to search for the beast's tracks, and soon saw the beast again. Jaunt the beast, seek, jaunt again. At the beginning, Wind Wolf and the others were very smooth, and the number of fierce beasts they encountered was not very large, and their strength was not very strong, so they could not compete with them. The long-term success made everyone a little slack, but Etienne never slackened. The valley ahead is where we mainly clean up. Everyone be careful, there may be powerful beasts in it. The Wind Wolf said solemnly. Forests, valleys, and rivers are often the most dangerous places in the wild, while flat and open places are the least dangerous. Just as everyone walked into the valley, a fierce beast rushed over. It was a lizard, 3 meters long, red all over, with bubs on its back, and it looked very hideous. What kind of beast is this? Someone frowned. Obviously, they had never seen this kind of fierce beast, and even the Wind Wolf, who had seen a lot, did not know this fierce beast. There are too many types of fierce beasts, and they only know some fierce beasts near the Linhay base, but the fierce beasts here have not appeared near the Linhay base, so they naturally don't know. Species, Charizard bloodline talent, elementary fire talent, inferior. When Yetian saw the talent of this lizard, he suddenly became solemn. Everyone, be careful, this is a fire-breathing lizard with a flame talent. Yetian hurriedly reminded. What, this lizard has the fire talent? Everyone changed color. Chapter 29. 29. The fire talent is a special talent, and it is an offensive talent that directly increases combat power. The most feared thing for the Wind Wolf and others to giant fierce beasts in the wild is to encounter this kind of fierce beast with special talents. This kind of fierce beast is only a little more valuable than other fierce beasts, but it is more than a little bit terrifying. Judging from the breath, this fierce beast is still at the low-level fierce beast level. This is good news. The Wind Wolf comforted himself. All of them stepped back, their faces nervous. Yetian, you know this fierce beast, what about this fierce beast's flame talent? Asked the Wind Wolf. Inferior flame talent. Yetian said truthfully. Inferior flame talent, then the flame of this fierce beast can increase its attack power by 2 times. The fierce beast is stupid and has a single attack method. We can kill it. The martial artist retreats in the early stage. You can't intervene. Wind Wolf said. Several martial artists retreated far away in the early stage. As the Wind Wolf said, their strength was too weak, not only could not help, but would add to the chaos. Hugh? The Wind Wolf took the lead and tried it. The fire-breathing lizard attacked the Wind Wolf, but instead of using its fire-breathing ability, it bit it hard with its mouth. Boom! Wind Wolf's knife collided with the Charizard's teeth, sending the Charizard flying out of the way, and one tooth flew out. Yetian stood aside and watched, estimating the strength of the fire-breathing lizard. Charizard has about 9.000 catties of strength. The flame attack power is equivalent to 18.000 catties of strength. The limit strength of the warrior is 10.000 catties of strength, plus the attack power under the increase of UN force can reach 20.000 catties, although the attack of the Wind Wolf cannot reach more than 20.000 catties, but it should not be too much, enough to deal with this Charizard lizard. Seeing that the Wind Wolf was able to deal with this fire-breathing lizard, Yetian had no intention of breaking out his true strength. Roar! The fire-breathing lizard was hurt by the Wind Wolf and finally activated the fire talent. Boom! A huge fireball formed, shooting towards the Wind Wolf at a breakneck speed. Slash! The Wind Wolf mixed with the sword of Yuan Li formed a sword key, breaking through the air and slashing towards the fireball. I saw that the sword key broke through the fireball and continued to slash towards the fire-breathing lizard. Bang! The sword slashed at the fire-breathing lizard, injuring the fire-breathing lizard again. At this time, Yetian and several other martial artists also made a move in the middle of the period and launched an attack on the fire-breathing lizard. After a while, the fire-breathing lizard died under the joint efforts of the group. Haha, isn't it a big deal to have a ferocious beast with special talents? Said a warrior after killing the fire-breathing lizard. Don't be careless, maybe there's more than one fire-breathing lizard in this valley. Yetian admonished. Wind Wolf listened to Yetian's words, his face became even heavier, and he didn't have the excitement of hunting fire-breathing lizards. Yetian is right, we just entered the valley and encountered a fire-breathing lizard, maybe there are fire-breathing lizards in it, and there is more than one. Damn the Lin family, they assigned us a task without investigating the situation, and even divided the area with special fierce beasts for us to clean up. The Wind Wolf was angry. But he knew that the Lin family wouldn't care about them, and it was useless for them to complain. I've come here, and it's impossible to retreat. Everyone, pay attention to the situation. After the Wind Wolf admonished, he moved on. Soon, they encountered another fire-breathing lizard, and after some fighting, killed it. Soon after, 2 fire-breathing lizards appeared. This time, Wind Wolf and the others entered a bitter battle, and at the cost of minor injuries, they killed the 2 fire-breathing lizards. And at this time, they were on the outskirts of the valley. It's already certain that this valley is completely a fire-breathing lizard's nest, and there must be a lot of fire-breathing lizards in it, and if we continue, we're going to have to kill a lot of people," Wind Wolf said tiredly. After fighting again and again, his Yuan force was seriously consumed, his physical strength was also seriously consumed, and his combat effectiveness had decreased a lot, and it was no longer possible to kill a Charizard lizard alone. To continue to move forward in such a state is to seek death. Retreat first, and then we will talk about repairs," Wind Wolf proposed. "Where will other people have opinions? They are also afraid." The group walked out of the valley, but just as they were about to leave the valley, they found that the entrance to the valley was stopped by a dozen fire-breathing lizards. Oops! The Wind Wolf was desperate. With the strength of their squad, they are now reluctant to deal with one fire-breathing lizard, and if they face 10 fire-breathing lizards, they will inevitably be wiped out. Help! The Wind Wolf took out the distress device and sent out a distress message as he retreated. However, a lot of distress messages were sent, but none of them were replied to. Damn, we must have a team led by elite martial artists within 10 kilometers, but these guys all ignored my pleas for help, the Wind Wolf said angrily. Captain Wind Wolf, don't ask for help anymore, there won't be anyone to help us at all, Etienne said. Hey, I know it too, but I'm still holding on to a bit of luck. It seems that I'm underestimating human nature. The Wind Wolf sighed helplessly. By this time, 10 fire-breathing lizards had already rushed over. In terms of speed, the fire-breathing lizard is only equivalent to the middle stage of the warrior, and if the Wind Wolf in the late stage of the warrior escapes, it is very promising to escape, but if he runs, the others have no hope of living at all. Many of the people here are his subordinates who have been with him for more than 10 years, and their feelings are very deep, and it is impossible for him to leave them alone. If Satsuki is here, with Satsuki's archery skills, maybe we can contain the fire-breathing lizard, and we will be able to have more hope of living. Wind Wolf had this thought in his heart. But soon, he snuffed out the idea. Zhao Yu of the Wind Wolf hunting team is very young. Although he is a talented martial artist in the early stage, he is very good at archery, and he is a child of a big family, and he has a good future, and it is absolutely impossible for that big family to let Zhao Yu participate in such a very dangerous mission. And he didn't want Satsuki to be in danger, otherwise he wouldn't be able to go. Because of this, he refused Satsuki's joining. And at this moment, Satsuki is probably being taken care of by her family. Seeing that the fire-breathing lizards were getting closer and closer, the Wind Wolf, whose thoughts returned, made a decision in his heart. I'll stop these fire-breathing lizards, you run away. A resolute intent erupted from the Wind Wolf, instantly infecting everyone. Captain, let's fight with them. A warrior stepped forward and said. Yes, fight with them. Others are not cowardly. However, the last warrior to join was not a warrior of the Wind Wolf hunting squad, and he had no belief in living and dying together at all, so he was ready to escape. Guys, fight these fire-breathing lizards, I'm sorry. With that, he fled towards the interior of the valley, intending to find a place to die it first. Shameless. Someone scolded. The Wind Wolf didn't care about the martial artist, but looked at Etienne. Brother Etienne, you are very talented, it's a pity to die here, you can run away too. Etienne smiled slightly and said, don't worry, we don't have to die, it's just some fire-breathing lizards. As he spoke, Etienne's body exuded the aura of an elite martial artist. Chapter 30. 30 Elite Warriors. The Wind Wolf looked at Etienne in shock, and couldn't believe it. Elite martial artist is his lifelong goal. But he knows how difficult it is to become an elite martial artist, and it is too difficult for him to become an elite martial artist with only primary cultivation talent. Even a genius with medium cultivation talent can only be expected to become an elite martial artist in his 20s at least when he is cultivated with sufficient resources. But what about Etienne? How old is he? He is already an elite martial artist. Advanced cultivation talent. Wind Wolf had such a thought in his mind. This is a talent at the same level as the ancestor of the Lin family, and in the future, he will inevitably become a great martial artist, and he has a little hope of becoming a realm above the great martial artist, and at the very least, he can also become the peak of the great martial artist and become the strongest in the coastal base. It is an honor for such a genius to appear in their team, and to be able to make friends with such a genius. Etienne moved, and the speed was so fast that the Wind Wolf couldn't catch it. I saw that after a while, the 10 fire-breathing lizards all died under Etienne's knife, and all of them were killed in seconds. Lord Etienne. Wind Wolf said respectfully. Lord Etienne. Others also bent down. Elite warriors are far more powerful than warriors, not only in strength, but also in terms of reaction, speed, and total amount of yuan force. Even an elite martial artist with a body strength of 10.001 Jin is much stronger than an extreme martial artist with a strength of 9,999 Jin, and the two are not at the same level at all. In the past, they thought that Etienne was just a martial artist and could still call Etienne a brother and brother, but now that they know that Etienne is an elite martial artist, they are naturally restrained a lot and dare not call themselves brothers and sisters. You don't have to be so restrained, let's call me Etienne, but I am an elite martial artist, I hope you will keep it secret for the time being. Etienne said. Then I'll have the courage to call you by your name. Wind Wolf smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't tell you that you are an elite martial artist. He knew why Etienne wanted to guide his cultivation, and it was estimated that he was afraid of the several major families in the Linhai base. Maybe when Etienne's talent is exposed, those big families will win over and make friends, but it is difficult to guarantee that some families will not kill Yi Xianxia because of jealousy. Even if there is only a trace of possibility, they must be eliminated. Once Etienne grows up, those families are just local chickens and dogs. That's when it happened. A scream could be heard in the distance. It's Zhang Ben. Wind Wolf frowned. Zhang Ben was the warrior who had escaped just now, apparently having encountered other fire-breathing lizards. The Wind Wolf has the heart to rescue, after all, it is a group, and it is also a martial artist. But Etienne stopped the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf, there is no need to save this person, you will not reveal my secret, but that person may not be. The Wind Wolf's expression froze, and then he looked at the expressions of the others, and then remained silent, obviously ruling down his plan to save Zhang Ben. The screams quickly disappeared, representing Zhang Ben's death. Wind Wolf, let's move on, and try to clean up the beasts in this valley as soon as possible. Etienne proposed. The Wind Wolf nodded. If there was no Etienne, he would naturally not dare to clean up the fierce beasts in this valley, but with Etienne here, it would be different. An elite martial artist was enough to deal with a group of fire-breathing lizards. The crowd advanced, and soon Zhang Ben's corpse and several fire-breathing lizards were gnawing on the corpse. Etienne casually killed these fire-breathing lizards and continued to move forward. Along the way, whenever there are more than 2 fire-breathing lizards, all of them are killed by Etienne alone, and only when one fire-breathing lizard appears, Etienne will let the Wind Wolf and others practice their hands. In this way, Etienne took the Wind Wolf and the others to the depths of the valley. Here, Etienne found a large number of fire-breathing lizards. On top of a boulder, Etienne looked into the distance and saw no less than 30 fire-breathing lizards, and these 30 fire-breathing lizards were surrounding an even larger fire-breathing lizard. That's... Etienne's expression was slightly solemn. He was far away, and although he couldn't see the talent of the huge fire-breathing lizard clearly, judging from its body size, which was far more than 3 meters above that of an ordinary fire-breathing lizard, its strength was definitely not a low-level fierce beast. It should be an intermediate beast. Etienne guessed. Ordinary mid-level fierce beasts, he doesn't care at all, but a mid-level fierce beast with an attacking talent, it is definitely the overlord of the fierce beasts. It's a bit of a problem, there are 30 fire-breathing lizards there, and there's a suspected mid-level beast. Etienne will talk about the situation he saw with the Wind Wolf and the others. What? Wind Wolf was shocked. The fire-breathing lizard of the intermediate fierce beast level must be extremely powerful, and the average elite martial artist is definitely not an opponent. Etienne, let's go, it's a big deal to give up the task. The Wind Wolf gritted his teeth. Coming here, He was definitely unwilling to give up, but he also knew the terrifying nature of the mid-level fierce beast level fire-breathing lizard, and he didn't think that Yi Tian was the opponent of the fire-breathing lizard. After all, no matter how high Yi Tian's talent is, he has only just been promoted to an elite martial artist. Where is the opponent of an intermediate fierce beast with flame talent? Wind Wolf, I'm not that weak. Fire-breathing lizards have a special talent, fire talent, and I also have a special talent. Yi Tian revealed a little and said, You also have special talents. The Wind Wolf was horrified. A martial artist with special talent and a martial artist without special talent have a completely different status. An elite martial artist with special talents, even a great martial artist attaches great importance to it, and does not dare to offend easily. That's right, I have a primary speed talent, I can triple my speed, and my sword skills are good. It won't be a problem to kill that mid-level fierce beast. I'm going to carry out a decapitation operation, don't get close. Yi Tian advised. He was sure to kill the mid-level fierce beast, but he was not sure to protect the Wind Wolf and the others. In case the Wind Wolf and the others don't listen to persuasion, it will be troublesome. Yi Tian, let's retreat far away, you should also be careful, if you really can't leave, said the Wind Wolf. I understand. Yi Tian nodded. After the Wind Wolf and the others left farther away, Yi Tian took action. Speed talent. Yi Tian turned on the triple speed increase and rushed towards the fire-breathing lizard group at an incredible speed. And at this time, the leader of the fire-breathing lizard who was sleeping also woke up in the roar of his subordinates, and a pair of huge pupils stared at Yi Tian. It's going to kill the little bugs that disturb its sleep. That's right, in its opinion, Yi Tian is just a little bug. Chapter 31. 31 Roar. The fire-breathing lizard leader roared, and its clansmen rushed towards Yi Tian one after another. However, the fire-breathing lizard leader underestimated Yi Tian. Yi Tian is an elite martial artist. After activating the speed talent, the speed is enough to compare to the peak martial artist of the elite martial artist, and more importantly, Yi Tian's sword skills are very strong. Shadow Kill. The bronze sword technique turned into a sword light, and the heads of the two fire-breathing lizards were instantly cut off. Puff puff. As the sword light fell, one by one fire-breathing lizards fell on the spot. And these low-level fire-breathing lizards at the level of fierce beasts couldn't even attack Yi Tian's clothes, they just consumed some of Yi Tian's strength. If the number of fire-breathing lizards was large enough, Yi Tian would indeed be very troublesome, but there were only 30 fire-breathing lizards, and they were not in his eyes. Seeing his men dying one by one, the leader of the fire-breathing lizards was anxious. It finally couldn't help but make a move, otherwise it would have become a bare-bones commander. When the leader of the fire-breathing lizard really stood up and rushed towards Yi Tian, Yi Tian saw the whole picture of the fire-breathing lizard clearly. It is 8 meters long, and each of the bulbs on its back is 1 meter long, and it exudes a cold atmosphere. Judging by the breath, this fire-breathing lizard leader is a real mid-level fierce beast. Moreover, when the Charizard leader rushed to within 10 meters of Yi Tian observed the Charizard leader's talent. Species, Charizard bloodline talent, medium fire talent, elementary it's a primary flame talent. Yi Tian was surprised. Inferior fire talents can only triple their attacks, while primary fire talents can triple their attacks. The strength of the fierce beast is stronger than that of the martial artist of the same level, and if it is not for the increase of the martial artist's yuan power, he will not be able to defeat the fierce beast of the same level at all. But the fierce beast can also stimulate the bloodline talent, temporarily burst out of combat effectiveness. Once the fierce beast has time to stimulate the bloodline talent, it will overpower the martial artist. And this fire-breathing lizard leader is itself a mid-level fierce beast, and it is also a primary level flame talent, which has surpassed Yi Tian in terms of attack power. It's just going to kill it. Yi Tian decided. The fire-breathing lizard leader has a certain amount of intelligence, and as soon as he came up, he used the fire talent, forming a huge fireball and roaring towards it. Bang! A huge fireball exploded, turning into countless flame blasters. Under such an attack, Yi Tian was naturally inevitably attacked, but he ignored the impact of the flames, and he didn't even unfold the Yuan Force Protector. The Yuan Force of an elite martial artist is very powerful, and it can form a Yuan Force Protector, but Yi Tian feels that there is no need. After all, his Yuan Force Protector can't block these flame attacks at all, so it is better to save some Yuan Force. So, he rushed to the leader of the fire-breathing lizards. Shadow Kill. The shadow killing at the peak of Dacheng turned into a brilliant sword light, and instantly slashed towards the fire-breathing lizard leader. The triple speed combined with the speed of the bronze-level sword technique made this knife extremely terrifying. If it were an ordinary elite martial artist, it would have fallen under this knife a long time ago, but the Charizard's defense was much stronger than that of an elite martial artist, and it collided with Yi Tian's knife with its head. Bang! The fire-breathing lizard leader stepped back a few meters, a deep knife cut on his forehead, and a large amount of blood came out. 50,000 katis of power. Yi Tian immediately tested the power of the fire-breathing lizard. The power of the fire-breathing lizard is 50.000 katis, and the attack power of the flame is enough to be equivalent to 150.000 katis. And Yi Tian's own strength is only 30.000 katis, plus the increase of Yuan Li, the strength exerted is only 60.000 katis, and with the bonus of the bronze-level sword skill of Shadow Kill, it is enough to be equivalent to the attack power of 1120.000 katis. It's just that, even so, Yi Tian's attack power is still much worse than that of the Charizard. He looked at his body, it was full of wounds from the flames, it looked very miserable. If it weren't for the top healing talent, he would definitely die. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian's wound healed, and his wound healed. On the other hand, the leader of the fire-breathing lizard, his injuries have not healed, and his state is constantly declining. Relying on his top-notch healing talent, Yi Tian was completely desperate to attack the fire-breathing lizard leader. Gradually, the fire-breathing lizard leader's injuries became more and more serious, but Yi Tian was fine. 3 minutes passed. The leader of the fire-breathing lizard finally fell to the ground helplessly, his vitality dissipated, and he died at the hands of Yi Tian, who was weaker than him. In fact, even if he didn't have a top-level healing talent, Yi Tian still had a chance to win. After all, he has a primary speed talent, which can be used to dodge the Charizard leader's attacks, and then sneak up on the Charizard from time to time, or use the Shadow talent to sneak up on the Charizard leader when night falls, giving him a fatal blow. But Yi Tian didn't choose to do this, but directly just. After all, it was faster to jaunt the beast like this, and he didn't want to waste time. Then, Yi Tian cleaned up the remaining Charizard lizards, and then looked at the corpse of the Charizard leader again. The blood of an intermediate-level fierce beast can be very valuable, especially the blood of an intermediate-level fierce beast with a talent for flames, such as the fire-breathing lizard, which is more precious, and its blood contains the power of flames, which is more effective for refining the physique. Therefore, Yi Tian did not waste the blood of these mid-level fierce beasts and collected them. The fire-breathing lizard was big enough, and there was naturally a lot of blood, and Yi Tian had collected a total of more than 50 intermediate fierce beast bloods. Just these 50 or so pieces of mid-grade fierce beast blood are worth millions, which can be regarded as a big gain. After killing all the fire-breathing lizards, Yi Tian asked the Wind Wolf and others to come over. When they saw the corpses all over the ground, as well as the corpses of the leader of the fire-breathing lizards, they were all stunned. Yi Tian, you really killed this mid-level fierce beast. Wind Wolf was shocked. He took a closer look at Yi Tian, but found that Yi Tian was only in broken clothes, but he was not injured. He suddenly guessed in his heart that Yi Tian must still have whole cards that he didn't know, but he was not a person who liked to get to the bottom of it. Besides, such a secret question, if he asked it, he would offend people, so he naturally wouldn't ask. The flesh and skins of the mid-level fierce beasts were not looked down upon by Yi Tian, but the Wind Wolf and the others were very rare, and after Yi Tian's permission, they divided the entire fire-breathing lizard leader. The next day, Yi Tian followed Feng Wolf and the others to almost clean up the fierce beasts in this area, and after ensuring that there were no fierce beasts, Yi Tian proposed to leave. When the Wind Wolf asked Yi Tian about the reason for leaving, he was stunned. What, Yi Tian, you are going to the area of the divine power ants? Chapter 32. 32 The Wind Wolf knew the horror of the divine power ants, and he inquired about this clean-up plan, and the final clean-up plan was a nest of divine ants, which contained a large number of divine ants. Although the divine power ant is only a low-level fierce beast, a divine power ant is far more powerful than a fire-breathing lizard, and even an ordinary elite martial artist can't deal with a divine power ant. This low-level fierce beast is too rebellious. If you give a ranking to the low-level fierce beasts, the divine power ants can definitely be ranked in the top 10. If there is a single divine power ant, it is not terrible. The key is that there are too many divine power ants, and they are overwhelming, and the great warriors have to take a break. Wind Wolf, I have my plan, and I have the means to save my life. It will be fine, Yi Tian said resolutely. The Wind Wolf also knew that he had no way to persuade Yi Tian, so he could only let Yi Tian leave. Yi Tian took the map, looked at it from time to time, and followed the route to the location of the divine power ants. Along the way, even if he encounters a fierce beast, he will not jaunt it, but avoid it. This is not near the Linhei base, but far away from the Linhei base. Although there are still not many high-level fierce beasts, Yi Tian has encountered no less than 10 high-level fierce beasts in total. He couldn't defeat any high-level fierce beasts, even some relatively powerful middle-level fierce beasts. He could only run when he encountered them. Therefore, in such a place, he does not dare to wave. He must be careful and careful. Of course, he also occasionally encountered some martial artists hunting fierce beasts, but he didn't go up to help. Even if the other party suffered heavy losses, he was indifferent. Those people have nothing to do with him, and even if he helps, he will not necessarily get praise, but will get into trouble. Besides, his only purpose now is the talent of the divine power ant, and nothing else matters. In this way, Yi Tian was careful and careful all the way, and with the help of the shadow talent, he avoided danger many times, and finally arrived at the area where the divine power ants were located. A lot of warriors. After Yi Tian came here, he was immediately surprised. At the foot of a hillside, there are about hundreds of warriors gathered here, and from the perspective of momentum, the weakest ones have the strength of elite warriors, and perhaps there are many great warriors among them. That's someone from the Mo family. Yi Tian's gaze locked on one of them. Mo Jiamon. The reason why Yi Tian knew Mo Yi was because he killed Mo En's son Mo Xiaobai, so he investigated the Mo family a little, so as not to suffer a big loss in the future because he didn't know the Mo family. Mo En's strength is only in the middle stage of elite martial arts, which is nothing to Yi Tian today, but Mo En's strength is difficult to even rank in the top 10 of the Mo family. At this time, Mo En and a group of elite martial artists of the Mo family stood respectfully behind an old man. That old man should be Mo Changqing, the great martial artist of the Mo family, Yi Tian said darkly. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and didn't dare to look at Mo Changqing again, so as not to attract Mo Changqing's attention. Who? A cold drink came. Oops, found out. Yi Tian was stunned. He was far away, and although he didn't use the shadow talent, he walked cautiously, and with the trees in the shade, it shouldn't be easy to spot, but he knew that he had been discovered. However, it was not Mo Changqing who found out, but another old man, who looked very unfamiliar, and his dress was also a little different from that of the people at the Linhei base, and the other party was actually wearing a suit of armor. Obviously, that person should be a great warrior who cooperated with the Linhei base to clean up the medium-sized base of the fierce beast. Boom. Under the command of the great martial artist, several elite martial artists dodged and came to Yi Tian's side. Yi Tian didn't escape. If he did, wouldn't he have a weak heart? Besides, he doesn't have any bad ideas, he has a clear conscience, so naturally there is no need to run away. I'm a warrior from the waterfront base. Yi Tian took the initiative to stand up. Several elite martial artists saw that Yi Tian was a martial artist, and they heard that Yi Tian was a martial artist from the Linhei base, so they didn't make a move. Which warrior is that kid? The old man frowned. I don't know, it's not my Lin family. I don't know either, and it's not a Mo family. I don't know. One family shook their heads. Yi Tian walked over and said truthfully, "I'm not a child of a big family, I just completed the task of cleaning up the fierce beasts, and I am curious about the divine power ants, so I came over to see the excitement." At this moment, Lin Mingzhi of the Lin family spoke, "I remember, he is indeed a martial artist who participated in the cleanup plan. I didn't expect him to complete the cleanup task so quickly and come here." The reason why Lin Mingzhi recognized Yi Tian was because he tried to recruit Yi Tian, but Yi Tian refused, so he had an impression. The talent is good, and he has reached the elite martial artist level at a young age, so let's stay and deal with the divine power ants. The old man spoke. Obviously, he had just used his spiritual power to probe Yi Tian's situation. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged. He knew that he couldn't judge his cultivation in front of the great martial artist no matter what, so it was better to be generous. What, elite warrior, this kid? Lin Mingzhi's face changed drastically. He always thought that this kid was a martial artist, but he didn't expect the other party to be an elite martial artist. If he knew that the other party was an elite martial artist, he would want the other party to join the Lin family no matter what. And the other families also looked at Yi Tian in disbelief, and they were all shocked. Yi Tian was able to step into the elite martial artist level at this age, and his talent was, needless to say, it must be a high-level cultivation talent. Advanced cultivation talent. The heads of some families have the same expression, but they have small calculations in their hearts. Yi Tian smiled secretly, obviously sensing several malices, including the malice of Mo Changqing of the Mo family. Sure enough, jealousy produces hostility. Yi Tian didn't want to be hostile to these family heads either, but these families were always self-righteous, thinking that they would hinder their family, and they didn't want to witness the rise of another powerful family. However, he didn't look down on a seaside base at all. Even in the future, he will take his sister to leave the Linhei base and go to a wider world. It's a pity that these families will never understand. The great martial artist who found Yi Tian was obviously the person in charge here, and he asked Yi Tian to stay, and the people of the other big families did not dare to refute. So, Yi Tian stood aside and waited silently. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the soil and came to the great martial artist. "Old Qing, the task is complete." Chapter 33. 33 About the talent of the earth attribute. Yi Tian looked at the martial artist who had just come out of the soil, and was secretly surprised. He was sure that this warrior did not make a hole, because there were no holes in the ground, and there were no cracks, but similar to the earth escape technique in the novel, he escaped directly from the soil. On certain occasions, this talent is indeed very good, but it is also very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will encounter danger underground. And it's very limited. There is no way to cross steel, rocks and rivers, and it is not very practical. Yi Tian thought about it, and he didn't care about such a talent. Comparatively, he prefers talents that increase his strength. "Everybody get out of here," Elder Qing ordered. Hu, Su, P, Swoop, SSS. A famous warrior quickly retreated, far away from the small hill, as if something was about to happen. Yi Tian also followed these warriors and retreated into the distance. "Begin," said the young man. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake. Boom! As if there was a 10th magnitude earthquake, a terrifying fluctuation of yuan force came out from the ground. "It's..." Yi Tian was horrified. He could feel that the wave in the ground was enough to annihilate him, and that wave was too powerful for even an ordinary great martial artist to create such a huge fluctuation. Then, an incredible scene happened. The entire hillside exploded in an instant, and countless stones flew and shot around like cannonballs, and some stones fell on the side of the warrior crowd, but the warriors were all strong, and they could easily block or shatter these stones. In the blink of an eye, the small hillside disappeared, revealing a huge hole, and a large number of corpses of divine power ants appeared in the hole, and the corpses were still burning with flames. At the same time, the temperature in this area has risen by more than 10 degrees. "It's the same as the missiles in the previous life," Yi Tian said darkly. However, this is obviously not a missile, because he sensed the fluctuation of the yuan force, and it is very likely that it is a dollar force weapon, similar to the effect of a missile. What a terrifying power, how the hell is this cause? An elite martial artist asked in horror. A great martial artist of the Lin family spoke. This is the effect caused by the Flame Blast Ball. It is said that the Flame Blast Ball is the heart of the top fierce beast with fire ability. After the transformation of the mysterious array mage, there are more than formation patterns on the heart, and the so-called explosion is to detonate the flame power in the heart to form an explosion effect. The value of such a Flame Blast Ball is very high, and it can't be measured by money at all. Even if it is 1 billion yuan, it can't be bought. Flame Burst, Formation Mage. Yi Dian listened to it in his ears and showed interest. But these things were too far away for him to have access to at the moment. Isn't it going to be wiped out? Then I can only hope to find a complete corpse of a divine ant. Yi Dian said darkly. However, Qing Leo's expression was solemn, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the hole that had exploded. Be careful, there should still be a lot of divine ants alive. As soon as the words fell, there were bursts of chirping and crawling sounds. I saw that one by one the divine ants crawled out of the hole. Some of the divine ants were injured, but some of the divine ants were intact. Apparently, a Flame Blast Ball can't destroy a nest of divine power ants at all, but it also makes the divine power ants suffer heavy losses. Shoot. The elite warriors of the major families have selected a divine power ant and started to fight. And the great warriors did not stay behind, and they all shot. Unlike the elite warriors, the great warriors struck like a cannonball. A sword was enough to cut a sword mark tens of meters long on the ground, and the divine power ants were like ants in their hands. Especially Qing Leo. Yi Dian just glanced at it, and his pupils shrank sharply. I saw that Qing Leo pressed his hand casually, and a giant palm with the size of tens of meters appeared in the void, which instantly crushed dozens of divine power ants into powder, and even left a big pit on the ground, like a giant's palm pressed on the ground. Qing Leo is so fierce, plus so many great martial artists, it should be enough to push the entire divine power ant nest sideways, right? Yi Tian thought. But soon, he didn't think so. Abrupt. More than a dozen huge divine power ants rushed out of the ground, and these dozen huge divine power ants were 10 meters long, while ordinary divine power ants were only 3 meters long. Intermediate fierce beast level divine power ants. Yi Dian exclaimed. He thought that the divine power ants were all low-level fierce beasts, and even if there were intermediate fierce beast level divine power ants, there should be only one. But now more than a dozen medium-level fierce beast-level divine power ants appeared all at once. With the talent of the divine power ant, the intermediate fierce beast divine power ant has the combat power of the great martial artist level, even stronger than the average great martial artist. Sure enough. As soon as these mid-level beast-level divine power ants appeared, the great martial artists were embarrassed, and sometimes it even took 2 great martial artists to contain an intermediate fierce beast divine power ant. However, Qing Leo seemed to be at ease. He dealt with 5 mid-level fierce beast divine power ants alone, and quickly killed one of them. At this time, Yi Tian was fighting against a divine power ant, showing the strength of a normal elite martial artist, and he was on par with the divine power ant. And secretly, Yi Tian had already checked the talent of the divine power ants. Species, divine power ants bloodline talent, elementary strength talents, high C in the high strength talent. Yi Dian smiled excitedly. This trip was not in vain. Judging from the performance of those mid-level fierce beast ants, their talents have not undergone metamorphosis, and they should also be high-level strength talents, so there is no need for me to copy the talents of intermediate fierce beast divine power ants. After Yi Tian thought about it for a while, he immediately copied the high-level strength talent of the low-level fierce beast divine power ant. The moment it touches the divine ant, the copy is complete. But now is not suitable for fusion, and we must wait until a safe place to merge. Judging from the current situation, although the warriors have losses, and from time to time there are elite warriors who fall, but the warriors as a whole have an advantage. Over time, warriors can sweep away all the divine ants, provided that nothing unexpected happens. However, in the dark, Yi Tian and many martial artists felt that something was wrong. Could it be that there are more powerful divine power ants that haven't appeared? Yi Tian thought. This possibility is not impossible. You must know that a group must have a leader, and the leader is often the most powerful, and the strength of the dozen or so mid-level fierce beast divine power ants is not much different. They are definitely not the leader. I hope it's not a high-level beast divine power ant. Yi Tian could only look forward to this, otherwise he could only escape. This group of martial artists would not be able to stop the high-level fierce beast divine power ants. A few more minutes passed. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed greatly. Hurry up, there are high-level fierce beasts in this nest of divine power ants. Chapter 34. 34 High-level fierce beasts. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. If it is an ordinary high-level fierce beast, they definitely don't care. A great martial artist is enough to compete, but if it is a high-level fierce beast divine power ant, on the basis of the original high-level fierce beast plus a high-level strength talent, even if the attack power after the increase is not as good as the Grandmaster, it is not too much worse. A high-level fierce beast divine power ant is definitely not something that ordinary martial artists can deal with. Even a very powerful great martial artist like Qing Leo is definitely not an opponent. Perhaps only that kind of anti-heaven level great martial artist or grandmaster with the same offensive talent can deal with this high-level fierce beast divine power ant. The only thing to stay is to die, Yi Tian realized. So, without saying a word, he instantly activated 3 times his speed and fled into the distance. Originally, his speed was only relatively ordinary among elite martial artists, but under triple acceleration, it was not weaker than the top elite martial artists, or even a little more. In an instant, Yi Tian's figure surpassed many elite martial artists. Boom! A huge divine power ant appeared. Its body was 20 meters long, and its body was a faint golden color, while the average divine power ant was only black. As soon as this divine ant appeared, a coercion enveloped the audience. It's so heavy. Yi Tian felt his whole body sink, as if something was pressing on his body. It's not gravity, it's momentum suppression. If you can't break this momentum suppression, the speed will be many times slower, and you won't be able to escape at all. The speed of the elite martial artists slowed down several times all of a sudden, but the great martial artists were not affected much, although the speed was also slow, but it was only 3 or 4% slower, far faster than the speed of the elite martial artists. Knife momentum. Yi Tian's body erupted with the aura of sword momentum, and the sword momentum of the Dacheng realm was enough to resist the momentum of the divine power ants. The suppression disappeared, and Yi Tian's speed recovered to 3 times, not even slower than those great martial artists. Woo woo. A famous martial artist fled, and even if the high-level fierce beast divine power ant chased and killed, he would not chase and kill Yi Tian, but chased and killed the martial artist who was closer to him. As a result, those elite warriors were miserable. As for Qing Leo, after reminding the other martial artists, he was the first to escape, and he didn't have the heart to fight with the high-level fierce beast divine power ants at all. One after another, elite warriors fell one after another under the pursuit of high-level fierce beast divine power ants, and they were not even qualified to compete a little, and were slaughtered like ants. A few of them couldn't breathe, and more than a dozen elite martial artists were killed. Accelerate. Accelerate. Yi Tian didn't even have the mind to look at the back at all, he just cared about running away. I don't know how far he ran, but he felt that there were no warriors or divine ants behind him, so he glanced back. When he found that there were no more divine ants chasing after him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finding a random place, Yi Tian stopped to rest. Running all the way, the Yuan power is almost exhausted, and the physical strength is also seriously depleted. If you don't recover quickly, it's dangerous to walk in the wild. He hurriedly drank a bottle of potion to restore his strength, restoring the strength in his body. A few hours later, Yi Tian's state fully recovered. Immediately, he returned to the valley where the Wind Wolf and the others were. Yi Tian, you're back. The Wind Wolf was very happy to see Yi Tian. Before, he had been worried about Yi Tian, but now that he saw Yi Tian returning, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry back to the waterfront base, something big is wrong, Yi Tian said with a solemn expression. What's going on? asked the Wind Wolf and the others with a frown. Yi Tian hurriedly told him about the divine power ants, and the Wind Wolf and the others all changed color when they heard it. A large number of low-level fierce beast divine power ants, more than a dozen mid-level fierce beast divine power ants, plus an almost invincible high-level fierce beast divine power ant. What a terrifying force this is. Although Wind Wolf and the others hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could roughly guess something from Yi Tian's tone. At the same time, they also admired Yi Tian's ability. So many elite martial artists died, but Yi Tian came back unscathed. Let's go back quickly, we've already completed the mission anyway," Wind Wolf hurriedly said. So, Yi Tian and Feng Wolf and the others returned in the direction of the Linhei base. Along the way, they likewise did not let their guard down. However, on the way back, they were unlucky enough to encounter several mid-level fierce beasts, but fortunately, Yi Tian appeared to avoid the crisis. Half a day later, they finally returned to the waterfront base. When he returned home, the first thing Yi Tian did was to fuse his high-level strength talents. His strength has been exposed in the divine power ant incident, and even his speed talent has been exposed, although it is not clear if there is a family that will be unfavorable to him, but it is necessary to increase his strength as soon as possible. As long as he is fused with a high-strength talent, he definitely has the combat power that is not weaker than that of a great martial artist, and even crushes the average great martial artist. Fusion. The drastic metamorphosis began. Yi Tian's body was like a boiled shrimp, with green tendons protruding, and the terrifying power burst out in the depths of the genes, transforming Yi Tian's whole body. I don't know how long it has been, Yi Tian is already soaked, as if the pool has just come out. Soon, Yi Tian's strength recovered, and only then did he begin to check his talent. Jiman, Yi Tian cultivation talent, high speed talent, elementary knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents. Looking at that high strength talent, Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Try the power. Yi Tian held a piece of steel, and with a slight pinch of his power talent, the steel seemed to have turned into mud, deforming at will. He stomped his foot lightly again, and the ground was directly cracked, and even the ground around him shook violently. Since there was no sophisticated instrument to test the strength, Yi Tian could only test the strength again and again, and finally estimated it. Originally, my strength was 30.000 catties, but after the increase in my high-strength talent, my strength can reach the level of 300.000 catties. Yi Tian said in surprise. 300.000 jin of strength, what kind of concept is this? If you add the increase of yuan force, the pure attack force can reach 600.000 kilograms. The limit of elite martial artists is only 100.000 catties, and some of the newly promoted great martial artists have only about 1120.000 jin of physical strength, and most of the early martial artists are only 150.000 jin of strength. Those intermediate-level fierce beast divine power ants are equivalent to the realm of the early stage of elite martial artists, and they should also be primary bloodline talents, but they have just grown to the intermediate fierce beast level by luck, so it is difficult to kill even a great martial artist under the increase of high-level strength talents. If the realm of those intermediate fierce beasts is slightly higher, an intermediate fierce beast divine power ant is enough to easily jaunt an ordinary great martial artist. Yi Tian thought. At this time, he finally understood why Qinglao escaped so quickly, in the face of the high-level fierce beast divine power ants. If he fought hard, Qinglao would probably be killed directly in seconds. It's just that although the power of the high-level fierce beast divine power ant is against the sky, the speed and reaction are still in the early stage of the great martial artist, so there is no way to catch up with the old man. With my strength, it would be easy to kill an ordinary great martial artist. But if a great martial artist wants to escape in the middle stage, I can't stop it, and I can't catch up. Yi Tian had a clear understanding of his strength. Chapter 35. 35 The ultimate strength of the great warrior is the power of 1 million catties, and with the increase of the yuan force, you can exert the attack power of 2 million catties. This is the pinnacle combat power of ordinary great martial artists. Compared with the peak combat power of the great martial artist, Etienne is naturally inferior now. However, Etienne has a top-level healing talent, coupled with the strength of the bronze-level sword technique Shadow Kill. He will not be too weak than the peak combat power of the great martial artist. Shadow Kill is a fast knife, and the bonus to attack power is not too much, unless I can practice Shadow Kill to the consummation realm. In that case, just relying on Shadow Kill is enough to increase the attack amplification by several times. In that case, I can hurt the peak powerhouse of the great martial artist with my attack power. Etienne thought. However, it is too difficult to cultivate a bronze-level sword technique to the consummation level with the sword AO realm at the peak of the sword momentum, unless Etienne can give up his cultivation and improve and keep cultivating the sword technique, but that is impossible. Right now, unless he copies a high-level sword talent or above, or obtains a sword skill that can increase his attack power, then it will greatly increase his combat power. Sword skills that can greatly increase combat effectiveness are too rare. I have been shopping in the black market for a long time before, and I have never seen it, so I can only wait for the future. Etienne said helplessly. The soaring combat power made Etienne very excited. But he is still really far from the real powerhouse now, and he still needs to continue to improve. Of course, for Etienne, every bit of improvement in his strength would greatly increase his combat power. For example, every increase in strength of 100 catties is equivalent to an increase of 1000 catties of body strength. After all, there is an amplification effect of a high-strength talent, and if you add a slight increase in shadow killing, it will be even more terrifying. My current physical strength is 30.000 Jin of strength. As long as I am promoted to the peak level of an elite martial artist, it is enough to compare to the peak combat power of a great martial artist. But Etienne also knew his weakness. His speed was still a little weaker. After all, his speed is only a primary cultivation talent, and he can only increase his speed by 3 times, which is naturally very good compared to the same level, but it is too much worse if he crosses the level. Etienne set a goal for himself. The next time he chooses a talent, he should choose a speed talent above average. At home, Etienne cultivated for a few days before going out to inquire about the situation. A small taverna. Etienne and Feng Wolf were eating and chatting in a small private room. Wind Wolf, I've been cultivating for the past few days. I don't know what's going on outside. How is the beast cleanup plan completed? Etienne asked. The Wind Wolf said, Etienne, my level is too low. I don't know too much. I only know that this time the 2 bases have suffered heavy losses, and the elite martial artists who died alone are estimated to be as many as 50, and there are also 3 great martial artists who have died. Died 3 great warriors. Etienne was taken aback. What a great warrior is, it's just a humanoid cannonball, and 3 of them died. Suddenly, he couldn't help sighing. He guessed that the cause of death of the 3 great warriors might be because the high-level beast divine power ants chased them, causing their fall. However, I also heard a rumor. Wind Wolf said mysteriously, I heard that the medium-sized base was later angry, and a Grandmaster made a move. Originally, I didn't know what a Grandmaster was, but now that the gossip continues, I know that the realm above the great martial artist is called a Grandmaster. The Grandmaster made a move, and the result? Etienne was curious. I don't know, I think it must have been 1, that's the realm above the great martial artist. How can a high-level fierce beast divine power ant be an opponent? Etienne also nodded secretly. Although the attack power of the high-level fierce beast divine power ant is powerful, perhaps the attack power is comparable to the attack of the Grandmaster, but the defects of the high-level fierce beast divine power ant are also very obvious, and the reaction and speed are far inferior to the Grandmaster. As long as the Grandmaster is not stupid and goes head-to-head with the high-level fierce beast divine power ants, he can basically kill the high-level fierce beast divine power ants. And that's exactly what happened. 2 days later, a piece of news came. The nest of the divine ants has been cleared, the biggest threat is gone, and the mission to clean up the beasts continues. Since Etienne and the others had already completed their task, they didn't need to go out. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed, the task of cleaning up the beasts was basically completed, and the two bases temporarily opened up the trade route. However, the beasts are mobile, and there may not be any beasts today, but maybe another beast will migrate soon. For the two bases, this route is only temporarily safe, and you still need to pay great attention if you want to pass through. However, not only Yi Tian didn't know, but many martial artists didn't quite understand why that base would waste so much effort to open up the route. After all, it's a good thing for the coastal base to be able to trade with a medium-sized base, but what's there about the coastal base? This day, the Wind Wolf sent a part of the resources to Yi Tian's home. Most of these resources were fierce beast blood, fierce beast meat and a few gold cards, which were the rewards of the task and the share of hunting fierce beasts along the way. For Yi Tian now, these things are nothing, but he still accepts them. He didn't need it, but Yi Yu would soon be able to cultivate, and it was good to leave these resources for Yi Yu. Originally, Yi Tian wanted to continue to cultivate quietly, but a stranger's visit disturbed Yi Tian's peaceful life. "Who are you?" Yi Tian looked at the strange man in front of him and asked. "Lord Yi Tian, I am the deacon of the Mo family, Mo Yuan." Mo Yuan was just a martial artist, so when facing Yi Tian, he was a little more respectful. Mo family. Yi Tian was surprised, and his first reaction was that the Mo family had discovered the cause of Mo Xiaobi's death. But in the blink of an eye, he rejected the idea. If the Mo family really found out, it would not be a martial artist, but a great martial artist. "What are you Mo family looking for me?" Yi Tian was puzzled. "Our family master wants to invite Lord Yi Tian to be a guest of the Mo family," Mo Yuan said. When Yi Tian heard this, he was very calm on the surface, but he laughed wildly in his heart. The Mo family would invite him to be a guest. If the Mo family knew that he killed Mo Xiaobi, I am afraid they would be mad. "I'm sorry, I don't want to go out lately." Yi Tian refused. Mo Yuan, who was originally respectful, instantly changed color. "Lord Yi Tian, our Mo family has many elite martial artists, as well as a great martial artist. It is only good for you to make friends with our Mo family. If you offend a Mo family, you will not be able to move an inch in the Linhei base in the future." Yi Tian's eyes widened, and he wanted to ask, "Who gave you the confidence to threaten an elite martial artist?" A mere martial artist dares to threaten an elite martial artist, and his courage is too fat. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Tian said coldly. A trace of knife momentum burst out and crushed towards Mo Yuan. In an instant, Mo Yuan felt a great pressure, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Chapter 36. 36 You can't kill me. This is the Linhei base. The Lin family has a rule: no warrior can fight in the Linhei base, and you can't kill others at will, otherwise you will be punished by the Lin family and other families. Mo Yuan panicked and said bluntly. "At this time, not only do you not beg for mercy, but you also want to threaten me? It seems that you are used to being a blessing and a prestige in the name of the Mo family, and you don't know what the real situation are. I will teach you today." Yi Tian stretched out his hand, grabbed Mo Yuan's arm, and squeezed it gently. Click. There was a crisp sound, and then Mo Yuan screamed. That moment just now directly made Mo Yuan's arm useless. If you want to treat it well, you will inevitably spend very precious healing treasures, and will the Mo family spend such a high price for a martial artist who has little room for progress? Nope. The Mo family won't. Get out. Yi Tian drank coldly. Mo Yuan didn't dare to threaten Yi Tian anymore, endured the severe pain, and crawled out of Yi Tian's residence. "Mo family, I hope you don't do stupid things, otherwise you will." A wisp of murderous intent flashed from Yi Tian's eyes. When Mo Yuan returned home, he immediately went to meet the head of the Mo family, Mo Changsheng. Mo Changsheng's talent is not high, and it is only a primary talent, but he has cultivated to the early stage of elite martial arts at the age of only 30 under the huge resources of the Mo family. Although it is difficult to progress, but his status is high enough, so he sat on the throne of the Mo family. Because he is the son of Mo Changking, the great martial artist of the Mo family. Mo Changking has many sons and daughters, but most of them are second-class talents, and there are only a few elementary talents, and among the primary talents, Mo Changsheng's talent is the best. Master of the family, you must administer justice for me. Mo Yuan dragged his loose arm and walked in front of Mo Changsheng crying, kneeling hard. What's wrong with your arm? Could it be that you have a problem inviting Yi Tian? Mo Changsheng frowned. Yi Tian despises a Mo family too much. Mo Yuan cried while recounting Yi Tian's arrogance. In his mouth, he himself has completely become a poor and innocent person, and all the faults belong to Yi Tian, and Yi Tian is so cruel that he wastes one of his arms. When Mo Yuan finished speaking, Mo Changsheng asked Mo Yuan to take him down, and he didn't say anything like treating his arm. Waste. Mo Changsheng scolded. He scolded Mo Yuan, what is it if he didn't get things done? Of course, he didn't fully believe Mo Yuan's words. As the head of the family, he still knew what Mo Yuan's temperament was, and he must have offended Yi Tian. But Yi Tian definitely refused the invitation, otherwise Mo Yuan would not have offended Yi Tian. HMPH, just an elite martial artist would dare to refuse our Yi family, if it weren't for my father's secret technique, which consumed his lifespan, and time was short, why would I invite an outsider? Mo Changsheng secretly hated. Only a few people knew about this matter, and even many high-level members of the Mo family didn't know about it. Mo Changking came back and did not die in the task of encircling and suppressing the divine power ants, but Mo Changking used a secret technique to increase the speed by depleting his lifespan, so he escaped from the pursuit of the high-level fierce beast divine power ants. According to the inspection, Mo Changking can only live for a year at most. Mo Changsheng knew the situation of the Mo family very well. Once there was no great martial artist in charge, the situation of the Mo family would not be good. After all, the Yi family had offended too many families. If those families were against the Mo family would be in trouble in the future. Therefore, he wanted to strengthen the strength of the Mo family. And Yi Tian is a good choice. Yi Tian is very young. According to the investigation, Yi Xianke is only 16 years old, but now he has reached the elite martial artist level, and his talent is also a high-level cultivation talent, and he also has a speed talent, which was exposed in the Divine Power and Mission, and many martial artists have seen it. Speed talent plus advanced cultivation talent, the key is the simple background. Such a genius is definitely what most forces are willing to woo. The Mo family not only wants to win over, but also wants to control Yi Tian. Once it succeeds, the Mo family will have a whole card, and they don't need to worry about the development of the family for decades to come. And to control Yi Tian, it is necessary to take advantage of Yi Tian's rise, yet now is a good time. Mo Changsheng turned around and walked outside, towards an underground secret room deep in the courtyard of the Mo family. Soon, he saw his father Mo Changking, who was healing. Father, Mo Yuan has messed things up. Mo Changsheng reported. It's expected, these geniuses are very arrogant, they look down on a Mo family at all, and it's normal not to accept the invitation, but even if he doesn't come to our Yi family, we can still catch him. Mo Changking said coldly. Father, otherwise, let the people of the Lin family sanction Yi Tian first, he just abolished Mo Yuan, this is a good excuse. Mo Changsheng hurriedly said. Stupid. Mo Changking shouted, what is Mo Yuan? Just an ordinary martial artist, and how powerful Yi Tian's talent is, he will inevitably become a great martial artist in the future, and it is not an ordinary great martial artist like me, but the peak combat power of a real great martial artist. Such a genius is impossible for the Lin family to deal with, and they will even win it over. Now the Lin family is so annoyed by the friendship between the two bases that they don't have time to deal with other things. Once they deal with it, Yi Tian will not have our share. Mo Changsheng was shocked, and lowered his head. What my father taught me is that I will organize people to arrest Yi Tian. Here, this is a bottle of poison that erases the spiritual intelligence. I got it from the big base at a huge cost. After you captured Yi Tian, let him take it, and most of the spiritual intelligence was erased, but it will be demented for a period of time, and the memory will be lost, and the talent will not be affected. When he is almost recovered, let's use the method of training the dead to train Yi Tian, so that Yi Tian can be completely controlled. Mo Changqing Yin poisoned Dao. Good way, it's much better than poisoning, occasionally giving an antidote. Mo Changsheng was excited. After taking away the poison that erased the spiritual wisdom, Mo Changsheng left, and then arranged for the arrest of Yi Tian. Late at night, the Mo family dispatched 10 elite martial artists, 2 of whom had special talents. One of these 2 has a second-class toxin talent, and the other has a primary swordsmanship talent, and has cultivated a powerful black iron-level sword technique, and it is a sword skill that specializes in increasing attack power. Although these 2 elite martial artists with special talents are only in the early stage of elite martial artists, their actual combat ability is comparable to that of the middle stage of elite martial artists. In addition, among the 10 elite martial artists, there are 2 elite martial artists in the middle stage, so if you calculate it, it is equivalent to 4 elite martial artists in the middle stage and 6 elite martial artists in the early stage. Such a force is enough to deal with the late stage of an elite martial artist, and it must be more than enough to deal with an early stage of an elite martial artist with a good talent for speed. Unfortunately, they had no idea what kind of evil they were about to deal with. Chapter 37. 37 In the central garden complex, each villa is self-contained and surrounded by a wall. And the 10 elite martial artists of the Mo family surrounded Yi Tian's villa at this time. The person in charge of this trip is the first elder of the Mo family, Mo Xingqian. He is an elite martial artist mid-stage cultivator, and he has a lot of combat experience, but he has no special talent. There are only 2 people in the villa, Yi Tian and his sister Yi Yu. Yi Yu is less than 15 years old, he has not started cultivating, he is just an ordinary person. We can catch Yi Yu first and force Yi Tian to surrender. Remember, don't hurt Yi Yu, otherwise if you provoke Yi Tian to go crazy, we'll be in a little trouble. Mo Xingqian arranged the task and ordered. Yes, Grand Elder. The other elite warriors replied in a low voice. 10 elite martial artists climbed over the wall and quietly headed towards Yi Yu's room. The Mo family had already inquired about the situation in Yi Tian's family, and even knew very well which room Yi Yu lived in. So this time for them, the task was very simple. Click. Yi Yu's door was opened by several people, but when they entered Yi Yu's room, they found that Yi Yu's room was empty. It's not good, Yi Yu doesn't live here. Mo Xingqian was shocked. And although the sound of them opening the door is small, the ear power of the elite warriors is far beyond that of ordinary people, and they may have heard the sound of the door opening and woken up from their sleep. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from not far away. You guys are not small, you dare to break into my Yi Tian's villa. Mo Xingqian and the others came to the courtyard and saw a figure. It was Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at Mo Xingqian and the others at this time, very angry. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Tonight, he was worried that the people of the Mo family would come to sneak attack, so he let Yi Yu live in the same room with him, so that he could protect Yi Yu at all times. Originally, I just thought it was too much, but now it seems that this approach is too accurate. Otherwise, when he was asleep, he was caught by the Mo family Yi Yu, and even if his strength was strong, he would be very scrupulous, and it would be difficult to make a move. Let's get on it. Mo Xingqian ordered. Hu, Su, P, Swoop, SSS an elite martial artist rushed towards Yi Tian, trying to capture Yi Tian in the shortest possible time. Look for death. Yi Tian snorted coldly. He didn't have a knife in his hand, but he didn't need a knife with all this garbage. Speed talent. Yi Tian turned into an after-image, and crossed the side of an elite martial artist at a speed far beyond that of ordinary elite martial artists, and his right hand turned into a hand knife and slashed at that person's neck. This hand knife didn't spare a hand, and it completely urged the strength talent. Boom. The man's neck was cut off, and his entire body was blown away. Bang bang bang. One by one, an elite martial artist flew out upside down in the blink of an eye, lying on the ground and turning into corpses. None of them were Yi Tian's opponents. Even the elite martial artist who was proficient in swordsmanship was smashed by Yi Tian's one-hand Yuan Bing and smashed his head. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 elite martial artists left in the field. one is the Great Elder Mo Xingqian, and the other is the 10th Elder Mo En. Both of them are in the middle stage of the Mo family's elite martial arts, and their strength is very strong, but they are similar to ants in front of Yi Tian. No way, how can you be so strong? Mo Xingqian and Mo En were stunned. Yi Tian is not in the early stage of elite martial artists. Why did he kill 8 elite martial artists so easily, and also include 2 elite martial artists with special talents? Those 2 elite martial artists with special talents are dead soldiers trained by the Mo family, and their combat effectiveness is not weaker than them, and even under the fight to the death, they may all die, but they were killed by Yi Tian in seconds. Elite martial artists can't do such a means in the later stage, only great martial artists can do it. However, before Mo Xingqian could think deeply, Yi Tian blasted Mo Xingqian and Mo En to death with 2 punches. The poor 10 elite martial artists of the Mo family didn't even have time to say the words of begging for mercy, and they fell and died one after another. Brother, what's going on? Yu rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room, and when she saw the corpse on the ground, she immediately screamed. Brother, how can there be so many corpses here? Yu's face turned a little pale. With her brother here, she was not afraid, because she knew that her brother was very powerful, but when she saw so many corpses for the first time, she was naturally a little flustered. These people want to be bad for my brother, and my brother kills them. Yi Tian said truthfully. Immediately, he told Yu, sister, brother, go do something. Are you afraid of being alone at home? Yu clenched his fists and nodded. Xiao is not afraid. Okay, then brother will come back later. As he spoke, Yi Tian turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the night. After Yi Tian left, Yu's somewhat flustered eyes gradually became resolute. Brother, Xiao will be able to cultivate soon, and then there will be no need for brother's protection. Xiao will also be able to protect his brother and kill the bad guys. On the street of the waterfront base, a dark shadow was moving rapidly, and he was wearing a grimace mask on his face, which he had just taken from a mask shop that had closed, and it was more appropriate to use it to conceal his identity. This time, he was going to destroy the Mo family overnight, but it was impossible to kill all the people in the Mo family, so he had to hide his identity. Kill people not overnight. He didn't want to give the Mo family a chance to escape. The Mo family dared to deal with him tonight, and he would kill all the high-level members of the Mo family tonight. At Yi Tian's speed, he quickly arrived at the Mo family's residential area. At this time, several high-ranking members of the Mo family did not sleep, but quietly waited for Mo Xingqian's news in the hall. There are quite a few elite martial artists of the Mo family, although several of them have fallen in the task of cleaning up the fierce beasts, plus the 10 elite martial artists that Yi Tian has just killed. There are still nearly 20 elite martial artists left. Some of them are dead soldiers. Every family has hidden strength, and these elite martial artists are the hidden strength of the Mo family, which is not known to outsiders. When the strength of the Mo family was not damaged, a great martial artist, more than 30 elite martial artists, what a huge force this is. But now, because of provoking Yi Tian, the glory of the Mo family is no longer there, but the people in power of the Mo family have no idea that a crisis is about to befall the Mo family. A burst of screams suddenly resounded through the Mo family. The expressions of Mo Changsheng and the others in the hall changed. It's not good, someone attacked the Mo family at night. Boom. Several people broke through the hall door and ran straight towards the screams. And many warriors of the Mo family also woke up from their dreams and rushed over in their pajamas. The Mo family is also a big family in the Linhai base, enough to rank in the top 10 families, but now someone dares to attack the Yi family. This is too bold. To provoke the majesty of the Mo family, it must be compensated for with blood. No matter who dares to attack the Mo family, they must die. Mo Changsheng, who was not in a very good mood, let out an angry roar, and the voice spread throughout the entire Mo family. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately event period, the 29th of April to the 3rd of May. Chapter 38. 38 It's coming. Yi Tian saw a figure rushing over not far away. It was an elite martial artist of the Mo family, and he couldn't help but say secretly. After killing an ordinary martial artist of the Mo family, he stood in place and waited for the arrival of the elite martial artist of the Mo family. Woo woo. The first batch of 4 elite martial artists arrived, all of whom were in the early stage of elite martial artists. Kill. The 4 elite warriors of the Mo family didn't say a word and came to besiege them. Shadow kill. A flash of sword light flashed, and the heads of the 4 elite warriors were cut off in unison, and the 4 corpses lay neatly on the ground. Soon, the rest of the Mo family's elite martial artists, as well as a large number of martial artists, have arrived. When they saw the corpses of a place, as well as the corpses of 4 elite martial artists, they were dumbfounded. Who are you? Mo Changsheng also came, but his expression was very solemn and a little afraid. He himself was only in the early stage of elite martial artists, and he was about the same strength as the 4 elite martial artists who died, so he was naturally not Yi Tian's opponent. Yi Tian didn't speak, but rushed directly towards the many martial artists of the Mo family. He didn't want to waste time. In case the people of the Mo family secretly ran away, it would not be the ending he was looking forward to. Killing the top of the Mo family as quickly as possible is his goal. Surround him. Mo Changsheng ordered. More than a dozen elite martial artists of the Mo family shot out in unison, trying to stop Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian's speed was too fast, and his attack power also surpassed that of ordinary great martial artists, so naturally it was not comparable to those elite martial artists like them. Puff puff. An elite martial artist was killed by Yi Tian in an instant, and in an instant, more than a dozen elite martial artists died. As for the martial artist, Yi Tian killed a large area in one sword. Under the shroud of the sword, ordinary martial artists even had the luxury of escaping, and a large amount of sword ki burst out, simply sweeping the audience. At this time, the Mo family has become a hell on earth. Demons. Mo Changsheng was frightened. He was on the run, fleeing to where Mo Changking was. Father, save my... Mo Changsheng roared for help. However, his speed was too slow compared to Yi Tian. In a few breaths, Yi Tian stepped over one house after another and caught up with Mo Changsheng. Stop. A voice full of urgency came from the depths of the Mo family's residential area, and it was Mo Changking's voice. Die! Yi Tian was separated by more than 10 meters, and the shadow-killing volley slashed away with a knife. With a flash of light, the air within a radius of tens of meters froze, and Mo Changsheng's figure also froze, motionless. The next moment, Mo Changsheng's body turned into 2 halves and fell to the ground, obviously dead and couldn't die anymore. Son. Mo Changking witnessed Mo Changsheng's death with his own eyes, and he looked like crazy. I want you dead. Mo Changking cast a secret technique. His whole body was shrouded in blood mist, his skin was gradually aging, but his aura was constantly increasing. Originally, Mo Changking only had a strength of 150.000 katis, but after performing the secret technique, he had a body strength of 300.000 katis, and his speed was also strengthened a lot. Boom. The furious Mo Changking punched in, and Yuan Li turned into a huge fist, as if freezing the void. The strength of this punch has increased by 600.000 katis through the Yuan force, and for the early stage of ordinary great martial artists, this punch is very powerful, enough to severely damage the early strong of ordinary great martial artists. However, Yi Tian's attack power exceeded 600.000 katis. Shadow kill. The bright knife took Mo Changking's punch. Boom. The air exploded, and a shock wave swept away. One house after another was shattered, and even some ordinary people and martial artists of the Mo family were also shocked to death. This was a head-on collision at the level of a great martial artist, but it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Knock knock knock. Yi Tian took a few steps back, his face calm, but Mo Changking was slashed out by a knife, and a knife mark appeared on his chest. Mo Changking was injured, and the injury was not light. Great martial artist, impossible, there is no one who is good at sword skills among the great martial artists in the Linhai base. Who are you? Mo Changking was afraid. great warrior." Yi Tian sneered. Obviously, Mo Changqing regarded him as a great martial artist. In fact, Yi Tian is indeed very similar to a great martial artist. His strength has reached the level of a great martial artist, and his speed is only a little worse. Mo Changqing did not use his spiritual power to observe carefully. It is normal to be wrong. Yi Tian didn't answer Mo Changqing and continued to attack. The speed of the bronze-level sword technique of shadow killing is too fast. Even Mo Changqing, a great martial artist, is difficult to block, plus the attack power is not as good as Yi Tian. The only thing that is a little stronger than Yi Tian is speed and combat experience. But under the huge gap in strength, Mo Changqing's advantage is simply useless. Abrupt. One of Mo Changqing's arms was cut off by Yi Tian. Suddenly, Mo Changqing was seriously injured. "Oh no, I'm not his opponent, I have to run." Mo Changqing had the idea of retreating. Dragging his seriously injured body, Mo Changqing ran towards the outside of the Mo family, and the direction he ran in was where the Lin family was located. In the entire Lin He base, only the Lin family can keep him. As for whether the Lin family will be saved, that's another matter. Yi Tian has been chasing, but after all, the speed is still a lot slower, and it has been difficult to catch up. Just when Yi Tian was about to give up, Mo Changqing's speed dropped sharply. His secret art should be over. Yi Tian thought. Mo Changqing's speed was actually far weaker than him, and it was only by relying on that secret technique that he could barely catch many of his moves. Now that the secret technique has been lost, Mo Changqing is equivalent to the fish meat on the pad. Let him slaughter it. Soon, Yi Tian finally caught up with Mo Changqing. "Please, spare me." Mo Changqing fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Die!" Yi Tian slashed over without hesitation. But at the moment when Mo Changqing was killed, an iron ball appeared in his hand. The iron ball cracked, and dense steel needles flew out, and some of them stabbed towards Yi Tian. Because the speed of the steel needle was too fast, and Yi Tian was too close to Mo Changqing. If it is a great martial artist, it is easy to dodge, but Yi Tian is an elite martial artist in the early stage, and his reaction power is still a little slower, and a few steel needles have not been able to dodge, and he only has time to unfold the Yuan Force shield. However, the unthinkable happened. The steel needle broke through the Yuan Force shield and directly pierced Yi Tian's body. What a powerful secret weapon! Yi Tian was taken aback. Although the secret weapon was powerful, and it pierced through Yi Tian's body and penetrated all internal organs, under the top healing talent, in the blink of an eye, Yi Tian's injury was stabilized, and it was completely healed at an incredible speed. At this time, Mo Changqing was already dead under Yi Tian's knife, and his body was also pierced by many steel needles. The iron ball in his hand was completely cracked, and inside was an intricate machine, made of unknown metal. It should be a one-time hidden weapon, and I don't know where Mo Changqing got it, but this kind of hidden weapon shoots indiscriminately in all directions, and even the user himself is in the attack range. No wonder Mo Changqing has not used it. This is obviously a hidden weapon that has ended up together. Yi Tian exclaimed. Fortunately, he has a top-level healing talent, otherwise he would definitely die today because of carelessness. I underestimated the big warriors. Obviously every great warrior has their own hole cards. Yi Tian sighed. He searched Mo Changqing's body, and only found a gold card, so he didn't find anything, and Mo Changqing's property was estimated to be in the Mo family. But at this time, it is not appropriate to go to the Mo family, although the high level of the Mo family is almost dead, but the movements of the Mo family have attracted the attention of many people in the Lin He base, and perhaps the Mo family has gathered many onlookers now. Go home. Yi Tian decided. My sister Yi Yu is home alone, so I can feel at ease when I go home early. Chapter 39. 39 Mo Family. A large number of people gathered here, but most of them did not dare to enter the Mo family, and only some martial artists of the big families waited for a long time before slowly entering the Mo family. Subsequently, the tragic situation of the Mo family was presented in front of everyone. Except for children, women, and some ordinary people, the high-ranking members of the Mo family and the warriors were almost killed and injured. The corpse in one place really shocked everyone present. This is almost annihilation. The elders of the Mo family and the head of the family are dead. Someone found the bodies of Mo Changsheng and the others and shouted. At this moment, a great martial artist of the Lin family came. As the controlling family of the Lin He base, a family in the Lin He base was slaughtered, and such a big thing happened, and the Lin family couldn't do it without appearing. Meet Lord Lin Z. When a group of warriors saw an old man coming, they shouted one after another. Lin Z looked around, nodded slightly, and immediately checked the corpses of the Mo family. There should be only one murderer, and these warriors were all killed by a knife, which shows that the murderer's knife technique is very terrifying, and it should be a real knife skill. According to my estimates, the murderer should be a great martial artist who knows how to use swords. Lin Z judged. A great martial artist who knows how to use swordsmanship? The people present thought about it carefully, and it didn't seem that there were such great warriors in the Lin He base. The Mo family also has a great martial artist. What about the great martial artist? Someone asked. Wouldn't you know if you ask the people of the Mo family? Someone must have seen the specific situation. A martial artist suggested. So, everyone found the living Mo family, and after some inquiry, they basically understood the situation. Lord Lin Z, I basically asked clearly, it was a person with a ghost mask who killed the Mo family. All the martial artists are not opponents, even the great martial artist of the Mo family, Mo Changqing, is not an opponent. He fled, and the murderer chased and killed him. That is the direction. A warrior pointed to the east and said. The east is where the Lin family is located, but there is not only one street to the Lin family, and the direction in which Lin Zele came happened to be not the same street as the street where Mo Changqing was, so he missed it. Lord Lin Z, should we go and have a look? An elite martial artist asked in a low voice. They wanted to see it, but they were afraid of encountering that murderer. It was a great martial artist who could be killed in an instant even by an elite martial artist, but they didn't know that even the great martial artist Mo Changqing could only escape. Let's take a look. That person is estimated to have a grudge against the Mo family, so he will enter the Mo family. We have no entanglement with that person. We should not be targeted. Besides, I am the great martial artist of the Lin family. That person will not be crazy enough to go against my Lin family. You can go and see it with me. Lin Ze said lightly. So, a group of warriors followed Lin Ze and chased after him. Mo Changqing was injured and left blood on the ground on the way to escape, and with the blood stains, they soon found Mo Changqing's body. Mo Changqing is dead. An elite martial artist broke out in a cold sweat. This is a great martial artist, a level that he can't reach in his life. In his eyes, the great martial artist is undoubtedly the sky, and now the great martial artist who is as powerful as the sky is dead. Such an impact is so shocking. Lin Ze went over for the first time and examined Mo Changqing's body. While testing, he said, Mo Changqing's skin is very old. He should have performed some kind of secret technique. It is rumored that Mo Changqing has obtained the secret technique that burns his lifespan to improve his strength for a short time. It should be true, but Mo Changqing, who can cast a secret technique, can only escape, which is enough to show the strength of the other party. The strange thing is, why did the murderer catch up after Mo Changqing when he was injured? Could it be that the person was also injured? Afterwards, Lin Ze saw the iron ball in Mo Changqing's hand again, and then looked at the steel needle hole on Mo Changqing's corpse and the steel needles scattered on the surrounding walls. This is a hidden weapon, tireless who, rumored to come from a mysterious force. It is one of the secret weapons that will end up together. The power is very strong. At close range, even the great warrior is difficult to escape from the attack of the hidden weapon. Only the strong man with the peak combat power of the great warrior can escape the attack of the hidden weapon. Lin Ze saw the legendary secret weapon for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed. Judging from the situation of the corpse, Mo Changqing activated the hidden weapon before he died, and successfully stimulated it. The man didn't die, but he was probably seriously injured. Lin judged. Immediately, his face was gloomy. The Mo family was almost wiped out, and he didn't care, but there was such a mysterious martial artist at the Lin He base, but the Lin family didn't have any news, which was not a good thing. The key question is, what is the identity of this person, why did he kill the Mo family, and will it be detrimental to the Lin family? These issues are all things that the Lin family needs to consider. Guys, I'll go back first. Lindsay left quickly. The high level of the Mo family is almost dead, isn't there no martial artist in the Mo family now? Someone suddenly spoke. As soon as the words fell, many warriors secretly left and infiltrated the Mo family again, the purpose of which was self-evident. This night, the Mo family had just experienced the scourge of extermination, and experienced another burglary. I don't know how many warriors entered the Mo family and stole the Mo family's belongings. In the chaos, no one knows who stole it, even if the Lin family investigates it afterwards, they don't know who to find, and when the time comes, if they don't admit it, who will uphold justice for the declining Mo family? What's more, there are also many enemies of the Mo family. There was Mo Chanking in the past, and other families didn't dare to do anything to the Mo family. But now that Mo Chanking is dead, the elite martial artists of the Mo family are also dead. Such a Mo family is a soft persimmon, and whether it can survive in the Linhai base is a question. It can be said that the Mo family has been removed from the Linhai base. Back home, Yi Tian hurriedly disposed of the corpses of 10 elite martial artists of the Mo family, and the so-called disposal was naturally thrown on various streets. On this night, so many people died in the Mo family, it is not surprising that there are 10 more corpses. The next day, Yi Tian went out for a stroll as if nothing happened, and returned home to continue his cultivation. At this time, the Lin family was discussing the affairs of the Mo family. Lin family. Lindsay was reporting the situation to his eldest brother, Lin Wanli, the strongest member of the Lin family. Big brother, according to my personal investigation last night, as well as the investigation of the Mo family overnight, I initially thought it was a vendetta, but who the murderer was, but I am still confused. There are too many people who have a reason to do it, but none of them have the strength to destroy the Mo family. Lindsay said helplessly. Are there any suspicious people, or anything that happens with a vendetta? Lin Wanli asked. Suspicious, coincidental. Lindsay thought about it carefully, and suddenly thought of a thing. Big brother, there are still several martial artists alive in the Mo family, one of them is called Mo Yuan. From his mouth, I got a piece of information, maybe it has something to do with this matter, but I don't think the other party has the ability to destroy the Mo family. Chapter 40. 40. What the hell is this information? Lin Wanli showed interest. Does the eldest brother know about Yi Tian? Lindsay asked. Yi Tian? Lin Wanli recalled, a little impression. Ming Zhi mentioned to me before that Yi Tian's talent is extremely high, and it seems that he has the strength of an elite martial artist before he is 17 years old, and his talent must be a high-level cultivation talent or even higher than a high-level cultivation talent. Of course, it is also possible to have a chance, so he has improved quickly. Big brother, Yi Tian's talent must be above the advanced cultivation talent, otherwise, the talent is low, and no matter how many resources you have, you can't improve your cultivation. After all, the lower the talent, the lower the efficiency of refining resources. Yi Tian's talent is so high, the Mo family has paid attention to Yi Tian before. Yesterday during the day, the Mo family sent Mo Yuan to invite Yi Tian to the Mo family. According to Mo Yuan, the Mo family wanted to control Yi Tian, but Yi Tian didn't even have the interest of going to the Yi family, and he abolished Mo Yuan on the spot and drove him out. Interesting. Lin Wanli became a little more interested. According to what you say, the Mo family is deflated by Yi Tian, and they will indeed take the next step, but Yi Tian seems to be fine, and the Mo family is destroyed. Yi Tian is unlikely to have the ability to destroy the Mo family, but this matter may have something to do with Yi Tian. Do you want to arrest Yi Tian? Lin asked. Stupid. Lin Wanli said coldly, do you think that Yi Tian's talent is very high, and he will be a threat to the Lin family in the future, either recruit or destroy it in advance? Lindsay didn't speak, but he did mean this. Lin Wanli sighed and said, Lindsay, you have to know that there is never a shortage of talented people in this world. If you want to destroy it, if you see it, if you miss one in the future, our Lin family will be finished. For such a genius, either to solicit or to befriend. do you know that the High family that dominated the Linhai base 50 years ago? At that time, the High family was even more powerful than the Lin family we have now, but the High family had 10 great warriors, but it was destroyed overnight. Hajia. Lin's pupils shrank, and he finally remembered. The High family is said to have killed a genius with a high cultivation talent, and that high cultivation genius was a person from a large base, which eventually attracted a grandmaster, and the High family was destroyed. Big brother, I understand. Linza palpitated. Well, it's good that you understand. Lin Wanli was relieved. Immediately, he said, however, you also go to investigate Yi Tian. It stands to reason that a genius like Yi Tian, our Lin family should find out soon, but I didn't expect it to be unheard of, if it wasn't for this mission to clean up the fierce beasts, otherwise we don't know how long it would take us to know Yi Tian's existence. Since Yi Tian is a martial artist, he must often go to the black market, and Wujie must be the place where he knows Yi Tian the most. Our Lin family has cooperation with Wujie, and we should be able to get some information from Wujie. Big brother, I'm going to the martial pavilion. Linza hurriedly said. Half a day later, Linza came back. Big brother, I asked the person in charge of the martial pavilion, but Lin was a little dignified. Could it be that Yi Tian's identity is something special? Lin Wanli guessed. Big brother is right. Linza nodded. Yi Tian often hunts fierce beasts, that is, he sold them to Wujie. Wujie has long known that Yi Tian has the ability to giant intermediate fierce beasts, but Wujie has not revealed it to our major families. This is normal, after all, Wujie only does business, and does not participate in the battle of the Linhai base. But this time, I went to investigate Yi Tian, but I was warned by the person in charge of the martial pavilion, let's not offend Yi Tian. What, could it be that Yi Tian joined the martial pavilion? Lin Wanli was surprised. It's not impossible, Yi Tian's talent is so high, at least it's a talent at the same level as him, but Yi Tian is young, malleable, and has a speed talent, which is much more promising than him. In the face of such a genius, it is also very normal for Wujie to solicit. No, the martial pavilion did recruit Yi Tian, but Yi Tian refused, but a core genius from the martial pavilion headquarters of the Great Base had come to our Linhai base before, and when he left, let the martial pavilion of the Linhai base take care of Yi Tian. Linza said in disbelief. The core members of the martial pavilion of the big base, could it be? Lin Wanli thought of someone. That's right, it should be the eldest lady of the Yu family, Yu Ling. The Yu family is a huge family with many grandmasters. Just sending a master is enough to sweep a Linhai base. I didn't expect that the eldest lady Yu Ling actually knew Yi Tian. It seems that the relationship is not bad. With this identity, if someone in the Linhai base wants to deal with Yi Tian, maybe they will have to bear the wrath of the Yu family. As soon as Lin Ze thought that Yi Tian had such an identity, he couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, with the reminder of the eldest brother, otherwise if he secretly gave Yi Angel a small measure, the Lin family would be finished. Suddenly, he remembered the Mo family. Big brother, did you say that the Mo family was because of? Before Lin Ze finished speaking, Lin Wanli hurriedly interrupted, remember, this matter is over, it is not something we can discuss. In addition, let the people of the Mo family who are still alive let them fend for themselves, there is no shortage of Mo families in the Linhai base. Yes? Lin replied. At this moment, Lin Wanli sighed, our real trouble is the Iron Tooth base. The Iron Tooth base is a medium-sized base, with 2 grandmasters, a population of 600,000, and countless resources around the base, but we have promised our Lin family many benefits to open up this trade route, and its purpose is not so simple, but we can't do it if we don't agree, otherwise we will offend the Iron Tooth base. Is the Iron Tooth base going to attack us? Lin Ze frowned. That's not going to happen, no fight between the major bases, this is the rule, even if it's a large base, it must not be violated. The Iron Tooth base doesn't have the courage yet, but it's hard to guarantee that the Iron Tooth base has no other thoughts. I've sent someone to sneak into the Iron Tooth base, there should be news soon. Lin Wanli said in a low voice. I hope there won't be any accidents. Lin looked forward to In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Yi Tian found that nothing had happened, and even the Lin family did not send anyone. This situation is undoubtedly a good thing, there is no trouble, and he can continue to cultivate with peace of mind. Other than that, during this time, he bought a lot of supplements from the black market, which can promote the growth of teenagers and girls, and allow teenagers and girls to cultivate months or even a year in advance, without damaging the foundation. Many people from big families use this method in order to let the geniuses in the clan cultivate in advance. And Yi Tian also made Yu eat a lot, and now after testing, Yu can finally cultivate. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.